since ancient times. India has been an agricultural country since ancient times, providing quality food to its people and other parts of the world. The shortage of food supply during the 1960s to introduce the Green Revolution, a concept that involved the extensive use of chemical and synthetic fertilizers. This ultimately harmed the fertility of the soil, resulting in numerous health conditions among the people of India. Similar issues occurred in other parts of the world.
Rudolf Steiner, 1861 to 1925, was an Austrian philosopher, spiritual teacher, and social reformer. Founded Anthroposophy, a spiritual movement emphasizing human development and consciousness. In 1924, Steiner introduced biodynamics, a holistic approach to agriculture, in response to concerns about soil degradation and agricultural decline. Steiner's agricultural lectures in Koberwitz, Poland, now Kobierzyce. 1. Viewing farms as self-contained ecosystems. 2. Using natural preparations to enhance soil fertility. 3. Considering cosmic and terrestrial influences on plant growth. 4. Fostering biodiversity and ecological balance. Steiner's biodynamic principles have inspired a global movement, promoting sustainable agriculture and environmental stewardship.
Peter Proctor, a New Zealand biodynamic expert, dedicated his life to promoting sustainable agriculture in India. From 1994 until his passing in 2018, Proctor worked tirelessly with Indian farmers, NGOs and governments. Key contributions: establishing the Biodynamic Association of India BDAI in 1999, conducting workshops, training programs and demonstrations, developing region-specific biodynamic practices, collaborating with local organizations and governments. Proctor's work transformed Indian agriculture, empowering farmers to adopt sustainable methods and improve livelihoods. The Biodynamic Association of India BDAI initiated and supported the formation by Peter Proctor, promoted biodynamic agriculture in India. Training and capacity building programs, demonstrations and farm visits, networking and collaboration, advocacy and policy engagement, research and development, BDAI initiatives, biodynamic farming training for small-scale farmers, organic farming certification programs, soil health improvement projects, biodiversity conservation efforts. Demeter International, a global certification body, verifies biodynamic practices. BDAI collaborates with Demeter to certify Indian biodynamic farms. Demeter certification ensures adherence to biodynamic principles, high-quality produce, environmental sustainability. BDAI's partnership with Demeter enhances India's biodynamic credibility and market access. Biodynamic principles ensure soil vitality, biodiversity conservation, minimal external inputs. Biodynamic farming produces high-quality food characterized by rich nutritional content, vibrant flavors and textures, environmental sustainability, improved shelf life. BDAI has established regional chapters across India. In Tamil Nadu, focuses on small-scale farmer empowerment. In Karnataka, emphasizes sustainable agriculture and market linkages. In Uttarakhand, concentrates on Himalayan region-specific biodynamics. Kin in Andhra Pradesh supports farmer cooperatives. In Gujarat, develops biodynamic mango and livestock practices. In northeast states of India, encourages regional biodiversity conservation and tea plantation. In Odisha, focuses on tribal community empowerment. In Kerala, promotes organic and biodynamic farming in spices and tea. Consuming biodynamic produce supports sustainable agriculture, ecological balance, and human well-being.
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕೊಡಿ. ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಎಕೋ ರಿವರ್ಬ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಚೆಕ್, ಮೈಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, ಫ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕೋ ರಿವರ್ಬ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್. Hello, check. Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for this wonderful occasion. We are starting with a Ganesha Stuti followed by a folk song. महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि, महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि, वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि, वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं take the blessings of Lord Nation. Just continue with the folk song. It is called Panchami Haba. Panchami Haba ಉಳಿದಾವ ದಿನನಾಕ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕ ಕರಿಯಾಕ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಫೋಕ್ ಥೀಮ್, ಜಾನಪದ ಹಾಡು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪಂಚಮಿ ಹಬ್ಬ ಉಳಿದವ ದಿನನಾಕ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕ ಕರಿಯಾಕ. ಪಂಚಮಿ ಹಬ್ಬ ಉಳಿದವ ದಿನನಾಕ ಅಣ್ಣ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕ ಕರಿಯಾಕ. ಅಣ್ಣ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕ ಕರಿಯಾಕ. ನನ್ನ
ಹಲೋ 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 ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವರಿವನ್.
ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯೇ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯೇ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯಿ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ, ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯಿ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ, ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯಿ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ, ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ. ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯಿ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ, ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತೆ. ತಾಯೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಭೂಮಿ ತಾಯೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಕಾಯ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ ಸಕಲ ಜೀವ ಜಾತಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಇದೊಂದು ಸಂತ ಶಿಶುನಾಳ ಶರೀಫರ ಜಾನಪದ ಶೈಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ. ಹಲೋ 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 ಎಲ್ಲ ದೇವಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಜಾನಪದ ಶೈಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೇ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕಂಜರ ಮಾತ್ರ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಹಲೋ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀರಾ ಈ ಸಾಂಗು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣೆ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಬನ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲಮ್ಮನ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಧೋ ಉಧೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಉಧೋ 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 ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣ್ ಎಲ್ಲವನಂತತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲಿ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲು ಶಿವನೊಲ್ಲ ಹೆಗರಿಸಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲು ಶಿವನೊಲ್ಲ ಹೆಗರಿಸಿದೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿನೊಳಗೆ ಪುಟ್ಟಿ ಉಗುರಾಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಗಿಳಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲಿ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನಂತತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲಿ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಅರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲಿ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನಂತತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಲಿ ಕಾಣೆನೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
What a beautiful start that was. I would like to thank Geeta ma'am and Veeraya sir for starting up with such a beautiful melody. Before we start, I would like to show my deep respect and welcome Mr. H.K. Patil sir and Sidramaya sir to this function. We have a small AV that is going to be played now regarding the association. I request everybody to kindly watch that. Thank you.
India has been an agricultural country since ancient times, providing quality food to its people and other parts of the world. The shortage of food supply during the 1960s to introduce the Green Revolution, a concept that involved the extensive use of chemical and synthetic fertilizers. This ultimately harmed the fertility of the soil, resulting in numerous health conditions among the people of India. Similar issues occurred in other parts of the world.
Rudolf Steiner, 1861 to 1925, was an Austrian philosopher, spiritual teacher, and social reformer. Founded Anthroposophy, a spiritual movement emphasizing human development and consciousness. In 1924, Steiner introduced Biodynamics, a holistic approach to agriculture, in response to concerns about soil degradation and agricultural decline. Steiner's agricultural lectures in Koberwitz, Poland, now Kobiersheis. 1. Viewing farms as self-contained ecosystems. 2. Using natural preparations to enhance soil fertility. 3. Considering cosmic and terrestrial influences on plant growth. 4. Fostering biodiversity and ecological balance. Steiner's biodynamic principles have inspired a global movement, promoting sustainable agriculture and environmental stewardship.
Peter Proctor, a New Zealand biodynamic expert, dedicated his life to promoting sustainable agriculture in India. From 1994 until his passing in 2018, Proctor worked tirelessly with Indian farmers, NGOs and governments. Key contributions: establishing the Biodynamic Association of India BDAI in 1999, conducting workshops, training programs and demonstrations, developing region-specific biodynamic practices, collaborating with local organizations and governments. Proctor's work transformed Indian agriculture, empowering farmers to adopt sustainable methods and improve livelihoods. The Biodynamic Association of India BDAI, initiated and supported the formation by Peter Proctor, promoted biodynamic agriculture in India. Training and capacity building programs, demonstrations and farm visits, networking and collaboration, advocacy and policy engagement, research and development, BDAI initiatives, biodynamic farming training for small-scale farmers, organic farming certification programs, soil health improvement projects, biodiversity conservation efforts. Demeter International, a global certification body, verifies biodynamic practices. BDAI collaborates with Demeter to certify Indian biodynamic farms. Demeter certification ensures adherence to biodynamic principles, high-quality produce, environmental sustainability. BDAI's partnership with Demeter enhances India's biodynamic credibility and market access. Biodynamic principles ensure soil vitality, biodiversity conservation, minimal external inputs. Biodynamic farming produces high-quality food characterized by rich nutritional content, vibrant flavors and textures, environmental sustainability, improved shelf life. BDAI has established regional chapters across India. In Tamil Nadu, focuses on small-scale farmer empowerment. In Karnataka, emphasizes sustainable agriculture and market linkages. In Uttarakhand, concentrates on Himalayan region-specific biodynamics. KIN in Andhra Pradesh supports farmer cooperatives. In Gujarat, develops biodynamic mango and livestock practices. In northeast states of India, encourages regional biodiversity conservation and tea plantation. In Odisha, focuses on tribal community empowerment. In Kerala, promotes organic and biodynamic farming in spices and tea. Consuming biodynamic produce supports sustainable agriculture, ecological balance, and human well-being.
Thank you. ಕೃಷಕನ ಶ್ರಮವೇ ಸಮಾಜದ ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವ. ಅವರು ಬೆಳೆದ ಕೊಪ್ಪರಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ. A farmer's toil is the foundation of society. Our future lies in the crops they nurture. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. Before we start, I would like to call upon all the dignitaries onto the stage. Honorable Mr. H.K. Patil sir, Mr. Sidramaya sir, President, Vice President, Jairam sir, Secretary, Treasurer, MC members of BDAI. Biodynamic farming is an approach that emphasizes the holistic relationship between soil, plants and animals within a farm ecosystem. It goes beyond organic farming by incorporating spiritual and mystical perspectives such as lunar and celestial rhythms, herbal remedies, and compost preparations. Biodynamic farming aims to create a self-sustaining and balanced farm system that enhances biodiversity and promotes soil health. It differs from conventional organic farming methods by its additional focus on cosmic influences and preparations aimed at revitalizing the soil and enhancing plant vitality. May we commence this event with our Raita Geete and Nada Geete, a combination of both the songs. To sing these songs, I would request our talented singers, Ms. Geeta and Veeraya sir, onto the stage.
Hello. Hello, check. ಶುಭೋದಯ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ. ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ.
ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿವನಗಳ ನಾಡೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ. ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ, ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ, ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ. ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ, ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ. ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ, ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ. ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ. ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ, ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ, ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ. ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸನ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ, ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ. ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ. ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ, ಡಂಕಣ ಜಗಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ, ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ. ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ. ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ, ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ, ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನರ ಉದ್ಯಾನ. ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ, ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ. ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ, ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ. ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ, ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ರೈತ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ.
ರೈತ ಗೀತೆ
ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರ ಗೀತೆ. ನೇಗಿಲ ಹಿಡಿದು ಹೊಲದಳು ಹಾಡುತ್ತ ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ನೇಗಿಲ ಹಿಡಿದ ಹೊಲದಳು ಹಾಡುತ್ತ ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಫಲವನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ ಸೇವೆಯು ಪೂಜೆಯು ಕರ್ಮಯೇ ಪರಸಾಧನವೋ, ಕಷ್ಟದಳನ್ನವ ದುಡಿವ ನೆಟಾಗಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ನೇಮದೊಳಗವನೇ ಹೋಗಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಲೋಕದಳೇನೇ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಲಿರಲಿ ತನ್ನಿ ಕಾರ್ಯವ ಬಿಡನೆಂದು, ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳುದಿಸಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರಲಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆ ಮುಕುಟಗಳು, ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳುದಿಸಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾರಲಿ ಗದ್ದುಗೆ ಮುಕುಟಗಳು, ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಸೈನಿಕರೆಲ್ಲ, ಮುತ್ತಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಲಿ ಸೈನಿಕರೆಲ್ಲ, ಬಿತ್ತುಳುವುದನವ ಬಿಡುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿತ್ತುಳುವುದನವ ಬಿಡುವುದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ಯಾರು ಅರಿಯದ ನೇಗಿಲ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ನವ ನೀಯುವನೋ, ಯಾರು ಅರಿಯದ ನೇಗಿಲ ಯೋಗಿಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ನವ ನೀಯುವನೋ, ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಬಯಸದೆ ಅತಿ ಸುಖ ಗಳಿಸದೆ ದುಡಿವನು ಗೌರವ ಕಾಸಿಸದೆ, ನೇಗಿಲ ಕುಲದೊಳಗಡಗಿದೆ ಕರ್ಮ, ಓ ನೇಗಿಲ ಕುಲದೊಳಗಡಗಿದೆ ಕರ್ಮ, ನೇಗಿಲ ಮೇಲೆಯೇ ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಧರ್ಮ, ನೇಗಿಲ ಮೇಲೆಯೇ ನಿಂತಿದೆ ಧರ್ಮ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಉಳುವ ಯೋಗಿಯ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Heartfelt thanks to Geeta ma'am and Viraya sir for enriching this culture and today's event. A big thanks to both of you. Moving ahead, ಬೆಳಕು ಎಂದರೆ ಆಶಯ ಸಂಕೇತ, ಜ್ಞಾನದ ದೀಪ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ಇದು ಕತ್ತಲನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ನಮಗೆ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನೇ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. Light is a symbol of hope, a beacon of wisdom and a source of inspiration. It dispels darkness, guiding us on our path and illuminating the way forward. May I now request our dignitaries to kindly join us for the lighting of the lamp.
ಅರಿವೆ ಗುರುವು ಎನ್ನುವ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯೇ ಒಂದು ಕಿರಣ ನೀಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಡರಿಗೆ. ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯಿಂದ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬೆಳಗು ಜೀವೆಯ ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಉರಿವೆ ನಾನೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನುರಿಯದೆ. ನೋಡಗೊಡುವೆ ಮನದ ಗಣ್ಣನು ಅರಿಯಲು ಆಡಿ ಅರಿಯ ಬಿಡಿವೆ ಅರಿವೆನೋ ಸವಿಯಲು. ಅರಿಯಲಾರೆ ಅರಿವಿನೆಲ್ಲ ಎತ್ತರ ಇರುವಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಅರಿವೆ ಆಮಿನಂತರ. ಜೀವ ಕಣದ ಜಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾ ಕಣ ಅರಿವಿನಿಂದ ಅರಿವನರಿವ ಸಾಧನ. ವಿನಯದಿಂದ ವಿಜಯ ಮಂತ್ರವಾ ಜಪಿಸುವೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗಂಗೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಮೀಯುತ್ತಾ ಹಾಡುವೆ. ಅರಿವೆ ಗುರುವು ಎನ್ನುವ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಯೇ ಒಂದು ಕಿರಣ ನೀಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಡರಿಗೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಿರಣ ನೀಡು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಡರಿಗೆ.
May this light guide us throughout. Thank you once again to all the dignitaries, and special thanks to Geeta ma'am and Viraya sir for bringing the touch of spirituality. So moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Mahesh Melvin, Secretary of BDAI, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you. First of all, I welcome the Almighty and seek the blessings of one and all of us. I'm just giving a small narration about what Rudolf Steiner said 100 years before. Imagine taking a handful of soil, hold it for a moment, and think of all the element that Creator has placed in the soil. So there are millions of plants, and through them, all living creatures could survive because of it. These days, unfortunately, most of the fruits and vegetables, all our food, whatever we eat, all full of negative influence. And that is without mentioning the fertilizer and pesticides. With the passage of time, the earth has become a place where human cannot live, steeped in their crimes. And as those who cultivate the soil often do so with no respect or love, or even in the state of inner rebellion. Their thoughts and feelings enter the seeds and poison them. Human is endlessly creating unhealthy living conditions for itself out of the ignorance. This narration was from Rudolf Steiner 100 years before. On behalf of Biodynamic Association of India, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Biodynamic Agriculture National Level Conference and a celebration of 25 years of BDAI inception and 100 years completion of Dr. Rudolf Steiner's lectures in the year 1924. Having said that, now we are looking ahead and moving forward. Our focus is on shaping the future of biodynamics in India. This conference theme strongly holds a positive approach, including regional, state-level planning, raising awareness, promoting education among farmers and consumers, capacity building, extension services, research and development, ensuring authenticity and quality control, effective marketing strategies. Together, let's chart a course for the growth and prosperity of biodynamics in India. This 2 days even aims to explore innovative approaches, challenges, opportunities in biodynamic movement. We are honored to host distinguished chief guest, Honorable the Minister Sri H.K. Patil, Sir, Minister of Law, Parliamentary Affairs, Legislation and Tourism, Government of Karnataka. He is basically a farmer, nature lover, He believes and passionate about sustainable and natural farming systems. On behalf of Biodynamic Association, we welcome you, sir, for this national level conference on biodynamic agriculture. And our keynote Thank you, sir. And our keynote speaker, renowned writer, environmentalist, professor, and farmer, Sri S.G. Siddaramaiah. On behalf of Biodynamic Association, we welcome you, sir, for this national level conference on biodynamic agriculture. I welcome the former and present office bearers, managing committee members, founding members of Biodynamic Association of India. I also welcome biodynamic experts, NGOs, all demeter licensees, certification bodies, most importantly our sponsors, media partners, press, distinguished speakers from all over the country and from other countries, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear fellow biodynamic farmers. Welcome you all. Over the next 2 days, we will share knowledge, experience, and solutions. Join us on this journey to a healthier, more sustainable future, innovative approaches, challenges, and opportunities. Welcome you all once again on behalf of Biodynamic Association of India to this conference in Bangalore International Center. Thank you very much.
ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. A big thank you to Mr. Mahesh Melvin, Secretary of BDAI, for welcoming us. May I now request our President of BDAI, Mr. K. Chandrasekaran, for the inaugural address.
A very good morning to all of you, and our heartfelt greeting from the Biodynamic Association of India. Honorable Minister Shri H.K. Patil, Minister for Law, Tourism, Government of Karnataka, respected Dr. Siddaramaiah, a renowned poet and farmer like all of us, dignitaries on the dais, galaxy of speakers who are going to speak to all of us for the next couple of days, my fellow farmers, friends from the press, we extend a warm welcome for this 2 days conference. People from various walks of life have gathered here in order to share their experience and impart knowledge to all of us for the next couple of days during various sessions that we have organized. This conference, Shaping the Future of Biodynamics in India, is very important from the present day context. I've been asked to introduce the theme for the conference for the next couple of days. The theme is Shaping the Future of Biodynamics in India. To begin with, we need to understand what is biodynamic, what are the principles underlying, what are the things to be taken care now and later in order for our people, for our farmers to produce quality, balanced, nutritious food to be given to the people of not only to our country, but to entire world. I'll take only a couple of minutes to explain in brief about biodynamics as people understand. All of you are aware, biodynamic is a method of holistic cultivation which is based on the astronomical science and the cosmic energy. The impact of the plants, the sun, the moon, and the cosmic energy, and their impact on soil, plants, and animals, including human beings. The movement of stars and constellations play a very important role on agriculture and also on the people. Biodynamic agriculture is based on the concept of farm as an autonomous and living organism, as our secretary has explained the importance of the organisms found in the soil. Biodynamic farms aspire to generate their own fertility through composting, integrating animal, cover cropping, and crop rotation. Now, what went wrong? India has been a strong agriculture country for time immemorial, and people were able to produce the quality food and were able to offer the best food to the consumers for a period of time. Subsequently, what went wrong? During 1960s, I think all of us were aware, the Green Revolution was introduced, which called for a very extensive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Initially, that helped us to produce more and more food product, but we didn't understand what is the ill effect of using a very heavy dose of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. This usage of chemical fertilizer and pesticides have completely spoiled the fertility of the soil, and over a period of time, the productivity also had come down. But more than all these things, what went wrong, what affected the people very badly is that the bad quality of food produced on account of this extensive use of fertilizer and pesticide created innumerable health problems for the people. More and more people got affected by various unknown diseases. These diseases were not heard of earlier. So these were actually affecting the people of India very badly. The scientists, the agriculture expert thereafter took a very intensive research and development and found that we need to forthwith stop using such a heavy dose of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. So they wanted us to go back to our old system of agriculture using nature, the biomanure that we are able to generate in order for us to give the soil, the Mother Earth, what it needs so that you can produce the best quality of food. What affected in India, the heavy dose of chemical fertilizer and pesticide affected the other part of the world as well. Those people also experienced a very a large number of disease and health problems which affected the people all over the world. It is at that point in time, exactly about 100 years back, as Mr. Melvin mentioned, Rudolf Steiner from Austria is a philosopher, is an architect, is a very great agricultural expert. He has come out with an excellent remedy for sorting out all the issues. He delivered 8 days lecture in which he informed the people how to get back to our earlier system. He has not stopped by saying that you have to produce, you have to get back to the earlier system. He introduced various preparations. I think the next 2 days we are going to see from 501 to 507, where the cow horn manure and various manures prepared with the help of herbs and medicinal plants in order for us to completely eliminate the usage of the chemical fertilizer and pesticides. This was very seriously followed by Peter Proctor and his partner, who is sitting here, none other than Rachel Pomeroy. I think we are really grateful to have her here. Both the partners traveled very extensively in every part of the country, met the farmers, created a small team in order for us to understand what is biodynamics, how to prepare the biomanures and pesticides without affecting the soil. So we are really grateful to both Peter Proctor and Madam Rachel for giving their life. See, they have been here for several decades to share their experience and knowledge and imparted the same by way of various trainings that they have conducted in India. We are richly benefited on account of their continuous contribution in this field. It is at that point in time, the experts in India, they have taken the cue from what was taught by them and formed Biodynamic Association exactly 25 years back, and this is now our Silver Jubilee year. In order to commemorate the 100th year of Biodynamic movement started by Rudolf Steiner, and the Biodynamic movement started in India about 25 years back, the Biodynamic Association thought it fit to have a conference for a couple of days where we can invite people from the experts from all over the country, and we will also request some of the experts like Madam Rachel to come to India, meet the farmers, share their experience, and guide us through and make how to eliminate the usage of chemical fertilizer and go back to our earlier method of cultivation. BDAI has taken up 4 or 5 important tasks for itself. One is that we need to inform the farmers, educate by appropriate training, how to manufacture and how to produce the biodynamic preparations and compost. That will help, like what we call double jeopardy, that will help the farmers to reduce the cost of inputs. If you go for chemical fertilizer, you have to spend a lot of money for taking care of the plants. But in this method, your cost will come down. Because this is our experience in our 200-acre farm. My cost has come down over a period of 3 to 4 years' time by 50%. My productivity has gone up by 50%. So in both ways, the farmers will get benefited. That we conduct various training programs all over the country. Please believe me that BDAI has taken it as a challenge to conduct these training programs absolutely free of cost. All that is required is we need about 40-50 farmers to be assembled at a particular place in order for our team to go and give the training, not only theoretical, but also on the practical aspect. So it gives our farmer friends a first-hand information. Even here, after the 2 days deliberation, a farm visit is organized on 24th, where 50-60 farmers are going to come with us to a place near Harur, where there is going to be 1 full day's practical experience, followed by a 6 days program. It's an extensive training program. About 30-40 farmers have shown very keen interest to attend that program of the training for 4 days. So we really thank all of them for showing interest in learning and making use of that over a period of time in the farm in order for them to produce the best quality product to be offered to the public at large. What is the need for the conference? We have already discussed. We need to give the first-hand information, advice, knowledge to all the farmers through various experts who have come. There are 40 people who have come to share their experience on various facets of biodynamic agriculture, its impact, and what is to be done to develop further and sustain what we are developing. We shouldn't start and stop at a particular stage. We need to keep on continuing. This is a continuous process. So we need to understand how to keep it. This 2-day conference has been organized accordingly, and there are a lot of experts present here from diverse group, and to share their insight and experiences. The success of farmers will depend on their listening to the speakers and apply whatever they are going to learn in their own field and share their knowledge with the people in their own villages and towns. And BDAI also has taken up for extending the marketing support to the farmers who wanted to market their product in India and also in the international market. We have also taken up in the next couple of years' time, we will have a chapter in every state to have the biodynamic chapters in order for them to take and conduct programs like this. Minister Ji, and we are all aware, Sikkim is the first state, not only in India, who have declared the state chemical-free state. Sikkim is the first state in the world. There is no other country who have got 100% elimination of chemical fertilizer. I would request to use our good office. Let us start from Karnataka. Karnataka is very fast in implementing the biodynamic and organic method of cultivation. We seek, on behalf of all the farmers present here, we humbly seek your intervention and help us out in doing it. The Biodynamic Association of India are always ready to take your instructions, propagate the concept of biodynamic agriculture in every part of Karnataka, and with your support, take this to the other part of India as well. We seek your blessings, we seek your support. I would request all the participants to make use of these 2 days deliberation. Kindly listen to them and take the clarifications then and there. Please don't keep this as a classroom lecture. Let it be an interactive session so that you will get an answer for all the doubt that you have, because you will not be able to get 40 people at a time at a particular place. Nobody will have this kind of a time and opportunity. So BDAI has given you an opportunity to listen to several speakers from different walks of life, from different background and knowledge. Kindly make use of them. And at the end of the day, 2-day deliberations, we should be fully, immensely enriched with the required knowledge on biodynamic. And we need to also discuss with them how to sustain that, how to shape and keep it the future measures we need to discuss and keep biodynamic movement as a constant movement. We from the BDAI will actually come wherever you want us to come to conduct a training program and give you the required training free of cost. We wish, on behalf of the BDAI, a wonderful conference for the next couple of days' time, and whatever queries after these deliberations are there, the Secretariat and we have an office who will be able to give you the answers to all the queries that you might raise for a period of time. We are available online. We are going to conduct online meetings also in the days to come. Kindly join us, and whatever doubts that you have, we will definitely be able to answer. And together, all of us join together, we can create a wonderful world. The farmers can create. Farmers are the backbone of the good food. I don't know whether I can say there is Tirukural as mentioned. I think I need this to be informed to the farmers at large. Uludundu valvare valvar, matrillam tholudundu pin selvare. The meaning of that is the people who are involved in agriculture are the people to be respected. They are the people to be respected. All other people, we have to only follow the farmers, because the farmers are the people who give us the food. So we will put a big namaskar to the farmers. Farmers are the people who take care of our good food. So all the very best to all of you, and let us have a wonderful conference. And whatever thing that you need us to do, please let us know. The secretary is here, a team is here. We are here to take care of your interest. Thank you very much once again on behalf of BDAI. Namaskar. Thank you.
ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೆ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಮೇ ಐ ನೌ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ Jairam sir, founder EcoPath Green, to address the gathering.
Namaste to all of you, honorable guests and dais, and all the delegates and farmers and activists from all over India for biodynamic and organic agriculture. Why I come to here, I want to inform key points about this our activity as well, the guests of honor here. And you will be wondering, welcome to the Bangalore is the garden city as well as organic capital of India. Why? What is the special status of organic capital of India is that Bangalore is consuming more organic products in the entire India. And there are about 600 to 700 stores in Bangalore city. So this is all started. I want to tell you a very interesting thing. And yes, Sikkim is the first state in the India in the world to start this, make it as a fully organic state. And we are also wondering why Honorable Law Minister and Tourism Minister is invited to this conference. We have particularly, actually, we had vision of calling him to this program, because very interesting thing is that till 2004, any state in India was not having any policy for the organic. Not a single paise was spending. All the money was going to the all chemical and practices and factory other things. So there was no policy. Universities also not teaching any organic syllabus or anything like that. When he was agriculture minister in 2004, first time in India, Karnataka government made a organic policy, and everything started from there. I think should I give big thanks, and I'm always grateful, because I am an activist from so many years in this field, and we know what was happening earlier also before 2004. All these things. Now the policy started, many things are started. Still, a thing, is moving this thing. And sir also is, is a very pro people, pro movement, pro people, pro social activisms and other movement. And now he is, as a tourism minister, he is also introducing a farming tourism. There is no policy also about farm tourism policy. Very important. So he wants to make all the farms, all the places where people can visit, learn and training. This is going to be a big change maker. I feel that it is going to happen soon. That's why very grateful to him. I'm a big follower of him, fan of him as an organic, as an activist, as well as a farmer. So we need such leaders to make organic to happen very big way. And we got respected Siddaramaiah sir, and He is a renowned writer and he writes about all social changes, many critical issues. He is a critical writer. He is not like writing stories, other things. You should see his articles, all research oriented and pro people, pro society and for the change. He is also a change maker and himself is a farmer. He always, we discuss so many things, which plant, how to plant, so much interested. Yeah, yes, this is very important. When you write something about organic or about society, about transformation, that's a big thing. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for, that's why we have invited him also. And I want to introduce a few more people. I'll just finish it. Babu sir is here. I'm also a big fan of Babu sir because in Bangalore, no product was available till Babu sir started in Ikra and he started selling, from Indira Nagar, a small place, organic products. It's very important, you should remember. And Madam Gayatri also is here. Where is Madam Gayatri? They all, working with, all farmers, very committed activism, very committed, work they are doing it. So this is most important. And other guests and under Mahesh Melvin is an young guy, young farmer in Ooty. Now we are all going to eat, what he has grown, in the food. We have prepared very nice thing. Very committed. And you also know about Chandrasekaran sir. He has got 200 acres of, organic farm and doing moringa and other products, exporting all over the world. And you should go and see that place. He is a big man, he is an entrepreneur, but he has come to the organic. Why? He knows that we are discussing, definitely you have to contribute back to the society, and this is the best way of contributing, making our farmers and health very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And also, we're talking about more things to happen in biodynamic as well as organic. We are having a big plan. We are going to work under leadership, and all of us join. Rachel, madam, I spoke about you. I learned about you about those things, and we are going to learn, all the training from under you also. So Samuel and everybody you're all joining and making this movement, and thank you very much. You should join this movement, and you all can become your leaders. We don't want actually followers. All of you should become leaders to make this movement happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jairam sir. Moving ahead, today we have S.G. Siddaramaiah sir as our guest of honor. 2 ಮಾತುಗಳು ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿಗಳಾದ S.G. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ತುಮಕೂರಿನ ಸಿದ್ಧಗಂಗಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಜೀವನ ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದವರು. ಅವರು ಮಡಿಕೇರಿ, ಸಿಂಧನೂರು, ತುಮಕೂರು, ಕೊರಟಗೆರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ದುಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಿಗೆ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕಾಯಕಲ್ಪ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಚನಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಹಲವು ಕಮ್ಮಣಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವನ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಸಸಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. 2 ಮಾತುಗಳು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಸಭೆಗೆ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನ ಈ ಅಪೂರ್ವವಾದ ಸಮಾವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಾದ ಮಾನ್ಯ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ಜಿಯವರೇ, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ಜಿಯವರೇ, ಬಾಬು ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಯರಾಮ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ಆಸಕ್ತ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಾದ್ದು, ನಾಡಗೀತೆ ಮತ್ತು ರೈತಗೀತೆ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಹಾಡಿದರು. ನಾಡಗೀತೆ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸಂಕೇತವಾದ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ಎನ್ನುವ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ರೈತಗೀತೆ ಇಡೀ ವಿಶ್ವದ ರೈತರನ್ನು ಗಮನದಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದ ಕವಿ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಪದ ಬಳಸ್ತಾರೆ. ನೇಗಿಲ ಯೋಗಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಪದವನ್ನು. ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ತರಹದ ಪ್ರಯೋಗವನ್ನು, ವಿಶೇಷಣಯುಕ್ತ ಪ್ರಯೋಗವನ್ನು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಯಾರೂ ಬಳಸಿರಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಕೇಳಿದಂತೆ ಇದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನೇಗಿಲ ಯೋಗಿ, ಯೋಗಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಶಬ್ದ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತೀವಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ನೇಗಿಲ ಕಾಯಕದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿದಂತೆ ಆ ಕಾಯಕಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಯೌಗಿಕ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕವಿ ನೇಗಿಲ ಯೋಗಿನದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗೋ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರನ್ ಅವರು ಯಾವುದು ತಿರುಕ್ಕುರುಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಿರುವ ಪದವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ರೈತರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಳಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತಾಪಿ ಜನದ ಬಗೆಗಿನ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಕಾಯಕ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗಿನ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೊಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ 2 ದಿವಸದ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಭೂಮಿ, ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತನ ಮಗನಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಜೊತೆಯೊಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಬೆವರು ಹರಿಸ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಬೆಳೆದದ್ದನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನೋದ್ರೊಳಗಿರುವ ಖುಷಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಖುಷಿ ಎಂಥ ಖುಷಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ತರಹ ಬೆಳಿತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗಿನ ಖುಷಿ. ಏನೇನೋ ಹಾಕಿ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಹೊತ್ತಿನೊಳಗೆ ಎಂಥ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗಿರೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಭೂಮಿ. ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವಕಾಶವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ನಮಗಿರುವ ಒಂದು ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ದೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಒಬ್ಬ ರೆಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ನಾಯಕ ಅಮೆರಿಕಾದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಬರೆಯುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರದೊಳಗೆ ನೆನಪಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ. ಏನು, ಈ ಭೂಮಿ, ಈ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಸಾಲ, ಕಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಜೋಪಾನವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಎಚ್ಚರವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಲೇನೆ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳಿಗೆ ವಂಚನೆ ಎಸಗದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ದು ಅಗತ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳೇನಿವೆ, ಈ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವಂಥ ಮೂಲ ಧಾತುಗಳು. ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸವಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ವಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಅದು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೇಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರಿತ ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಉಪಯೋಗವನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತ್ರ ವಾರಸುದಾರರಲ್ಲ. ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, 29 ಕೋಟಿ ಜೀವರಾಶಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಹಕ್ಕುದಾರರು, ವಾರಸುದಾರರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸರಪಳಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸರಪಳಿಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಬರದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಬದುಕಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದೇನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೃಷಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಅನ್ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಅದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ವಿಕೃತಿ. ವಿಕೃತಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದ ನಾಶಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ನಾಶಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ದೇಶದ ನಾಶಕ್ಕೆ, ಇಡೀ ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ನಾಶಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನನಗೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚೇನು 4-5 ವರ್ಷದ ಹುಡುಗನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗಿನಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೃಷಿಯ ಜೊತೆಯೊಳಗೆ ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವನು. ಸಗಣಿ ಹಾಕೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಾವು ದನ ಕಾಯೋದು, ಕುರಿ ಕಾಯೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಬೇಸಾಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ MA ಓದುವವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೇಸಾಯ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೇನೇ ಬದುಕು ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಆಗಲೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಬರುವ ಪೂರ್ವದೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಹೇಗೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೆನಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇದಿದೆ. ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಇದೆ, ಆನಂತರ ಸಾವಯವ ಕೃಷಿ ಇದೆ, ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಕೃಷಿ ಇದೆ. ಇವು ಮೂರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ವಿಧಾನಗಳು ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬಂತೋ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಇಳುವರಿಯ ದುರಾಸೆಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಬಂತೋ, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತನ್ನೋದು ಕೃಷಿಯ ಒಳಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಪ್ರವೇಶಿಸ್ತೋ, ಆಗಿನಿಂದ ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಅನುಭವಿಸಬಾರದ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದು ಒಳಗಾಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರೋದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಅನುಭವದ ನೆರವಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮವರ ಕೃಷಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕೃಷಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ನಿಸರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಎರವಾಗದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡ ಕೃಷಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ, ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆರೆ, ಕಟ್ಟೆ, ಕುಂಟೆ, ಪೆಂಚೆ, ಬೆಂಚೆ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರ ಬಳಸುವಿಕೆಯ ಒಂದು ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಬಳಸುವಿಕೆಯ ವಿಧಾನಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎರವಾಗದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಅವರು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಕೃಷಿ ವಿಧಾನಗಳು ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಈಗ, ಆನಂತರದೊಳಗೆ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಕಾಸವಾದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಅದರ ಬಳಕೆಯೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದುರಾಸೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚುಗೊಳಿಸಿಕೊಂಡ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ದುರುಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ದುರುಪಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಲೇನೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ತರಹದ ನಾಶಕಾರಕವಾದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸರಪಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಆತಂಕವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಿದಂತೆ ಎರವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂಲ ಆಶಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂತನ್ನೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಬಾಬು ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನಾವು ಕೆಲವು ಸಾರಿ ಈ ವಾಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಯಾವ ಬೀಜವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ಹಗಲಿನಲ್ಲೋ ಅಥವಾ ರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲೋ ಯಾವಾಗ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಲವು ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಿದ್ರು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿಯ ಜ್ಞಾನದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದರೆ, ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮವರು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕವನ್ನೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿದರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿದೆ, ಅರೆಮಲೆನಾಡಿದೆ, ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆ ಇದೆ, ಬೆಂಗಾಡು ಸೀಮೆ ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನೀರಾವರಿ ಸೀಮೆಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ವೈಲಕ್ಷಣ್ಯಗಳ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಬಂದಿರುವ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಆಯಾ ನೆಲಮೂಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗಿನ ಬೀಜಗಳನ್ನು, ನೆಲಮೂಲ ತಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಂತೆನೇ ಕೃಷಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯಬಾರದ ಕಡೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದನ್ನು ಬಯಲು ಸೀಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದು ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಸುರಿಯಬಾರದ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಸುರಿತೇವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರನ್ನು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾದು ತಪ್ಪಿಸುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಆ ರೈತರು ಆ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಹೊತ್ತಿನೊಳಗಿದ್ದ ದುಡ್ಡು, ಅದರ ಬೆಲೆ ಬೆಳೆದ ನಂತರದೊಳಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಮುಖವಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಬೆಳೆ, ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಎಂಥ ನಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಮಿಡಿ ಸೌತೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಈ ವೆನಿಲ್ಲಾ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದು, ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಡ್ರ್ಯಾಗನ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದು, ದಾಳಿಂಬೆ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದು, ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಳೆಯಬಾರದ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಕ್ಕೆ ರೈತರನ್ನು ಗುರಿಪಡಿಸಿ ಆಸೆ ಆಮಿಷಗಳನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸಿ ಅವರು ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಜೋತು ಬಿದ್ದಂತೆ, ಹಣದಾಸೆಗೆ ಜೋತು ಬಿದ್ದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಲಗಾರರಾಗಿ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಯ ಹಾದಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತನ್ನೋದನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದ ಸಾವಿನೋವಿದೆ ಹೊರತು ಬೇರೆ ಏನಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ವದೊಳಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ರೈತರು ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಗೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಂಡ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಬಡತನವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರಿಸುವಂಥ ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಆಧುನಿಕ ದುರಾಸೆಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ರೈತರು ಸಾಲ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತು, ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆಯ ಸರಪಣಿಯು ಕೂಡ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ಡ್ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ಕೃಷಿಯ ಈ ಅನಾಹುತಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಬೆಳೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಇದಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಮೊದಲು ಕಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಂತಲೇ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋವಂಥದ್ದು, ಕಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದ್ದು. ಕಳೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಳೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲಬು, ಸಾಲೆಬೋಟು, ಅಣ್ಣೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು, ಕನ್ನೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು, ಉಪ್ಪಿನ ಚಲ್ಟ, ಹೊಂಬಾಳೆ ಹುಲ್ಲು ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಳೆಯ ನಡುವೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಕಳೆಗಳಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಕಳೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ರೈತ ಸ್ನೇಹಿಯಾಗಿದ್ವೇ ಹೊರತು ಅವು ರೈತ ವಿರೋಧಿಯಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಿತ್ತು ದನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ಹುಲ್ಲು ಮೇಯಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಮೇವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಕಳೆಗಳನ್ನು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಯಿ ಪಲ್ಯ, ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಅವುಗಳಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಆಹಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಳಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ 1963ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಬರದ ಪರಿಣಾಮದೊಳಗೆ ಬರಬಾರದ ಕಳೆಯೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂತು, ಪಾರ್ಥೇನಿಯಂ. ಆ ಪಾರ್ಥೇನಿಯಂ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಳೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಶವಾದವು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾಶವಾದವು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಸೀಮೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಹಾಕಿದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಯೊಳಗೆ ರೈತನ ಮಿತ್ರ ಎನಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಂಥ ಎರೆಹುಳ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾಶವಾಯಿತೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಳೆಗಳೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾಶವಾದವು. ಆ ಕಳೆಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಳೆಗಳು, ಈ ಪಾರ್ಥೇನಿಯಂ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಳೆಗಳು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಡಗಿರೋದು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅನುಭವಾತ್ಮಕ ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಬೇಸಾಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳು ಕಡೆಗಣಿತವಾಗೋದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದು ಅವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥವಿಲ್ಲ, ಇವುಗಳಿಂದ ಯಾವ ರೈತರು ಉದ್ಧಾರವಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸಿದ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಈ ಇಳುವರಿ ಮೋಹದೊಳಗಿನ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನೇ ಭೂಮಿ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು, ಆತ್ಮಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯದ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನೇ ರೈತರು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು. ಇದರ ಮುಖೇಣವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಒಂದು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎರವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಬದುಕು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದೇನೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರುಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಾಗಿದೆ. ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಕೃಷಿಗೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಂತೆ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವ ಕೃಷಿ ವಿಧಾನಗಳ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹರಿದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷದಾಯಕವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಡೆಗೆ ತೆರೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಕೃಷಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಂತೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಪ್ರಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಈ ಹೊತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಊರಿನೊಳಗೆ ಸರ್ವಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ಎನ್ನುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಸ್ಮಶಾನದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು, ಊರಿನ ನಡುವೆಯೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿರುವ ಸ್ಮಶಾನದಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಭೂಮಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ, ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಭೂಮಿ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಪ್ರಣೀತ ತತ್ವದ ಆಧಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯದ ಆಧಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಆ ಆಶಯ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡೋದೇ ಹೊರತು, ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸೋದೇ ಹೊರತು, ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಎರವಾಗುವ, ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಭಾರವಾಗುವ ತತ್ವ, ಆಲೋಚನೆ, ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೋ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಋತುಗಾನಕ್ಕನುಗುಣವಾಗುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೋ ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಉತ್ತರದಾಯಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡವರಾಗ್ತೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಬೇರೆ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೃಷಿಕನ ಮಗನಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವವನಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಲವು ಅನುಭವಗಳ ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗಿನ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಜಯರಾಮ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಜಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಒತ್ತಾಯವೇ ಕಾರಣ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಾವಧಾನದಿಂದ ಕೇಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. ವಂದನೆಗಳು.
A deep connection between soil and nature, how to utilize the earth effectively using the Panchabhutas, traditional farming and conventional agriculture system, and the life revolving around agriculture was beautifully spoken by S.G. Siddaramaiah sir. Thank you so much, sir, for all your invaluable insights. Moving ahead, we have reached the integral part of this whole ceremony. We are having H.K. Patil sir as our chief guest. I think I am a very small person to talk about sir, yet I would like to speak a few words. H.K. Patil sir comes from an agricultural background which significantly influenced his career and interests. He is a senior politician affiliated with the Indian National Congress. Over the years, sir has held several significant positions, including Minister for Rural Development and Panchayat Raj, Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs, and Minister for Water Resources in the Karnataka government. As an agriculturalist, Patil sir has been deeply committed to the welfare of farmers and rural development. He has worked on initiatives to improve irrigation facilities, promote sustainable farming practices, and enhance the overall agricultural infrastructure in Karnataka. Sir has championed several innovative projects aimed at boosting agricultural productivity and ensuring the economic stability for farmers. His efforts include promoting organic farming, encouraging the use of modern agricultural technologies, and supporting cooperative movements among farmers. His contributions to agriculture and rural development has been innumerous. His current role as the Tourism Minister of Karnataka, he focuses on leveraging the state's rich cultural and natural heritage to boost tourism. He aims to integrate sustainable agricultural practices with tourism, promoting agro-tourism as a means to showcase Karnataka's agricultural heritage and provide additional income streams for farmers. Sir continues to advocate the policies to support the farmers to promote their sustainable agriculture and enhance rural development. His vision includes creating a synergy between tourism and agriculture to benefit both sectors and ensure the holistic development of Karnataka. We are privileged to have you among with us here today, sir. May I now request Mr. H.K. Patil, Honorable Tourism Minister, Government of Karnataka, to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
I'm in dilemma whether I should start in English or I should speak in Kannada. Yeah. Anyway, wherever I find it difficult to express fully in English, I will switch over to Kannada. And wherever our guests from other states and other countries are here, for the benefit of them, I will make some references in English. At the outset, I congratulate Biodynamics Association for celebrating the silver jubilee of their efforts. I am very happy that a man, a known literary figure of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, has rendered the keynote address. We have with us stalwarts, people who have experienced, who have practiced this biodynamic practice. While I start, I would like to greet Srimati Rachel, the expert, Mr. Samuel and Mr. Babu, who is very much responsible for making organic produce marketable in Bangalore and in India. Mr. Jairam, who is a great advocate of organic farming, he is one who lost in commerce, but he did not worry about that. He continued to advocate for organic products, and even at the loss, because he had a great commercial spot. Even if he was ready to give it on rent, he would have got double or triple of the gains what he was getting from his hotel green. But he felt that his services are more necessary for organic sector, and I congratulate him on that. Mr. Mahesh gave us a lot of details of the activities of the organization. We all will have to really remember Rudolf Steiner, who envisioned this biodynamic farming a century ago. His vision was much more than just a method of cultivation. It is a philosophy rooted in understanding the deep connections between the land, the cosmos, and the health of our communities. By incorporating astronomical sciences, observing rhythms of sun, moon, and cosmic energies, This approach allows farmers to cultivate in ways that enhance the vitality of their crops, soil, and the people who consume the produce. I am truly inspired by the work being done by Biodynamic Association of India and the way they have taken things further. I remember 20 years ago, one great gentleman, expert, Mr. Peter Proctor of New Zealand, he came to my taluka, Gadag, where my brother was also very keenly associated with the organization. And there was a lot of resolve by farmers saying that we'll start this practice, biodynamic agriculture. But if you look at the progress, if you look at the growth of this biodynamic farming, I'm sure none of you will be very, very happy about the growth, the participation, more number of farmers joining this practice. It's already 100 years now. We're also celebrating centenary of biodynamic farming. But in last 100 years, are we happy to say that more number of farmers are coming for this practice? Why only biodynamic farming? Even take organic farming. Organic farming, government has given a lot of strength. We have made policy. We might not have given a lot of incentives, but it is streamlined. Even organic farming, you can only name 1 dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen of farmers who are organic farmers in each taluka in Karnataka, except Bangalore. Bangalore outskirts, there are more number of organic farmers because they have a lot of market potential and they have commercially got very much benefited. But long distance from capital, you will not find organic farmers. At least there are not more than 100 in each taluka. We'll have to introspect. Is 100 years a small time? Why is this delay in spreading, in making this popular? Many of us feel that this is because of the government's policy. I will not fully agree. Government policy is also one which would have popularized this in a big way, but we are not really interested. No government, whether the central government or this party government here, there, wherever they are, we have failed in popularizing either organic policy, organic farming or biodiversity farming or natural agriculture. I was listening to Mr. Chandrasekaran. He was expecting chemical-free agriculture, and I'm really astonished and very happy to know, I'm pleased to know, everyone is pleased to know that Sikkim state has become a chemical-free agriculture state. A wonderful idea, wonderful achievement. I congratulate that gentleman who inspired them or who worked for making Sikkim as chemical free agriculture state. That type of practices, at least chemical free agriculture talukas, hoblis, villages should happen. But I doubt whether it can happen. Chemical free agriculture or corruption free politics, both are very, very difficult to happen. Friends, but still we are to strive for that. I remember a lecture by a great statesman who was telling us that Indian National Congress was just a group of elite class, some advocates, some businessmen were sitting and thinking loudly what should happen to the country. And this type of thinking or discussions, interactions, meetings, they went on for decades together. But the concept of independence became people's movement only when Gandhiji came to the leadership stage. When Gandhiji took over as president of the Congress that time, a Congress which was fighting for nation's freedom, which was leading the freedom movement, he took over as leader, president of the party, and from then it became a people's movement. Likewise, unless we make organic farming or biodiversity farming as people's movement, farmers' movement, we will not be able to take this further fast. We have one great advantage in this biodynamic farming, because we all know, we all express also that this farming got revolution or sparked revolution as a philosophy also. And that's why every one of us are now practicing this who are religious. One who don't believe in God, he will not definitely go for this agriculture. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಹೋಮ ಹವನ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ನಂಬುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೊಂದು ವೀಕ್ನೆಸ್ಸು ಇದೆ. ವಿ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಗಾಡ್. ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ವೆದರ್ ಗಾಡ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಬಿಲೀವ್. ಮುಂಜಾನೆ ಎದ್ದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಾವು ದೇವ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಷ್ಟ ಅವರು ನಾನು ನಂಬೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಬಹಿರಂಗವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸಹಿತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ದೇವರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟವರು. ದೇವರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಟವರು ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ನೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗೋದು ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ನಾವು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ನಾವು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ದೇವರು, ಹೋಮ, ಹವನ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆಗಳು, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಗಳು, ನಮಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಘಟನೆಗಳು, ಅವು ಏನೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿವಿ, ಆ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಜೈವಿಕ ಸರಪಳಿ ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನು ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಜನರನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಶೇಷ ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟನ್ನ ನೀವು ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗದೆ ಹೋದರೆ, ಯು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಅದರ್ ಮೆಥಡ್. ಈಗ ಬರೇ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾರೋರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಇವನ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆರ್ now going for marketing strategy. That's why we appoint consultants. We go for people who are experts in marketing. ಯಾಕೆ ಅದು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ, ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸನ್ನು ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಮಠಮಾನ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತಡ ತರಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್. ಸರ್ಕಾರದವರಂತೂ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ರಿಕಗ್ನೈಸ್ಡ್ ಯು, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗಿವನ್ ಯು ಎನಿ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್. ನೋಡಿ, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಜೆಟ್ ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನೀವು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟರ ತೊಗೊಳ್ರಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟರ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ. ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಯು ಎವರ್ ಕಮ್ ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ the word of your biodynamic farming? No. After 100 years, if we are still at this stage, how many more years it will take to popularize this? If we all believe, if we are committed to take this further, make this popular, make country chemical-free agriculture land, we have to change our strategies. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ, ನನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕಳಕಳಿಯ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಭಾಳ ಸಲ ಇದರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡಿದ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಬರಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ಈ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಕೃಷಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಈ ಕೃಷಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಂದ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನು? ಅವನು ಈಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್. he is doing this practice since 2004. 20 years now he is doing it. ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ ನನಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಲಾಭ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. My mangoes are just sold like hotcakes in Ahmedabad and Bangalore. ಅವನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಉಳಿದ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗೋ ಗ್ರೋವರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದಾರ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 150 ರೂಪಾಯಿ 200 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟ ಆದರೆ ನಂದು 300ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಿಮ್ಮತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಮಾರಾಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯಾರಿಸನ್ ಒಳಗೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳಿತೀನಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಕಾನಮಿಕಲಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಯಬಲ್, ಪ್ರಾಫಿಟಬಲ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್, ಈ KVKs ಅದಾವಲ್ರಿ, KVKಸನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನೀವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Many of you who are experts in the field, you should bounce on university, agriculture universities, sit with them, discuss with them why are they not making this a subject. If it is already there, make it more effective. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ಸ್ ತಗೋತೇವಲ್ಲ ನಾವು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವೆಟರ್ನರಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಹಾರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಇದೆ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಇದೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಫ್ಲೋರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವೈ ನಾಟ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ, ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್? ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ವೀಕ್ನೆಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿ ದೇವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಬರುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ತಿಳಿತಾ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದೊಳಗೆ ಬೆಳಗಾವದೊಳಗೆ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಮೇ ಬಿ ನೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಮ್, ಮುತಾಲಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ಭಾಳ ಜನರನ್ನು ಆಕರ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಅಡ್ವಾನ್ಸ್. ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಲಾಭದಾಯಕ ಐತಿ, ಆಕರ್ಷಣೀಯ ಐತಿ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ನಾವು ತಿಳಿಸೋದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ವಿಫಲ ಆಗೇವಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ತಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದರೂ ಸಹಿತ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು, ಕೃಷಿ ಸಚಿವನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿನ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆದವು. ಆದರೂ ನನಗಂತೂ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಪಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ತಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ. ತಾವು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ವಿ ಮೇ ನಾಟ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. We may take 3-4 years, 5 years, but at opportune time, you can make this biodynamic agriculture policy in Karnataka and in India. ಈಗ ಪರದೇಶದವರು ಏನರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಉಳಿದ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದೊಳಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ರೀ. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡದಾಗನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಭಾಷೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿದೇಶಿಯರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಈಗ ಎಕಾನಮಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ದೊಳಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸನ್ನು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ನೊಳಗಂತೂ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂದ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಷ್ಟು ಲಘು ಲಘು ಹೊಂದ್ಕೋತೇವಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಅವರ ಈ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು? ನನಗೊಂದು ಪತ್ರ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ದಯಾನಂದ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನು ಅಗ್ರಿ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ರಿ. ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ, ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮದ ಸಚಿವನಾಗಿ ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಈ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ಹಂಪಿ, ಬದಾಮಿ, ಪಟ್ಟದಕಲ್ಲು, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸೌದತ್ತಿ, ಹಿಂಗೊಂದು ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್. ಎನಿ ಫಾರಿನರ್ ಕಮ್ಸ್, ಎನಿಬಡಿ ಹೂ ವಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಆನ್ ಟೂರ್, we tell them that my KSTTC bus will go to Hampi, then to Badami, then to Gol Gumaj, Bijapur, then go to Saudati, Elama. This is our circuit ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಂಗೆ ಈಗೇನು ಅಗ್ರಿ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ದೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ರೂರಲ್ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಏನು ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೀವಿ, ಆ ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್ನೊಳಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದವು? ಈಗ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ 200 ಎಕರೆ ಆರೆಂಜ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಐತಿ ಅಂತ, ಕೊರಿ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಐತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹಂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟನ್ನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಯು ಗಿವ್ ಅಸ್ 10-20 ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಸ್. Our department will include that officially in our circuit so that the visitors, the tourists will come, will try to understand. ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಟ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಿತ್ತಂದರೆ you give that suggestion. We are very keen to take good suggestions of that type. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಈ ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವಲ್ಲ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್, ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಸ್ ಏನದಾವು ಅಥವಾ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ಏನದಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅವೇರ್ how and where tomato is grown. ಕ್ಯಾಬೇಜ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಪೀಕ್ ಬರ್ತಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಹಾಲು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಜೋಕ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ರು ಸಹಿತ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್. ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸನ್ಸ್ ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಎನಿ ವಿಲೇಜ್. ಹಳ್ಳಿನ ನೋಡದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾವೆ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಏರಿಯಾದನ್ನು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ? ನಿಯರ್ ಬೈ ಒಂದು 10-20 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ. ಯಾವ ತೋಟದೊಳಗೆ ಟೊಮೆಟೊ ಅದ, ಕ್ಯಾಬೇಜ್ ಅದ, ಕಾಲಿಫ್ಲವರ್ ಅದ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೌತೆಕಾಯಿ ಬೆಳೆದದ, ಕಲ್ಲಂಗಡಿ ಬೆಳೆದದ, ಅಂಥ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿ. ಅವರು ಇವನ್ ಹಾರ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ, ಟೊಮೆಟೊ ಹರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಿ. ಮಗು ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವುದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಹಾಲು ಕರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಿ. ದಟ್ ಕಿಡ್ ವಿಲ್ ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡಿಕೇಡ್ಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಗೋವಾಕ್ಕೆ ಹುಡುಗರನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಹೌ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ದೋಸ್ ಕಿಡ್ಸ್ ಎಂಜಾಯ್? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರಿಸ್ಟ್, ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಈ ನಾವು ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ತೋಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ. ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೀಕ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದರು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರಿಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಿಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಆ ಸರ್ಕಿಟನ್ನು ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮದೊಳಗೆ ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೃಷಿ, ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿ ಇಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರವಾಸಿಗರನ್ನು ಕರೆದೊಯ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಟೂರಿಸಮ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ನಾನು ತಮಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅಣ್ತಂಬ್ರಿದ್ದಂಗೆ, ಈ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗು, ನೈಸರ್ಗಿಕ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗು, ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗು, ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅಣ್ತಂಬ್ರಿದ್ದಂಗೆ. ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಏನದ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಏನದ, ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧವಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ಏನು ಇವತ್ತು ಅನಾಹುತಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿವಿ. ಆ ಅನಾಹುತವನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್. whosoever who comes to government or in any big forum, people will not even accept you. Of late people have started accepting organic farming. ಮೊದಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗನ್ನು ಸಹಿತ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಅಪಹಾಸ್ಯದಿಂದ ನೋಡಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಮಗಿರುವ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಏನದ, ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಲಾಭ ಬರೋವರೆಗೂ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಜೊತೆಗೂಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ರಾಸಾಯನಿಕ ಅಥವಾ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ ಏನದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ, ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್, your practice will not really grow. ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಲಾಭ ಆಕತ್ತಂದ್ರಷ್ಟೇ ಜನ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅದು ಕೇವಲ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾವು ಅಂತಾದರೆ, ಈಗ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಗಳೊಳಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಹಂಗೆ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿಯೊಳಗೂ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸವಲತ್ತು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೃಷಿ, ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್, ಯುವರ್ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಲೋ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜೀಸನ್ನು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಇದರ ನೀತಿ, ಇದರ ತತ್ವ, ಇದರ ಮಹತ್ವ ಅರ್ಥಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಆ ಒತ್ತಡ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವೇನು ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅದನ್ನು 2004ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಂದೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ನನಗಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಜಯರಾಮ್ ಅವರು ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿಶೇಷ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಭಾಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದರು. ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದೊಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದನ್ನು ಉಣಬಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊರಟಂಥ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅವರು. ಬರೇ ಕತಿ ಬರೆದವರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು, ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿದವರು, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿದವರು. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಕಾಲ ಇರುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆ ವಂದಿಸಿ, ಆಗಮಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಬೇತುದಾರರಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Thank you, sir, for the shared wisdom and for your continuous support. Thank you very much. We are indebted to have you here today with us. Now, moving on to our felicitation ceremony, I would like to invite Ms. Rachel Pomeroy, Dr. Lucas Dengel, Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan, Mr. Raja Banerjee, Mr. Jayachandran Ariyanoor, Dr. Sultan Ismail, Ms. Binita Shah, Ms. Murali, Dr. Ramajanailu onto the stage. I also request our chief guest, Mr. M.H. Patil, sir, to kindly join for the felicitation. Ms. Rachel Pomeroy. Hello, ma'am. Followed by Dr. Lucas Dengel, followed by Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan, followed by Mr. Raja Banerjee, followed by Mr. Jayachandran Ariyanoor, Dr. Sultan Ismail, Ms. Binita Shah, Mr. Murali, Mr. Jaspal Singh, Mr. Jaspal Singh, followed by Dr. Ramajanayalu. Ramanjanayalu. Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, everybody. We'll now have a photo session. I request all the felicitators to kindly join. I request Ms. Sabarmati to kindly come on to the stage. We now have Ms. Sabarmati on the stage. I request everybody to kindly join for a photo session. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, dignitaries. I now invite Mr. Samuel Mohan, the Treasurer of BDAI, to render vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the fag end of our inaugural session, and we thank God for this beautiful weather He has provided today, in spite of all this bad weather we have been experiencing the last few days. First of all, I thank God for this great privilege given to us and enabled to see us the 25 years of celebration of Silver Jubilee, and also to see the 100 years of celebration of Biodynamic movement. First of all, let me thank our chief guest, the Honorable Minister H.K. Patil, who is the Minister for Law and Tourism. We thank you, sir, for beautiful your presence and also kindly accepting our invitation and make yourself available here to inaugurate this session in spite of all your busy schedule. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I also thank our speaker, guest of honor, Mr. Siddaramaiah, for the beautiful rendition he has given and enlightened us to this in this morning. We thank all our speakers. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We thank all the visitors and going to be speakers from all over India who have come here, and also a guest of Rachel, who has come all the way, travel to be with us and honored us on this occasion. We thank every one of you who have been present here. We also make a special mention of Mr. Jairam, who has given us a lot of support and be with us right through and made us this function a great success. We thank all my colleagues who have been working tirelessly day in and day out to make this wonderful session a very great success. So thank you, everybody. I also like to special mention of various going to be speakers who are present here. We are looking forward to listening to you and enlighten us before we depart.
And a gesture of honor to chief guest. You have done jewel box, and Chandrasekaran sir's daughter and wife should come on stage. Yeah. It's a very special gift. It's a jewel box.
Okay.
Something very different, yes.
Something very different, unique.
And designed by them only. That's very important.
Yes, you'll open and see later on. No. I thank our President, Mr. Chandrasekaran, for his tireless effort and also leadership he provided to make this function a great success. And I think we are running short of time, and I think we should get on to your business. I also like to make on record the Bangalore International Center and their trustees for providing this place and making this is a great success once again. Huh? I thank special thanks to Shivali for the beautiful rendition she has given, and we are really thrilled by her, presence. And
thank you, Samuel sir. I request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem. We can sing, they will play simultaneously. Yeah. Adinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidada Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Uchala Jaladhi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage Tava Shubha Ashish Mage Tave Java Jaya Gata Janagana Mangala Nayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidada Jaya He Jaya He Jaya He Jaya 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 He. We are now breaking for lunch, and let us resume by 1:30. The food has been arranged in the last floor. I request everybody to take your coupons, give it to them, and collect your food. Thank you.
You want a picture with me? No? Yes. Sir.
Sir, 1:30. 1:30. We have washrooms in all the floors, so a special request to everybody to kindly utilize all the floor washrooms instead of getting crowded in one particular floor. Thank you.
Gangavati husband, Mariappa Battadavaru.
Sir, the box ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಓಕೆ ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ತುಂಬ ಕೆಲಸ ಹೌದು ಎಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೌದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ tourism Raita. We have some. Association.
Biodynamic Association.
Whenever she's in India, we also meet in other countries where we are visiting as participating in different conferences. I do know her not just as a person who is involved in the different training programs. She's a very warm person, and she always knows and remembers names of farmers and people she has met. It's truly very nice knowing you, Rachel, and the fact that you're here while the BDAI is commemorating its 25 years, and comes with you the legacy of Peter. Most of the people who are here, many of us who are here, have been tutored with, or by some way or the other have had a working relationship with Peter. Though he's not here with us, the legacy moves on. And because Rachel is here, who was working with him, together with him for so many years, and I think that makes this session with you today here with all of you very, very important and very special to us. So we look forward in hearing, Rachel, and of your entire experiences and how you would like to enrich all of us here. Thank you. Over to Rachel.
Okay, would you like me to sit here or
whatever you would like to stand?
I
Yes,
prefer
sure.
to stand.
You have a mic there, please. You already have a mic there.
Yeah. Is the light over there?
We'll ask for some. Can we have some light on the podium, please? Yes. Yeah, there is light.
Okay. I have this. So I must thank you, Binita. Indeed, it's been a long and happy connection with Binita, and since our first meetings. And Binita was attended one of the very first programs with Peter Proctor in Indoor in 1994, I think was your first program. Yes, so today, as we're remembering 100 years since Rudolf Steiner gave the course in agriculture, and also 25 years of the Biodynamic Association in India. And I first came to India with Peter in 1997, so there's a number of you good folk I've met at different times over the years, and I wish I had a better memory for names and faces, but many recognise and know me, and I'm sorry I don't remember all your names, but that is wonderful to be here again. And so there's a lot of history, and we may visit that a little in this session. But I was particularly stimulated by the question which the Honourable Minister brought this morning, where he said, so it's 100 years on, why is the Biodynamic Association, or why is biodynamics in the world still a small movement? Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, do I need to be closer? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. So, and in fact, in the next breath, he also said, it was Gandhiji who, as a leader, could bring a people movement. So the thing I'd like to speak a little about is that in this course in 1924, Rudolf Steiner had been asked by local European farmers what they could do to stimulate their agriculture. They had memories, at least, of grandparents who had beautiful tasting potatoes. The lucerne crop lasted for 20 years. Seeds always germinated. Food was delicious, it was healthy, and now there's a problem. And so, yes, there was a problem. And this was answered in a couple of ways. There were some farmers came to Rudolf Steiner who seemed to have answers to all life questions, and others, well, there was chemicals starting to be available, and we know that whole line that took of supplementing farmers with chemicals. But there was a genuine problem across the countries around that Europe in that time. There was already 400 years of a strong move towards materialism. The loss of spirituality was already coming through those years of the 1900s and has come to a peak in Europe probably through the 1900s, the dropping away of churches, many Christian churches in Europe, and this loss of connection to spirituality, and then seeing a very material ways of working, and this analysis, NPK, fitted a picture, yes, and it was quickly picked up in a material world. But then there was the likes of, the British government, who then sent their agronomist Albert Howard to India to start telling them, acclimatizing them to this new form of agriculture. He gets to India and there's actually no problem with the agriculture here. In fact, he's never seen it so good. In fact, what are they doing? Can we learn how to do this? And so, instead of, trying to convert India, he set about trying to find out how they were doing it. But of course, already this material world pressure is coming on. Apparently, he was working at Pusa, and the pressure there was a bit much. He stepped over to Indore, where the pressure wasn't so great, and could do a bit more on his looking into this, into how organics was working, and finding out, learning from the local people, and being able to describe it, and doing his own research. Already in the early 1900s, he was talking about mycorrhizal fungi and these fungi on the roots of plants and how they connect up and they join up, and this network of wisdom, the world wise web under the ground. This was known in the early 1900s. And yet then through those years, later years, through the at least in India from the 1960s, when finally the Green Revolution was pushed on India, then that was all suppressed and lost. And, for me in New Zealand, an agricultural country, attended an agricultural university for 7 years in the 1960s and 70s, and I never heard of mycorrhizal fungi. I never heard of soil life. But it's only since about the 1980s that there's starting to be a bit of research around soil life, organics, and so. But coming back to this question, why has biodynamics remained small? When Rudolf Steiner gave that course, he didn't say, we tend to call it the biodynamic course. That word was made some years after Rudolf Steiner's life, but in the subtitle of the lectures, you'll see it written, the course, this is the spiritual foundations for the renewal of agriculture. What agriculture needs is spiritual foundations. And where do we find spiritual foundations in agriculture? We find it historically in all the traditional agricultures of the world, all the original knowledge systems of the world. And there, yes, there are deities live. They're the deities of life. Life is sacred. Life is sacred and divine. And I remember you, a particular time, Binita, you were saying about, this, when we have lovely food and you'd say Shakti, and this means the divine that is in the food. And that's what we can make divine food, and we have it in our language. We're eating this delicious, it's always a mango that comes to mind, but, this is divine. This is the nectar of the gods. Amrut, this is, the soma of life. And so the spirit is alive in life. And this is a universal spirituality. And what Rudolf Steiner was, when he met with those farmers in Europe, where they were surrounded in a situation where the connection with spirituality was lost. And so they're kind of running blind. They're, the life that you bring into farming through loving the land, or through, just picking up this bit of soil. I was talking to on the plane coming over, there was a Maori man, native New Zealand man, sitting in the seat next to me, and he was saying, he's just, because he'd been visiting his relations in New Zealand, going back to Australia now, and that he said, why aren't you growing your food? Because, financial struggles as there are, and he said, when he was young, he just said, I pick up the soil, there was such love in his heart that you could experience, that he was feeling when he, his memories of farming with beautiful soil. And that's where we do find the universal. And I must say, in my years of going around with biodynamics, it's through the soil life, that we meet a universal spirituality. And through the stars, I remember one day at BKK with Savdaman up there walking along one morning, as he always did. The farmer's footsteps on the land at 6:30 every morning, walking up the farm this way, back the farm the other way. And I said, you must, know where the sun comes up at the different, spring, it's the summer sun, the winter sun. He said, I love that, And just that his heart was so connected with these rhythms to do with the sun. If you watch the moon and the rhythms of the phases of the moon, you get the feeling of the different phases. In New Zealand, they have these, every day of the moon cycle has its own name, and there's qualities associated with each day, and they relate to farming, but also to the mood of the people, or how the ocean's going to be, and when to go fishing and when not to go fishing. These sorts of things. There was wisdom there, and these are the things that they've been lost, because we've lost that ability to connect with what, like the heavens kind of came towards us. And it has taken a bit longer to happen in India, but for me, the last 30 years of coming to India, it's just like this tidal wave of what we've experienced in the West is just sweeping through India and causing this separation from the depth of connection to the strengths that are there. So what I'm getting at is saying Rudolf Steiner brought this in this European situation to those farmers at those times. We need to look at kind of what's universal about what he gave. If he turned up in India today, I don't think he'd be teaching about putting yarrow into stags' bladders. I really don't. There would be something that was of this age and this place. But my experience with the years in India, because I've been interested in the star watching and the rhythms related to the sun and moon, and even the simplest rhythms. I mean, I love just knowing where the sun rises in the midsummer and the midwinter from my own spot by my back door in my house. And you know, just this passing of the time, and you see the moon during the month even, its rising point moves in the same back and forward motion. And these things that are just become part of you and a deep part of your connection with a particular location. And I just lost my line of thought there, but something will be right. Working with this wider spirituality in a location, and in India, I first visited these nakshatra temples, and not kind of knowing anything much about it, but yeah, just I have restudied a little more and visited a number, for instance, and just seeing that, you know, we're on the earth, we're part of this solar system, and that's our closest kind of bigger body that we're within, and this family of visible planets that are illuminated, the sun, but all the other planets and moon, all illuminated by the light of the sun. But also in a way we've got what Rudolf Steiner brought was a family of preparations that in their qualities we can associate with these different planetary influences, with the things that stimulate life through its processes, through the birth, the maturing to the dying. And if you see the orientation of it, it's always on the east. You've got the moon, Mercury and Venus, Mercury on the eastern side. The side of the rising sun, you know, during the day, you've got the birth of the day, maturing of the day at the middle of the day, and the dying in the west, the setting of the day. And so that's an archetypal rhythm. Something at the end of the day, and we find Saturn on the west side of the Navgraha, and that Saturn remembers, it takes the essence, finds what's been achieved, it carries it safely through the night and brings it to the birth of a new day, the following life, the following cycle. And so we've got these universal cycles, and in different countries these are expressed differently. So I think this revisiting the wisdom that is in the land, and in this land there's a lot of rich wisdom, and just to be able to, okay, it's a step that we're all going through, stepping out of this world of spirituality, but finding our reconnection back, and even through a material sort of way, but seeing that the spirit is actually in everything material, and to recognize it and manipulate that in a way that is working to stimulate the whole life processes. So working with this, you know, the birth and the dying, and so, you know, there are plants associated with the Navgraha, and indeed I've visited in Jayaprakash Park in Bangalore, Jayaprakash Navarayan Park, quite near to where we're staying at the Green Path Hotel, and they've got the nakshatra circle of trees, they've got the Navgraha plants, because they're not all trees, and it's interesting to look at those trees, and I'd love to do a bit more study of them, just kind of living with them a bit more. But you know, that's the thing I've lived with all these years, is this question. Just as I'm born very much into this material world, and with my just following the movements of sun, moon and planets over the years, working with the biodynamic preparations, growing all those different herbs, the qualities of them, the qualities of the animal parts that are used and so on, to then, can I out of myself find any connection or have any feeling for the connection between the qualities of the planets and the life processes, the sort of sevenness of life process, and the creativity, the whole passage of life. And I certainly wouldn't try and correct me if I'm wrong, sort of spout about the qualities of the Indian deities, but certainly I get the impression that Shiva's task is very much about life processes, and he's there with the creation and making all the transformations that we do in life and the dying at the end, and very much the kind of action man. But through everything there's a essence, isn't there? And so we know the essence of a certain plant or the essence of a type of animal, and that, that essence comes and it goes through this whole life process in its various different forms and is carried through these transformations. And so we've got this, the qualities. It's almost like the fixed stars, the almost piety, fixedness, reverence that we can have for the constellations of the fixed stars. But the sun, moon and planets, they've got their lives, and as the Greek mythologies tell us, for instance, they all had lives. There was wives, there were several wives, there were deaths, there were births, there were wars. And when you see the planets, they have these different connections all the time. It's the surging qualities of life. The transformations are very much through the power of the planetary realm, and all working into the earth. But what's different about our present time, we're never going to go back to the Vedic times, are we? We're never going to go back to the early Maori times in New Zealand, or early spiritualities, because we've got to know these jolly selves of ours that, we all want to do different things. We don't want to be just part of a sort of circle where we're told about things and you do this, this and this. So it's finding that new connection, isn't it? And it's as if, all that the universe has had to give in the building up of this earth and life on earth, that we're now in it, and that's just quietly sitting out there, can't do any more unless we can connect with the earth, find a way of speaking back to the stars. As Rudolf Steiner said in one of his verses, the stars once spoke to man. It is world destiny that they are silent now. To be aware of the silence can become pain for earthly man. But in the deepening silence, there grows and ripens what man speaks to the stars. To be aware of the speaking can become strength for spirit man. How do we speak back to the stars? Maybe we can look at those plants, those 9 Navgraha plants. Maybe we plant a circle maybe we could do something more. I mean, I think each of them has a vehicle, the deities of those. I'm just thinking on my feet and I can't remember, someone's got a crow. Crows have got a real quality, haven't they? They're there in everyone's business with those great big beaks. They're not scared of you. They come and peck their nose into everything. It's a real quality of Mercury lives in a crow, I would say. But we just, kind of look at what's living in nature and combine it in a way that we're actively working at something, and it's almost like, this is what can speak back to the stars. This can give them the energy to be part of creating a future, perhaps. It's like even the stars have got stuck. They're waiting for us to stir things up a bit somehow and really work in an active way. It's not like we're being, okay, we'll pray and we'll listen, see what they want us to do. It's like, you've got to get on and try something, and you'll either go clump into a brick wall, or if it's actually heard by the stars, then, in comes a surge of energy, and you find things just weave along nicely into the future. So I'm not sure how our time management and topics or questions or whatever.
You can take a minute, then we can open questions. You can take another minute or two, yeah?
Yes. All right. So our Honourable Minister mentioned Gandhi as taking up and forming a people-led spirituality. A people-led movement, but I guess, he held that strong spirituality within himself. And that's where I would say, again, Peter Proctor didn't come in and sort of say, I think we'll go to India and tell them how to do biodynamics. He's like, I'm a farmer and I love my land and I love my plants, and you could see that certainly he taught about preparations and excellence of practice, and we all had to do everything exactly as Peter said. There's two ways of doing anything. There's Peter's way and the wrong way, as someone observed. But, those special morning walks, when you were out there and Peter would just point out in the garden, as we walked around Sacred Heart College or somewhere, plants, trees, just look at that. How many petals? What's the shape? And just forms, and that he shared his heart with the people, and it's working with a universal spirituality, isn't it? When you're working with your heart, and there's no. It is everywhere, and that is with the soil, with compost. And a little verse I made a few years ago, actually in India, we're working with such diversity of people. I said, though we may live in different countries and may speak in different tongues, when we cleave a clump of living earth, that's breaking it open, we breathe heaven's air as one. We can all smell heaven, can't we? We can all taste the divine in a beautiful May tree-ripened mango. The divine lives, it is the divine, the gods, the words say it. Shakti, is it not? And then, though we may live in different countries and may speak in different tongues, when we share the truths of heaven's stars. We dwell on earth as one. The stars are universal. We may in India have the nakshatra. The Greeks had their gods living, their planetary deities living on mountains or whatever they did. But, you know, the essence of them is universal. There is a universal spirituality. And I suppose just to say on a personal note, my path was I grew up in a family in New Zealand going to a Church of England, which is a traditional English church. And, you know, I loved the big wooden pews we sat on and the organ playing the lovely music and everyone singing the hymns together. It warmed my heart, but at the age of 14 it was like, don't think I'm ever going to meet the real Christ in this church. I'll never meet Christ in this church. But my picture of, I just have this picture that there is a universal spirit of all mankind. And I feel that through my very fortunate life and my wonderful years with Peter and visiting India and learning the stars here and going, you know, just going somewhere. Someone says, well, just stop off at such and such a temple. It's like, okay, and we go. But, you know, there's amazing things and experiences that just so enrich your life that, yes, I feel I have been lucky to really meet the universal spirit that lives in all things. And biodynamics, it's wonderful that we've got a Demeter standard things to, I was going to say preserve, but preserve in a living way a very good system that arose at a certain time and a certain circumstance of agriculture. But let us not be limited, let us not place biodynamics in a box, but just like connecting on a much bigger, finding this world spirituality. And so it may not, you know, it's a finding the wonderful strengths that are there in our traditional agricultures and working with it in a conscious, carrying way that speaks back to the stars.
Thank you.
Question,
thank
yes?
Thank you very much, Rachel. And for those who जो सिर्फ हिंदी भाषी कुछ लोग यहाँ अगर होंगे, are there any people जो हिंदी बोलते हैं सिर्फ? Only one? Because I don't speak Kannadiga, तो वो पीछे कुछ हैं जो सिर्फ हिंदी समझते हैं? Just 2 or 3 hands. Okay, so for those people who just understand only Hindi, Rachel, I'll just try to translate in just 2 or 3 lines maybe. Rachel ने सिर्फ ये, and I think it's a bit similar to Kannadiga, जो विशेष बात बताई कि आपके इतने, sorry, Kannada, not Kannadigas are the people, sorry. So विशेष जो बात बताई वो यह थी कि कैसे आपने कोई आम खाया और वो बहुत ही, जैसे आपने एक्सप्रेस किया कि वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा खाने में अच्छा लगा, कि ऐसा लगा कि भगवान से मेरी मुलाकात हुई है, ऐसा कोई डिविनिटी उसमें, ऐसी जो विशेष बात थी वो क्या थी. तो वो बायोडायनामिक उत्पाद में ऐसी जो बात आपके जो समझ में आ रही है और जो बायोडायनामिक कृषि का जो आधार है वो ये है कि जो प्राणिक शक्ति हमारे पूरे ब्रह्मांड में जो बसी है उसको कैसे हम अपने कृषि कार्य में जब हम ले आते हैं तो उसकी जो हमें जो अनुभूति होती है वो सिर्फ देखने में नहीं, लेकिन उस खाद्य पदार्थ में, चाहे वो कोई फल हो या सब्जी हो या केवल उसको देखने में जो एहसास होता है, वो इस तरह से आपने ऐसे एक्सप्रेस करके बताया, तो वो उस प्रकार की थी। लेकिन एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट बात जो आपने कही विशेष तौर से, कि अगर आज स्टाइनर इस 2024 में अगर भारतवर्ष में आज बायोडायनामिक कृषि की बात करते तो ज़रूरी नहीं था कि वो जिस प्रकार से हम 500 बना रहे हैं सींग में या हम किसी अन्य प्रेपरेशन को बना रहे हैं, हो सकता है वो किसी यहाँ के परिवेश में और यहाँ की पर्टिकुलर परिस्थिति में, इस समय की परिस्थिति को देखते हुए और आज की आवश्यकता को देखते हुए शायद बायोडायनामिक एग्रीकल्चर का एक नया रूप देते। मुख्य बात उसमें यही थी कि हम कैसे प्राणिक शक्ति को एहसास करें, उसको पहचानें और कैसे अपने खेती कार्य के अंदर उसको लाएं। आपका विशेष जो लगाव रहा है बायोडायनामिक एग्रीकल्चर में, वो प्लानिटरी या जो कॉस्मिक रिदम्स हैं हमारे, विशेष तौर से जो चंद्र की चाल है या जो सूर्य की चाल है और जो विभिन्न ग्रह जो चलते हैं, जिनकी चाल के आधार पे हमारी कृषि पे प्रभाव पड़ते हैं, उस पे विशेष आपका लगाव और आपकी रुचि रही। हमारे भारतवर्ष में जो नक्षत्र हैं और विशेष तौर से अब इन्होंने 9 ग्रह, द 9 प्लैनेट्स, और उनके आधार पे जितने विशेष जो वनस्पतियां हैं उस पे आपने कुछ विशेष रुचि ली है और अब आजकल वो उस पर अध्ययन कर रही हैं। So thank you very much. I just made a small translation of your English work. And now we are open for some questions, please. I ask the organizers to please hand over some mics. If there are any volunteers, maybe, or maybe you can speak up perhaps.
Hello, I am Gangi Reddy from Andhra Pradesh. Farmers are looking for viable biodynamic agriculture, not for divine biodynamic agriculture. No, if it is not viable, they don't practice. If they want good food, healthy food, and safe food, then only they will, in a limited area, they cultivate and use it. If it is viable, they produce more for the market, number one. Number two, at present, 85% of the farmers in India are small and marginal, 85%. So, how to make it viable in their limited farms? How to make it biodynamic agriculture viable in their small farms, number two. Number three, yeah. Let me complete. And then every speaker from the dais should tell us how to take this movement forward. Some ideas, some opinion. Otherwise, we cannot carry anything home. So that's why, tell us, we are interested in biodynamic agriculture, but how to take it forward? We are struggling. So give us some ideas.
Yes, thank you.
So making it more practical in a way that there's kind of nothing hidden about the practice of biodynamics. As it is at the moment, the only slightly limiting thing can be some of the, if we follow exactly what Rudolf Steiner gave in the agriculture course in Europe in the 1920s, to follow that obviously has limits in terms of some of the preparations, but there are people managing to still make them. And we would find if we're working in a smaller ways, we can make all those herbal preparations. And they are being made, aren't they, like yourself, Binita, and so, but that I agree it's quite difficult. They're becoming more difficulties now than back in when Rudolf Steiner gave these things. I mean, just all those things were out the window as he was giving the talk. They're just the weeds of the garden, basically, and garden herbs and the animals that they were farming from those times. There wasn't difficulty, but my thing about bringing that connection with the Vedic agriculture was, and the magic of numbers, the nineness of the Navgraha, these families, is there a way that's easy on every farm in India where we could get some of that vitality, which is what Rudolf Steiner was trying to bring for us, this reconnection of life between the earth and the heavens, so that when you're growing millet, it's standing there proud to be a millet. It knows it's a millet, and it's strong, and it's not susceptible to the fungi or insects that come along, because it's got that strength of knowing the giant millet in the sky sort of picture. Whereas in our physical, if we have just this physical picture of agriculture where we're not farming in a way that really stimulates, it's like there's a blanket layer between the land and the earth, and they're not connecting and breathing. And in healing, the health of the body the body is the thing that knows how to heal itself, and through medicine we can learn a little bit about it, but really at best we can facilitate the body to heal itself. And that's what Rudolf Steiner was bringing for the land. Can we facilitate the earth to do what it knows how to do? We don't have to know what every individual organism is called.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Rachel. Yeah, yes, I think fine. Yeah, yes, I think good enough. We can have next question, please.
I have one question. The first question is with respect to you're talking about the New Zealand spirituality between the farmers and the cycle of the planets and other spirituality and divine system. So, according to you, what is the difference between India or anywhere apart from India or New Zealand or any other country who is doing farming? What is the major challenges they are facing, and what is the important issues which we are facing? And for the farmers, currently what I see is, number one is the knowledge system. They have very poor knowledge in our country, not in the everyone part of it, but few regions they have. For example, what they do, they cultivate same kind of crops in similar regions, and they get the insects to the particular plant, and that crop will be completely vanished. And through their farmers' mindset, what that happens is like they will, whatever the investments they have put for the farming for the particular season, they get into the loss and they go into the death.
Please direct your question. You run short.
Yeah. So my question is here to the farmers: what exactly you give the best practices in terms of divinity?
In terms of Yes, well, it's practicing in a way that, I guess, we're taking something that relates, that's really bringing the life that sort of is working in a living way between the earth and the heavens and the whole depths of the earth up to here.
It's okay. Basically, if you may, Rachel, can I? Yeah. So biodynamic practices in itself, there are methods and ways of being able to produce whatever crop you have with the management of pests and disease and yet get productivity. Okay, louder, sorry. So within the biodynamic practices, it is very much possible to tackle the agriculture productivity and managing the disease, the pest, etc. For that, perhaps you have to attend a course. There are lots of courses which are held by the BDAI. Maybe if you can undertake any of the courses, so all these practices will, you will be abreast of it. And then the following sessions, there are lots of success stories and lots of other presentations which will be made. So I think a lot of questions about how to basically be a successful BD farmer will be answered. Yeah? So is there any other question?
So the whole national FAO, the CASR, all universities, they are all for the genetically modified, genetically engineered seeds and crops. So in such scenario, the whole political system is on this kind of genetic modification. How be the organic farmers and biodynamic farmers can survive in this system?
Yeah, okay. So maybe this is not a question for Rachel because she does not live in the country. We can talk about this later. I think it's the same government which is also promoting organic agriculture. I think I'm not a government spokesperson, but I think there has to be a balance. There are 2 or 3 GMOs being allowed right now in the country, but the rest there is moratoriums on it. But we can take this. Maybe this question is not directed for Rachel's presentation, so we can talk about it in some other open session maybe. Yeah, thank you. Any other? Yeah, Mr. Perumal.
Rachel and Binita, there are 2 important questions raised by Gangreddy and other friend regarding the spirituality in agriculture, the religious spirituality in agriculture. What do we understand about the spirituality? That is the matter. That is whether are we connecting it with some religious aspect, or what do we really mean by the cosmic factors, abiotic factors? What we are talking about, the cosmos and other things, is the abiotic. And Rachel already says from the ground, it is a biotic factor which makes. So the religious, the spiritual foundation in agriculture should be debated differently. That's all.
There is no religious angle to it. Yes. Spirituality is not religious at all. Yeah, that's very clear.
Right. Yes, I think that's what I was trying to bring, that there is a universal spirituality, and yes, we in our different cultures and countries and all the different circumstances in which we live relate to it in different ways, and this is, we get sort of different religions, and they can, be modified by a lot of human activity and political activities along the way. But what the kind of divine essence is for the world, there's a universal essence that is of the whole world and the whole of humanity. And that's what we're relating to through biodynamics. Although it came in a Christian country, it's not a Christian practice. Well, it's in very, very related, but... Yeah.
Well, thank you. The mic's gone. It's time's up. So, thank you, Rachel. I think we enjoyed listening to your lecture. It has to be understood in a more of a very conceptual in nature and not very particularly specific to agriculture practices as such. I think it's a very good way to open and give a kind of a context to our 2 days of working and discussing biodynamic agriculture per se. And I thank you again very much for your lovely discourse. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Babu or Mr. Jason that we are now having the next, for the next panel discussion. Yeah, I invite Shivani will. I'll give it to Shivani. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rachel Pomeroy and Ms. Binita Shah, thank you so much for bringing in different aspects into agriculture and having such a lively discussion with everybody. Thank you so much, ma'am. This was the session 1, Innovation and Inclusivity in Peter Proctor's BD work in India. Moving ahead, we have the another session, that is session 2, Biodynamic Farming in India, Challenges and Achievements, Perspectives of Pioneers. I request Ms. Binita Shah to stay back on the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan, Mr. Jaspal Singh, Mr. Ariyanoor Jayachandran onto the stage. Yes. No. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your. This will be our session 2 on biodynamic farming in India, challenges and achievements. Dr. Jayaraman Pakirsamy will be the moderator for this session. No. Yeah, she's one of the speakers. Sir will be the moderator. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me. Okay, thank you. Biodynamic farming in India, challenges and achievements, perspectives of pioneers. So I'm taking myself out of it. To set the context, for a while, let's take the word biodynamic out and look at farming in India and then bring biodynamic farming in India. Because I think we need to go to the ground reality of farming in India and then see how biodynamic is going to fit in. If at all, we need to scale this in a big way, create a movement of biodynamic in India, we need to understand the fundamental challenges. See, at least from my experience of meeting a few thousand farmers, we had some difficulty in understanding farmer. My perspectives are purely my perspective. Who is a farmer? I met agriculture laborers, I met agriculture landowners, but I had a problem recognizing a farmer. Let me be clear in telling this. There's a confusion of who is a farmer. You can call agricultural laborers as farmers, you can call agricultural landowners as farmers, but who is a farmer? And then probably can talk about working with a farmer. Many occasions when I try to meet a farmer, I meet an agricultural laborer who tells me that the owner lives in Chennai, or the owner lives in Bangalore, the owner lives in Mumbai, somewhere, and then he passes on instructions to what to cultivate, how to cultivate X, Y, Z, and some cultivation happens. So, most occasions, to my experience, I fail to meet a farmer. So somewhere the farmer in the ecosystem is put to question. So who is this farmer? Farmer in those days, being an agriculture graduate 25, 30 years back when I was studying, and now, those days when we went to villages, we used to meet farmers who live in the farm, who interact with the ecosystem. They talk to the animals, they talk to the plants, they live with it, they create the cropping system, they own the cropping system. Farmers used to own the cropping system. They used to have a design, they used to have their own plans. And we also had the calendar, not just the crop calendar, the astro calendar. Panchangam is there at every house historically. So we know we've been kind of, in some form or another, I've been interacting with stars, interacting with the ecosystem. And over a period of time, I think there seems to be something coming into the system beyond the regulations, beyond what's happening in the market, that we started slowly losing that person called farmer. That means there's a need for somebody to own the ecosystem. Say, this is from a farming perspective, basic farming perspective itself, we have started missing the farmer. The ecosystem has started missing the farmer. This is one part. This is a regular problem that regular agriculture, conventional agriculture faces today. Coming to biodynamic. In this case, we are trying to see a farm as a living system. And that living system, farm as a living system, has a spirit in it. If there's need for a spiritual foundation to be part of that ecosystem, farm as a living system, farmer has to be an agent in interacting with that spirit. So given this kind of scenario of we can talk about India easily takes up the divine languages, the spiritual languages, of course, yes, because we live with it. But how do we kind of bridge the reality? Somebody said, if it's not viable, it's difficult. There's one part. If we continue doing what we are doing the same way, there is nothing to see if there is a possible viability. In a degenerated ecosystem, you cannot take anything out. We keep taking from the farm, we don't give anything back. So there's no question of viability if a system is exhausted. If the farm, the living system is dead, you can't take anything out of it. So that challenge is also there on the other side. One side, yes, of course, we need to look at viability. On the other side, we need to look at making the farm live. So given this context, biodynamic farming in India, challenges and achievements. I want the speakers here to probably share their experiences, maybe in terms of challenge, achievement. It will be very interesting to see how, I think at the end of the session, possibly we have some idea to put together and see how we can actually improve the scope of biodynamic farming in India. To start with Mrs. Binita Shah. Just introduce yourself. No, it's okay. It's fine. Maybe in the end, I'll take it. Don't worry. Okay, just a minute.
Before we start with the session, I would like to introduce Dr. P. Jayaraman, Research Scientist in Technology Management, Doctorate and Postgraduate in Business Administration, Certified Project Management Professional, and holds a basic degree in Agricultural Sciences. Innovation Explorer, Insight Bioventures, Hyderabad, India. Having 17 years experience in pharmaceuticals, R&D, bioprocessing, project management, new technology, intervention, and quality. He started Insight Bioventures, India Private Limited, to promote biopharma, biofoods, organic products, and life sciences innovation companies through scalable new technologies. Specializes in climate change friendly technologies that replaces existing technologies for sustainable manufacturing and eco-friendly products. Current technology focus includes scientific organic processing, biomanufacturing, cell-based product alternatives, tissue-based 3D technologies, nanofibers, and bioinformatics. In this endeavor, he has incubated 6 companies that commercializes various core technologies into the products. Insight Bioventures is a result of the effort taken to prospect the technology pipeline. He supports ISCOP as a scientific advisor with organic processing, climate change, agriculture, and non-GMO validations. It is wonderful having you here, sir. You can please continue. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm feeling 7 years younger. The profile looks 7 years old. It's good to feel younger. Thanks for the introduction. So, taking it from there. So, I wanted to listen to Ms. Binita Shah about her experiences in biodynamic farming in India. To speak from here? Or? Yeah, of course. Let's stick to 15 minutes. It's okay with everybody? Yeah.
So, Mant, I was trying to call you. Do you have my presentation? Yeah, but I may need the remote, or I'll have to keep telling next to you. Is there something I have here? Okay, because there is a point where I will have to do some juggling at the end of the, I have some.
Should you sit with a chair facing?
You can't see, so you can turn, I guess. Let me fix this. Is there a provision? No? Or I'll keep telling you. No, I don't need a laser. There will be a. No, not a pointer. I need a remote to be able to run my slides on my own. Okay, fine. So let's see what happens then. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. The moderator has given me 15 plus 2, 17, 2 minutes more grace marks, grace time. So I'll try to, because I have to summarize 30 years. You understand? This is celebrating or commemorating 25 years of BDAI, but I was introduced to biodynamics much before. This is my 29th year in this work. I may look not so old to you, but I started out very young. And yes, so I thought maybe it is a good time to be able to look back these 3 decades and see what we've done. So I'll start from there, hoping everyone would understand this bit of English. There are some photographs. Next, please. See, this is what I have to keep saying next. So, so I'm glad Rachel talked about, and people talked about Gandhiji. That was very interesting because up there on the screen you're seeing 2 photographs. On the right is Gandhiji actually inspecting the compost made by Sir Albert Howard. So Albert Howard is the father of organic agriculture, most of us know, and you can read his book, The Agriculture Testament. So he actually is also known to have been made the first systematic compost in the world, which was called the Indore method of composting, which was inspected by Mahatma Gandhi himself in 1935 in Indore in the Jawaharlal Nehru College. And exactly, see how many years later now, 60 years later, we have on the right, it is not Sir, but I can say Sir Peter Proctor, along with some of my colleagues and myself there, exactly 60 years later in Indore, now talking about biodynamic agriculture. So this is not just a coincidence. This is something, this divinity perhaps, which happened same place, 60 years later, we're talking about the same thing. So it's noteworthy to see how things actually pan out, and this was the beginning of biodynamic agriculture. Next, please. For me, for my life, now very, very quickly, somebody talked about small farmers. Yes, we do know that, and that's exactly how it makes sense. How does biodynamic agriculture make sense for our Indian profile, for the Indian agriculture profile? So very quickly, at a glance, those 2 points in red, small and marginal farmers, 71 million. Rain-fed area, 240 million hectares of the total of the 400 million hectares we farm. So more than 50% of our area of India is rain-fed. Means farmers are small, marginal, and dependent on our mighty rain, on gods, for our agriculture, for our livelihood. So what kind of agriculture did we have for these kinds of farmers? And that's exactly the point which hit all of us, all those not just in BD, but all part of the entire agriculture movement of this country, which kind of started to trickle down somewhere from late 80s, 90s, and it found its ground in 2002 when the first NPOP, or the National Program for Organic Agriculture, started. And that's exactly how biodynamic agriculture suits perfectly fine and well for the small farmers who are rain-fed. Next, please. So I'm also a farmer. It's all right, I'm wearing a coat and pant here, but I do own 5.6 hectares of land. I'm actually a practicing farmer. I grow apple and some other fruit. It's also an experimental farm. So all what I am talking about and what we're doing is not just through some data or some theory, it's a lot of practical work. We first introduced to biodynamic agriculture through Peter Proctor way back in '95, and we saw some very successful experiments out in the field with tomato, with soybean, with groundnut. I was a part of a very senior group of people, Dr. Karmarkar, T.G.K. Menon, Dr. Solanki, Dr. Khosla. All these were stalwarts in their own fields, working in Indore. And they all said, yes, it does make sense. The compost does turn fast. It's cheap. The production of tomato was good. There was hardly any pest, disease. What if it really works? What if it does hold promise for the small farmers? And this is way back in 95, 96. That moment of time in our country where people weren't even talking about organic agriculture, forget about biodynamics. I mean, we have gone through that era also, that we've come to a workshop to talk about biodynamic agriculture, and people are saying, oh, wait, let's finish with our research. Our research on molecular intervention and gamma rays, etc. And the chance to speak about organic or biodynamic would come really in the end, or it will actually not come. So if BD did have so much promise, how could it really help a small farmer? And this is something which we were thinking about way back in 96 and 97. As how I look back, and we saw that BD, or biodynamic agriculture, actually could be a change agent. It held that promise. But it had to have an applicability to it. Like in the session before, we got a little caught on to the word divinity without understanding what really is the larger sense that it means. It actually means the vitality in it. A seed is a seed if it has vitality in it. You can call it divine, you can call it having all those specific, the germ is good, the germ of the seed is good. It will give you several generations of seed. You can call it divine. It's just a word. But the application part of biodynamic agriculture, how will it happen with our small farmers, where we have a huge diversity of farms, languages across the whole state? Is it really worth the application? And the third point was that biodynamic agriculture came to us from Peter Proctor, from New Zealand, but it was much more popular in Europe. But in our country, we had to customize it a bit and to make it acceptable for our own small farmers. So these were the 3 areas where me and my colleagues in my own organization, we worked on. And it's not that we discovered it all together in the first 5 years or 6 years. This is something which has happened, evolved over the last several years of working. And we have kind of come around and designed biodynamic agriculture practices in such a way that today we have reached out to more than 1 million farmers who are actually practicing biodynamic agriculture, whether it is with government, whether it is with private, whether it is with CSR, and all of that. Next, please. We all know about the agriculture challenges that the country faces. This is not, I think, new. Most of us are farmers here. But yes, the socio-economic aspect is just not falling correct. We are just not able to do the math. Of a small farmer of 1 hectare, and where I come from Uttarakhand, we have more than, the average ownership of land is just too small, and the land is too scattered. You come down to UP or you come down to Maharashtra, the tropical part of the country, maybe 1 hectare. How do you get the socio-economic sense for a practicing farmer out of a hectare of land? And that is something which I think the whole country is working, racking their brains on. But maybe that is one of our biggest problems. The second is that in the government, agriculture is a state subject. It's a government sector. But if you look at how the department works, we saw, and we all now also see, that the public sector extension is very, very, I wouldn't call it poor, but it is very few hands. It's not well addressed. So you may even have one extension worker or maybe a few 20,000 farmers. It's just not possible for that extension worker to reach out for so many farmers. How do you bring in technologies or methodologies or approaches, etc.? So the poor farmer is inadvertently dependent on the seller, on the market of that particular chemical or the pesticide or the fungicide or the fertilizer, whichever is available in the local market. So today, the real consultant or the advisor for agriculture in our country is not the government machinery, but is actually the agent of that particular company who's giving the largest margin to his product. And then with the new generation approach, somebody talked about the GMOs. It's not just GMOs. New technology means in new intensive way of working. Take more out of an acre of land. And that also, unfortunately, is mostly synthetic based, more water, more irrigation. It's more intensive. I will talk about the soil and the animal and human health that we have right now of our soils is really, really scary. It's not bad, it is actually terrifying, it is scary. Somewhere down the sessions, my colleagues and also some people who have come from the state government will discuss with us the kind of soil nutrient profiles that we have. We're working with at least 4 states. The soil organic carbon in most of the entire country is less than 0.4%. It should be at least 1 or 1.5 to be able to take any kind of production. Most of the soil profile of our country is less than 0.4, 0.5. How can you possibly farm on a soil condition like this, etc.? Which is eventually getting the entire youth to migrate out of the agriculture system. We in North India, we say कि जो किसान है, जो लड़का खेती करता है, उसकी शादी नहीं हो पाती, because he is a kisan. So he is a kisan, so he is not going to get married. He can be a jamadar or a sweeper anywhere, that's fine. But in government mein hai, so he'll get married. So this is a very strange situation for our agriculture system as such. Next, please. So this is a very interesting data, which is, I must share with you. This is called as the NUE, or the nutrient utilization efficiency. This is a kind of a study which was done in 2015, which just shows that in the year 1970, the NUE efficiency was close to 1:60. And 2010, it is now 1:20. That means with every 1 kg of fertilizer, it is giving you 70 times the production. And now with 1 kg of fertilizer, it is giving you 20 kilograms of any kind of production. Similarly, is data available for the water utilization efficiencies also. It's not just nutrition, it's also water, because the soils are not able to hold the water anymore because of the condition of poor soil COC, which is soil organic carbon. So with the condition of soil like this, what kind of agriculture really are we going to provide to our soils so that we get a sustained production? Next, please. The input response cycle that we have today is externalized because the farmers depend on everything from an external source. It is recurring because each year we are putting more. It's on a credit. Now this is important. Farmers from Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, UP, sugarcane farmers, cotton farmers, all the farmers, everything is taken on a credit. You have a Kisan credit card, and the farmer has to return those bills. We all know of the suicide, farmers committing suicide in Vidarbha. What was the reason? Bad weather, high credit bills, farmer commits suicide. So this is the other aspect to it. Then is the incremental value. We've talked about it. It's recurring and incremental. So this, input response cycle today is such. So how does BD fit into all of this? Next please, next please. So this is where I wanted the remote, nevertheless. So when we started working out, we felt that I don't think after working for many, many years, simply as extension workers, me and my colleagues, going house to house, knocking on doors, we've come to show you how to make a BD compost. We've come to show you how to make a cow pack pit, etc. It wasn't working. We were burning out pockets, we were losing all what we had. This couldn't really be the way. We couldn't just match the multinationals or even the other players over there in the market. There was nobody willing to listen to you. Nobody wants to work and make a compost so easily as we had imagined it to be. So then what next? So this way, we had to go into a policy. Take another click, please. Yeah, so the first way, the method which worked out for us was, I'm from Uttarakhand. I was in Uttarakhand at that time. Lucky and fortunate that a new state was born. So when Uttarakhand was born, we took this whole idea to the bureaucracy, to the technocracy of the state. It worked. The former Chief Secretary of Uttarakhand, and like I was discussing this, that Uttarakhand saw some merit, being a new mountain state, saw some merit in organic agriculture and with the biodynamic on top with it. And in 2002, the government did have a draft of supporting different organic agriculture systems into their mainstream activity. And this was a way of a pivot moment for at least the universities, the agriculture department, at least open their minds and listen to what are the different possibilities, which was not just chemical based. Similarly, meeting the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra in 2018, where he dedicated an entire mission to organic agriculture with biodynamic agriculture as one of the foremost technologies in it. And I'm very glad that my colleagues, Rajesh Tiwari, who is heading the Maharashtra project, is here, and Mr. Arif Shah, senior officer in the agriculture department, is also here, and they will be talking about how biodynamic agriculture is working wonders in Maharashtra. And also, this is the Joint Secretary, Government of India, Rani Kumudni ma'am, who we showed the virtues of how the cow pat pit can be such a wonderful way of, how the farmers can actually work their way around in a very low-cost way with agriculture. So it was policy which had to, the policy makers or the bureaucracy and the technocracy had to come into the fold. They had to understand that, look, there are ways and methods in which there are some good possibilities which can happen. Next, please. Similarly, we also worked with the universities. I think the Honorable Minister in the morning said, why don't you work with the... Yes, we have to work with universities. We cannot work in a parallel. This is not a parallel. The farmer is one. And the farmer always listens to what the state tells him. And the state will only do what the universities tell him. So you have to work with universities. They have to be a part of the program. There may be only one university, one KVK. But yes, if they do get some good result, things will really start rolling. So we have been working with different universities across the country. Next, please. And we have found very good results. This is one of the foremost institutes, such an ICR institute, the Central Institute of Subtropical Horticulture, which have dedicated 20 years of doing the science with biodynamic agriculture. Why is it working and how? What does it contain? What, perhaps is the science behind it? And many of these articles are up on ResearchGate, so you can see. So these are the things which have supported our work in this. Next, please. Also doing workshops all along, Okay, a one-page calendar. Now this is what Rachel was probably talking about, the cosmic rhythms. But how do you make it simple for a farmer? How do you make it very, very user-friendly? So we devised the single one-page planting calendar, which comes out in 3 different languages. It is up in our website also. And interestingly, this planting calendar has been one of the most important, a very easy way of penetrating into a farmer's mind when we start talking. Whenever you take a training or you go to a farmer's group and you start talking, the farmers fall asleep. They're not listening to you. They're looking the other way. They're not interested. But the moment you bring out this planting calendar and say, देखो अब हम बताएंगे कि बोना कब है और अब हम बताएंगे कि बोना क्यों नहीं है और कब नहीं है, then they suddenly say, अच्छा ये क्या चीज़ है? This is something different now. And the planting calendar has been a very interesting intervention. And here we are, and some very good results. My colleague Rajesh will talk more about it later. Next, please. So the single-page planting calendar has helped thousands of farmers. It helps in germination, it helps in plant protection, it helps in disease protection, and also, next please, there are times where it rains, just like how it's raining in Bangalore right now at the wrong season. Next please. See the difference? So, the planting calendar does work. All those farmers who are here, please take this really very seriously. Next, please. Oh, this is one experiment which I have done personally on it. This was, we all of us cooped in our homes, and I was in my own farm, done on the solar eclipse, 23rd June 2020. You can see none of the radish saplings are straight. So we continue doing these experiments and you get the results. Next, please. So the first step is always the compost. It's always the compost. And we are really proud to say that we always begin with the compost. Next, please. Dirtying our hands, putting our hands in dung is always there. We've written poems on it. I think it's always an act of celebration where the whole community, the whole farming family comes together, and there's laughter, there is positivity, and we eventually make a compost. I learned that with Peter Proctor. There were times where the whole 10, 20, 30 people are standing with the compost to get a picture. And it's like you're making so many small universes, because this is what a BD compost is about. Next, please. We have made more than 1.3 million compost till now, and we've actually saved a revenue of more than 1,000 crores if you actually calculate this. So next, please. So this is the compost somewhere around 2003. You can see all of us have changed, including Arif Shah, who will come in front of you. He's on my right, pointing out, and that's me, in 2003. And we continue. Next, please. This is a week back, 2024, a visiting officer from Government of India. So this composting goes on and on and on. Next, please. So one of my colleagues, very significant colleagues of mine, Sanjay Roman, passed away in 2022. We have actually started a competition in his name in Maharashtra. Rajesh will talk more about it. So we declare a competition. It's a prized competition. That particular village, which will make the maximum number of BD compost, will be given an award of 30,000 rupees. The one who will come second will get 20,000 rupees. And we have farmers who are making as many composts as possible. So this is a picture of one of those. Next, please. The second important thing, the second important intervention or the tool that we have is the cow pat pit, called the famous CPP, which has been popularized in India, and it has actually now gone to Europe. Though the preparations came from us, but we exported CPP to them. And the CPP, yes, the time is up. Yes, my time is up. So very quickly, I'm going to run through the CPP pictures. Yes, please, thank you. Yeah, so many. Convincing the technocrats, yes. Large scale, Thank you. Yeah. Just photographs. This is the circle which has come to see also. The kind of literature which you make about BD is also important because reading is also important for the farmers. Yes. This is our training center. We hold courses each year. Next, please, very quickly. And towards the end, yeah, you can just go on fast because I don't have any time. Yes, just go back. I'll just take half a second in this. No, even further back. Yes. So this is something also very important because biodynamic agriculture in Vidarbha has played a very important role among the distressed farmers of Vidarbha. And there where the farmers were committing suicide, biodynamic agriculture and the entire methodology did come as a savior for many, many families, and this has been really well documented. This is just one of those photographs. Rahul Gopnarayan. Next, please. Next, please. This is something that we do, advisory and extension. Next, please. And in the end, yeah, I'll just go straight to the last. Our preparations, can you go back? Just to let you know that we make the largest number of preparations in this country. This is the preparation work this year. Sorry? Can you go back to the picture of the cow? Yes, go back. I don't have time, so yeah. Take 5 minutes. Yeah. You have to ask the boss here, not me.
Okay, just about if you can talk a little more about this.
Yes.
There's going to be a training program. There's going to be a training program.
There's going to be a training program for you. Please attend that. Yeah. Next, please.
From 25th to 28th.
From 25th to 28th. So you can please register. Next, please. Yeah. So eventually, after many, many years, our organizations have now come, of course, to find the biodynamically produced food and for the markets. Next, please. Because there was a demand, so we started this a heart market in Dehradun, and we're also doing a number of heart markets in wherever we are working, in Vidarbha also. Next, please. And finally, with our Himalayan Organic India Hoy brand, which is right now certified organic, but it is all Hoy, it is all biodynamically produced products, close to 54 products right now. Next, please. We also have a cafe. Yeah. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next speaker is Mr. Navaneetha Krishna. Yeah, 15 minutes, please. Can you finish in 15 minutes? 15 minutes? 15 minutes. You want to talk in Tamil or English? Okay. If somebody don't understand Tamil, probably I will do a conversion in the end. Quick conversion in the end.
Good evening to all. I am Navaneetha from Coimbatore, and at the age of my 15, I am entering farming activities on my own farm, having 2.5 hectares. And from the beginning, I am going through inorganic farming, or chemical input with chemical inputs. But at the year of 1996, Mr. Mahesh, Melvin and his colleague Francis David John, the two persons are my guru. I accept as guru for my profession and agriculture. These persons introduced the biodynamic systems. Initially, the first approach through organic way, I am introduced through biodynamic way. That's the first introduction to me. And then I came to know many other principles and names: organic farming, natural farming, do-nothing farming, sustainable farming, eco-friendly farming, do-nothing farming, permaculture, and biodynamic agriculture, and latest in zero-budget farming. These are the other names in organic farming practices. But these all informations through these systems integrated with one system that is named as biodynamic farming. I came to know that this. Because every system has utilizing the cow, the base, and the cosmic force is the base. I came to know this through biodynamic practices. We can enrich the nutrition value and the sustainability in agriculture and the marketability for the product and the efficiency in the work, in the field management and others are very, very effective in biodynamic system. I think so. Because from the beginning, I am doing the biodynamic principles and follow the biodynamic principles in my own farm. And next one is that improves the energy value, the nutritional value, the microbial value, and all other medicinal properties in the end product we produce is enriched by this system and proved it through the lab tests. Now, I have so many results in my lab tests conducted at Chennai and have the best results. The anti-cancer properties named as hesperidin and curcumin, these contents are also enriched through these cultivation practices. Comparatively with other organic products are in the market, sold in the market, comparatively may conduct the tests. These tests proved the efficiency of this medicinal properties in this biodynamically produced the value addition product, like turmeric, like my Mozambique fruits, and mango ginger, and brinjals, ghee, castor oil, and some other 23 products I have tested already in the lab. These results proved the only system that enriched the medicinal properties in the product. And herbals also involved in the test, and it's also proved the medicinal properties, and the banana fruit also proved that serotonin is enriched with the biodynamic product, and the serotonin is essential hormone for our humans to love and affection the other living organisms. These hormones balanced by and the medicinal properties, and all are proved through the lab test. And next one is, I am going to make a Tamil, under the umbrella of BDAI, we plan to function Tamil Nadu Biodynamic Association under processing of registration. And after the registration, we already planned to conduct the training programs through regional languages, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, and some other. Already we have organized 4 or 5 training programs in different places at Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and Andhra also. That's my progressive way in biodynamic farming, and came to know that the difference between organic farming and inorganic farming and the biodynamic farming, now it is enough for me to introduce myself in before of all of us. Thank you again.
That's interesting to know that banana serotonin content is increasing. That's a big news if that's true. So thanks for the short and wonderful speech, Mr. Navaneetha Krishna. Now, Mr. Jaspal Singh can share his experiences.
I think I need some space. Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. To all? Good. Because I have a bad ear. I only listen to myself in one ear. And I have two problems. One is I don't know how to start speaking, and the second is I don't know how to stop. So they have a time limit. So I think hopefully it won't be. So anyway, I would start with saying that agriculture was a culture. The agriculture has lost the culture of agriculture. And when it comes to spirituality, there was some question regarding my presentation starts with a journey from the soil to the soul. So the spirituality is the outcome of your practices, not that you aim for spirituality and talk of agribusiness. And the way to spread any whether it's biodynamics or anything, is like Peter said, by practicing it. So how can we spread biodynamics? Is by practicing it, setting an example. So I'll rush, like Guru Nanak said, there's a saying in his verses, Uttam Kheti, Madham Vapar, Treg Chakri. Treg means you ridicule a person 100 times, is one treg. So Uttam Kheti is the highest form of life, living or profession is Krishi, Kheti. Madham, second comes business, third is job. Because in job you have to be answerable and you don't have the freedom. In agriculture you are not answerable to anyone and you are exposed to the nature's wrath or love or whatever. It teaches you patience, you have abundance, and if you get that gist of spirituality, then you are content and you die easily. Because, okay, so I think we'll start with I'll start how I came to be a biodynamic farmer. So in the year 2002, there was a dacoit infested area in UP, Uttar Pradesh, and a lot of friends got together. We bought a chunk of land, 1,200 acres, and then we thought, what should we do with this? So it was virgin land, but a lot of dacoits. So we bought guns. We had seen some Western movies, bought horses, and imagine, turbaned cowboys. And there were cows, a lot of, stray cattle there, deer, no electricity. You can imagine, it was like next to Bareilly and Ram Ganga, it meanders. So, and then people from Delhi came, there was a team telling us that there is something called Biodynamics. I said, what is it and where is it? So they mentioned Binita. And we just picked our cars and went uphill. And one evening we met her and I had all the questions. The rest, because it was evening, they wanted to have their drinks. I said, no, I want to more questions. So I didn't get enough time. So I took her phone. Then I kept calling her odd times, anytime. And she was kind enough to oblige me always. And then in 2004, there was a training and there were 33 people who were trained. You're here? Good evening, ma'am. I didn't know. So, yes, she is our mentor and she's very helpful. Then in 2004, I went through a formal training where I met Peter Proctor, Hugh Lovell, Madam Binita, David Hogg, and Babu Umesh. He talked to us of
So I think my time is running out, and the gentleman before me, so I have compressed my, so she told me that you better document whatever you are doing, and so I said document, it means writing and some graphs and so I took a camera, I started photographing whatever happened on the farm. So I have more than 400 photographs, but I've compressed them into say 100, 125. So whatever I can share now in this short time, I will just run through it, and if there are any questions, we'll enjoy. Come on. Yeah. So these are the practices, what all is required by what I did, and if anyone wants to, mimic it, it's good. So green manure, so first of all, anyway, so green manures, compost, barrel compost, that's what it's called in European places. CPP is what we say in India. Then BD 500, stirring the flow forms. And this is on my farm, and the flow forms were brought from Binita's farm. Then BD 501, liquid manures, planting calendar, and mulch. The point is, why compost? Why not directly just plow the thing in? The reason is, during the breaking down process, a lot of nitrogen is consumed, and if you actually directly plow dry matter into the soil, your next crop would suffer a nitrogen deficiency. Therefore, compost. And to increase the carbon, please next. So this is just where I come from. Next. Because this presentation actually I had given in Canada, so it's just, I just brought it. Suddenly I was told that I'm a pioneer, but Binita is more pioneer than me. So today I think, yeah, please go ahead. This is all Indus Valley. So my family, they came from Africa. My dad was born there, and he's 99 years old. So actually, when Steiner passed out, my dad, he was born, and maybe that's why I'm here. Come on, go ahead. So this is one of our photographs in 1969. We used to, please go ahead next. We used to have Persian wells. The water level was around 30 feet then. Now it is 160 feet. So that water table is falling. Why? That's another story. Please go ahead. The Green Revolution, everyone knows. So just a short, where I started farming is right in the center of Punjab. And this is just a little introduction how infested and how much chemicals are put into this area. So 12,500 villages, 5,20,000 tractors. This is 10 years back. 1.5 million tube wells. 2.6 of India's arable agricultural land. Production of rice is 18%. And the rice is 15, wheat is 18%. Please next. Next. Water table. Okay, let's go ahead. So fertilizers, 2.6% of land consuming 11% of India's pool of fertilizers, and pesticides and 10% of fertilizers. So that much amount of 40 years before I started Biodynamic, 40 years of infestation of all this. Please go ahead. Electrical, please go ahead. Burning of crops, we all know, which has reduced. Lack of carbon, go ahead. Poor Punjabi farmer who didn't have the money to put fertilizers. Cancer train. There was a train running from Punjab to Rajasthan just for the cancer patients because of the pesticides. Speak ahead. This was the first year, 2004, when I stopped chemicals. You can see the crop above. That is my neighbor's crop, whereas my crop was totally, when you stop chemicals, this happens. Please. So this is Hugh Lovell, Peter Proctor, 2004, the people who got training during that session. David is there. Next. Peter on Binita's farm, 2004. Next. The biodynamic farming in Punjab. This is from my flow form, the stirring. Next. Now this looks like Caesar is going to be stabbed. The organic conspiracy. Hatching the evergreen revolution, that's what I call. Biodynamic farming is evergreen revolution. Please go ahead. So I started off with, there were so many weeds that I stopped growing my crop. I said, let the weeds grow. I added some mustard seeds, and then instead of growing a crop, I plowed these clovers as a green manure. Next, all this is all weeds and mustard, which I plowed in. Then again mustard, plowing it in. Next, this is like 78% we say that we have nitrogen in the air, but we want it in the soil, so why not catch the nitrogen with these leguminous plants and put them in the soil so that you have carbon and nitrogen both. Next, this is a sun hemp, another, and again green. Please go ahead. So a lot of green manuring was done, so go ahead. So these are the the root systems of a dacha. Sisibania is called. So that's these nodulations are an indication of the nitrogen that has been brought about by the plants into the root systems. Go ahead. And not only the legumes, but here you see these are the picture of roots of corn and millets. So that you can see the slime which is actually dripping out. And if you happen to be on a farm, actually the sugars that are made with photosynthesis through the leaves, and it's not only that the roots take in nutrients, they also exudate. So why do the microbes work for the plant? They get this nectar from the plant. So this is an example. During the rainy season, if you tend to have these new roots growing out and you taste it, initially you will find it very bitter. And then your mouth becomes so sweet. So this indicates, out of interest, I took these pictures. Go ahead. Next. So another, like getting nitrogen from algae. Next. So now plowing in whatever we could save for the compost, rest we plow it in and then add. Go ahead, please. So this all basmati rice, I still grow, then plow it in. Okay. So composting, about compost we all know, but these are just visual pictures. So that's how I started making, could you go back? Normally I treat a compost heap like a body, so I put a beam down there and then the rib cage, then start building a compost. Go ahead. So these were 15 feet by 6 feet by 5 feet high heaps. Go ahead, please. Just keep going. So these are visuals. I don't need to talk much on these. So this is a mustard plant which grew by its own. You see the shoulders of this boy and see this. You can well imagine. When I said one plant can grow, this is an example. So if one plant can grow near the compost, it means you can see how potent this stuff can be. Next. And this, you see my turban? And see the turnip. One turnip, my wife was crying that you are losing on the crop, you got so little wheat. I said, look at the one turnip, is good enough. It's an indication. It's like, so next. So these hot cakes, a lot of them. So wait, back. No. Forward. This is one picture which, when the Basil Academy here in Mysore was inaugurated, and Peter was sitting there looking at my presentation, and this picture, he just stood up and started clapping. And there were two things I noticed. One was to appreciate what I had done, because he was very into the compost, and always, like Rachel said, you can smell heaven when you smell compost. So I always saw Peter had heaven on his nose. Every time he would smell it so strongly that some of it would stick to his nose. Yes, Binita says yes. So this is, the other thing was to tell others that yes, you should be making compost. He of course encouraged me and encouraged everyone. So the compost is very important. Go ahead, please. Turning off the compost. Next. More compost just in front of the house, then loading the trailers and spreading it in the farm. And then also, so what happened, seeing all this, and Punjab, they burn a lot of, now it's less, nowadays we have balers and there's very less burning of crop residue. But there came an NGO who wanted to make compost. So I said, okay, I rented my farm to them. I gave them all the trainings. So they bought straw of 600 acres. And we made compost 2,000 tons. And it was all brought to Wardha, like this seaside area in Maharashtra. And this NGO distributed it for free to the farmers. So, next please.
Can you make it fast?
Pardon?
Can you make it fast?
Okay. Go ahead, fast. So, just a minute. These are 100 meter long windrows, and we, out of each windrow, we made 80 tons. Go ahead. So, all this. Inspectors, go ahead. And more farmers came. This was in Dhule, long time ago, 2005. Good. This was with David Peter and everyone on Binita's farm. This is in Mozambique. And then the 16 nutrients, we just talk of NPK, whereas Hugh Lovell, he said boron is the most neglected element in agriculture. So there was another theory. This is Hugh Lovell, he's no more, but one of my teachers. Go ahead. So this was why boron is important. Boron is a catalyst. You put urea, chemical urea in the soil, it leaches away the boron, and if in the absence of boron the silica doesn't work, and then the calcium doesn't work, and it's a very vicious circle created by the absence of boron. So there's a long theory which maybe Mr. Tiwari will tell in his own time. I don't want to waste any more. Please go ahead. Yes, this is the cow dung. It's not bullshit. Please go ahead. This is David and me, the CPP. Everyone knows. Please go ahead, quick. Oh wait, okay, go ahead. Fine. Okay, the stirring is very important. Please, people know, but don't ignore the stirring. Why is it important? You have to go through a course on Binita's farm only. Go ahead. So checking out the flow forms. Actually, I took a semicircular vessel, and then the 9, and there's a particular way I fixed it, and Peter really, it's very easy to make clockwise, anti-clockwise. You just flip you flip the slide and just write clockwise, anti-clockwise. Okay, go ahead. So we sprayed wheat crop. Please go ahead, quick, burying the 500, taking out next, let's go. I just want to show, he says he has not met a farmer. You ought to, after this session, you tell me, have you met one? Go ahead. Please, speeden up. So go ahead. Okay, wait. This is a very interesting, so there is one preparation, people who are practicing biodynamics know about 501, but it's just 1 gram per acre per spray. And at times, people like me who come from Punjab, we believe in loads and loads of, whether it is manure, but 1 gram, what could it do? But if you see this special photo I took in the morning of a dewdrop, and when I actually, I saw this, you see the veins in the droplet. What is it? It's the image of the leaf behind this little droplet. Like we used to make these fire with the lens. So every early morning, all these dewdrops are actually, when the ray passes through the droplet to the next leaf, imagine that leaf receiving the light and the warmth from the sun. So, and where does the dew go? It goes up into the air again. So 1 gram of our sprays initially gets the light, it comes down, and it evaporates again. So that 1 gram, you do it in the afternoon and you will see the result. You'll have your crop burnt out. It's early morning spray. So this photo, I really enjoy watching it every time I see it. Please go ahead. planting calendar, you should not miss out. So this particular slide actually cleared my concept uh, of how the moon is moving around. Normally we say Uttarayan, the giant, ascending, descending node, but it's not on the same plane. The moon also has its like 5.1, so it's not exactly with the disk type of thing. The moon is at a certain angle. That's why we see it differently. So to explain this, my concept is clear. Please. So there's Peter on our farm. Here he was explaining the same. Please go ahead, Peter and Rachel. Now this is the same radish which was grown on a node day. If animals conceive a baby, or as it is humans or anything on a node day, they tend to be distorted, deformed. That's the reason why on node days, previously, people used to just stay home, not do any farm activity, and there in this planting calendar, the one pager or the BDAI has these node days. One should avoid any activity on the farm, laze around as much as you can, indoors or outdoors, mostly indoors, please. So this is in Mozambique. We are, Binita had sent me once to train some people on a farm there in Mozambique. So that's it. We are making some liquid manure. So anything which the cow doesn't eat can be used in liquid manures as a pest repellent, etc., etc. Go through a course and you know. Please go ahead. These are just cows and buffaloes. So liquid manure, this is lassi, buttermilk being churned and sprayed. And I was not posing, I was actually spraying. Please go ahead. Quick, let's finish it. What happened? Mulch. I used 3 acre of paddy straw on 1 acre of for mulching on turmeric field. Please go ahead. So that's how it comes up. That's what happens. Then happens, and we dig it up. We sow it with a potato planter, and we dig it up with a potato digger. So saving on it's viable. Please add mulching, different crops, and then more crops. And what happened was 60 species of birds slowly, when such you have a microclimate which attracts so many things, insects, birds, and insects are not the cause of crop failure. They are an indication of a failing crop. So never worry if there are insects. You better fix the soil rather than kill the insects, please. So these are all, actually I've compressed them into one. I have more than 500 photographs. So fungi, different. Go ahead. So this is what we have been talking about. Thank you. One more thing. Please go ahead. One more slide, I think. Yes. This is actually a quotation from Bhagavad Gita. Though I have not read it, I am told. So the God sleeps in the stones, dreams in the animals, breathes in the plants, and awakens in man. And that's not Bhagavad, that's me writing strive to awaken. That's good enough, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Long movie shot, I believe. So, last presentation from Mr. Ariyanoor Jayachandran. 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jayachandran. I am 70 plus 1 age old. I am doing chemical-free farming past 28 years. I was trained biodynamic farming under Melvin, Mahesh and Francis. He is also my guru. They are younger for me, but I am considered their 2 members are guru. Francis is not here. After that, I was trained Peter Proctor at Kodaikanal, Vattalagundu, I think 2002. After that, I am practicing the biodynamic agriculture along with indigenous methods. In my village, is very small village. I am the Sarpanch of my village past 3 successive terms. I am in my second term in Gram Panchayat, in Gram Sabha. I was declared bio village in my village is in Gram Sabha. And that moment, government officials is not interested in organic farming on that days. Now we are talking about the chemical-free farming. In that meantime, I am strongly believe in biodynamic agriculture. My daughter also got PhD in biodynamic agriculture, particularly fine art on silica under guidance of Dr. Perumal. In that time, my farming practices mostly in our area, paddy cultivation, because we are living in the coastal belt near to Chennai and Pondicherry. We are receiving abundance of rainfall, more than 800 millimeter rainfall in northeast monsoon. So we are not neglected the paddy cultivation. In paddy cultivation, I am doing the biodynamic agriculture. Before planting the paddy, I used to in green manure along with the 500, 2 times in the intervals of the 55 days. After that, after the planting the paddy seedlings, I used the CPP along with 501 and along with Panchakavya and fish meal and other things. I mostly used the lacto-acid bacteria, and that in my another field is a groundnut. I am cultivating the 4 acres of groundnut, and on that field I am also the same thing. We used 500, 501, CPP I used 3 times here in the crop duration. 501 used 3 times in the crop duration in the groundnut crop. I am in my field 300 mango trees is in my field, mostly in east coast tall. I meet one of the challenges. I am not able to spray the 501 on the above the canopy. This is the big challenge I meet you. Anyone come forward to tell me how to mitigate the challenges? I meet the big challenges. Drone is now. Some electrical lines is here and there. Lot of problems we meet there. This is my big problem in 501. Other things are very easy. CPP paste and other things. In our area, most of the farmers are used to take this biodynamic farming. யாரையாதெல்லாம் இந்த காலத்தில் பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிற வேகமான காலம், சென்னையில் ட்ரெயின் வேகமாக ஓடுது, நீங்கள் இதை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, திஸ் ஆர் லோக்கல் லாங்குவேஜ். We meet this problem particularly, and that we meet the marketing problem also. In our area is remote in big towns. So many problems to repeat. I am producing biodynamic product. I am not able to get the Demeter standard certification. So, yeah, most of the farmers is not doing that in our area. This is a crucial problem in our area. I think in future, most of the farmers less than hectare of the land in our country. My ambition is how to spread the biodynamic agriculture in this particular persons. Firstly, our facilitator also said, who is the farmer? Farmer is, most of the farmers is small farmers in India. My ambition is spread out the biodynamic agriculture. These farmers field, this is my dream also. In that meantime, Rudolf Steiner practicing the biodynamic agriculture and completed the 100 years. In India, we celebrating the 25th year of the biodynamic agriculture and Biodynamic Association of India. We are in infant stage. We are in tortoise stage. ஆமை போல இருக்கிறோம் இல்லைங்களா? We are in future in rapid stage. ஆமைக்கும் முயலுக்கும் இது வந்துருப்பாருங்க, ஆமையை ஜெயிச்சிட்டு கடைசியில். அதுபோல் நம்ம biodynamic farming is move ahead in future very rapidly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Let me take 5 minutes to summarize the lessons from the pioneers, and then maybe a few questions, then we'll close the session. To start, one important lesson from the first session is unless you adapt and customize, it is going to be difficult. And there's a case study how important the customization should be if biodynamic has to kind of get into the Indian system. More than that, I think an important point here is adapting. It is India is a landscape of small marginal farmers. We're talking about the 70 million plus. What suits those farmers is very important then kind of copying what is happening in an industrialized economy, industrialized agriculture. I think a lot of time is lost in that. A typical small farm can actually facilitate biodiversity, and then it can be an opportunity, income opportunity. Can we have daily income? Can we have weekly income? The only way to do it is to intensify, bring a diversity into a farm. If you industrialize with monoculture, it's not going to happen. So I think some of the important lessons are biodynamic farming. Of course, yes, it suits India, suits small farmers. Moving on, I think we have to look at the way to customize. That's something we'll have to look at. There's a challenge in making more farmers adapt to biodynamic because there are some questions being asked on its adaptability from a Western system into an Indian system. And the next important lesson is quality of food. It's surprising that the quality of the food, the alkaloid content in the medicinal herbs is completely different between conventional and biodynamic farms. So that's very interesting to learn. That somebody, see, a common thing is none of them are somebody who started a few years back. I think all of them have been persistent and everybody has spent some time with Peter Proctor. So that goes to show that it's not going to happen just like that. As he said, the speed is going to be, it'll be slow, but for sure it'll be rapid. And then the lessons. He answered the question, who is a farmer? A good farmer chases a mentor. So it finds solutions. Because he's living in the ecosystem, he wants to live in the ecosystem, so he will find the solutions. And then the result comes. You see the kind of volumes. I mean, it's wonderful to see that. And then the last short and sweet lesson is the way he spoke itself tells you need patience. And it will definitely give results. So thanks a lot for sharing this, and it's my honor to be with you all this afternoon. Any questions? You can shoot the question to the respective pioneer.
Did you cultivate the entire 1200 acres? No, I have. The
question was, did I cultivate the entire 1200 acres? We did start off, but it was a joint venture, like it was a cooperative farm. But that team which took me to Uttarakhand I was introduced to Binita and all, but I pursued it on my farm personally in Punjab, whereas the farm in UP was owned by over 100 people. So I had a chunk, 100 acres in that, but we bought it. It was just 1500 rupees, 15,000 rupees an acre. And the face value was 1 lakh rupees. No one wanted to buy it because of the dacoits, and we bought it and we sold it. That was the answer.
So, question to you. Firstly, thank you all for your time on the stage. Very insightful. Your photograph that you had of the dewdrop on the plant. I had read something about an image called a Kirlian image. Yeah. Right. Have you got any photographic documentation of Kirlian images of what you've taken on your farms?
I didn't get the question. I have a bad ear, but a very good heart. Huh? No, this is all. Micro? No, I didn't. I don't know what you mean, but I just took a photograph with and I don't know. It came out to be that.
Yeah, it looked lovely, but my question was, do you have evidence of Kirlian images and activity?
I don't even know the word.
Kirlian gives you aura. Kirlian gives you the aura of it.
Aura, no. I see an aura in everyone, even you see, but I don't know. Please. Anything else?
I would like to answer some of the points raised by our friend Mr. Jayachandran. So the next meeting of the BDAI training will be at your village. Please call all the farmers, whether it is 1 acre or 100 acres, doesn't matter. I think your mentor, where is Mahesh? Mahesh is here. Now we will structure a program for the small and medium farmer, and we will also plan how to get the Demeter certificate so that you will get the good marketing for your product. But I must make one statement here. Whatever that you produce, you said that you are not able to sell, particularly paddy. I'll give you some kind of an undertaking here. Whatever you produce in the 10 acres, 15 acres, I'll buy it from you. You know, I have 8 stores. I will buy the price at which you want to sell. I know that your price is little high. I don't mind. Like we have one friend, where is Murali? The Murali is there. I don't know whether you are aware. When everybody is selling at 500, 600 rupees per liter or per kilo of ghee, he is selling at 1,850 rupees. How he is able to get? He is the first organic and biodynamic producer and marketing person. We will all join with him. Now we will give you the marketing support not only for you, whoever is interested here. Whoever is interested here to sell their product, now we will set up a marketing outfit at BDAI, and I personally ensure that your products are purchased by us at the price at which you fix. When you fix the price for your product, you succeed. If you allow this price to be fixed by the middleman, you will never make money. Let us all join together. For value addition, BDAI promises to support.
I would like to narrate a small incident regarding this marketing with the biodynamic farmer. My name is Murali. I have been organic farmer for about 28, 30 years. You are able to hear me? See, I generally specialize in mango. It's all a minor part. We have about 5,000 trees, mainly Banglavalli, Alfonso and Imam Basant. See, the reason I call now this, about 12, 15 years back, Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan took me to a farm near Rampur. Was not known to me at all. Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan was guiding that farm. They were producing sweet lime, citrus fruit. He also briefed me, the fruits are good, but they are not able to sell very well. They have some problem. Right. I went to the farm. The farmer was very, very cooperative. I told him, I will test at least 20-30 fruits from various fruits. He said, even if you destroy 1 acre, we won't question you have come through an excellent reference. See, that is the kind of respect they had for Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan. I tasted everything there in the farm in their presence. Then after that I asked him, where are you selling now? I said, I am selling it in Vellore. What is the price? 7 rupees per kg. Asked him, then he asked me, what price will you give? I said, I will pay you 30 rupees per kg. He said, what are you taking? Did you hear me properly? I said, I am selling it at 7 rupees per kg. Yes, I heard you well. Your fruit deserves that kind of pricing. See, there are some black spots in the skin. In the marketing, we know how to handle it. We will handle it. We supported them. Now they are off. They took off. They are doing extremely well. I am glad I promoted on biodynamic power. The buyer should be able to recognize a better product, and we must be able to pay a better price without any hesitation.
Mukundan's brother is having a dairy. He is selling the A2 milk. One second. He is selling the A2 milk at the price at which he fixed. He doesn't give more than 10-15 liters to his own brother. So he is able to get the price because of the quality. So if you try, you have to fix the market for the produce that you are getting. You will always succeed. So we are all here. We will give a good marketing support from BDAI. Whatever our funds are producing, we will find the market for that. Thank you very much.
One more question, please. Yes. Only for you. Sir, are you agree with me? What are the differences from inorganic, organic, biodynamic farming you are suggested from your field? Difference? What are you suspected from organic, inorganic and biodynamic farming, expenditure, yield and type of soil change?
So many questions in one shot.
Yeah.
I'll have to show you 500 pictures then. Differences like the main thing is by using BD 500 because there are different aspects to different preparations. By using BD 500 within 3 years, I had to 50% less plowing, 50% less irrigation just because of BD 500. That is one preparation. Then insect infestation and by using BD Biodynamic Preparation 501, like other in organic farming, no one knows about BD 501. So BD 501 is but first you have to use at least 2 years of BD 500 in the soil to apply BD 501. The main thing is, do you have enough carbon in the soil? Because if you are introducing beneficial microbes, they need a living space to live in. And if every time you are putting in, nowadays people have these bioproducts, they are putting into they don't know whether there is enough carbon in the soil which can hold all these microbes. So you have to build up the carbon. It's not a 1 or 2 or 3. I went to Canada and then there's a place called the Canadian Shield. It's in the north extreme. And there was this one farmer called George Kinderman. He didn't know about biodynamics, but he was plowing 2 inches of soil when he started his farm, 2 inches. And after 25 years of practice, he had 1 feet of soil in his farm. From 2 inches, he built 10 inches of soil. And how did he do that? He says, anyone coming to the farm, bring me straw bales, and he used to compost. So composting, but again, what BD does is, we have compost ever since. BD is just a new name to us. But the compost, to enhance the compost with the beneficial microbes which come in the form of 502, 503, 504. So we are putting in. So with 1 cow, I was able to cultivate 30 acres with 1 cow. 30 acres with 1 cow, just 1 cow, the cow I showed. Basically, I said, I want more preps. Why should you have more preps? Make the CPP, barrel compost, or this cow pit manure, use it with the BD 500 for soil, use it for seed treatment, use it for the, inoculating your heaps. So at an average, 2 buckets of cow dung is enough for your inoculums for 1 acre for 1 year. If you have 2 buckets, basically it's like 30 kilos, 1 pit is good for 1 acre for 1 year. What all do you do? You have around 30 kilos of CPP is made in 1 pit. 15 kilos.
In my experience, each and every soil should be upgraded with biocarbon.
Maybe we are running short of time.
It will be manuring.
Okay.
By green manures or any other passages.
I believe you're saying something very good.
But we do something in the organic farming within the 3 years, minimum 3 years. Then you will adopt the biodynamic farming. It will be increasing the soil fertility.
So I thought you were asking. Are you asking me or telling me? I don't know. I'm not understanding. Are you?
No, we will probably discuss this later.
The cost of input per acre,
You're right.
30,000 per acre, reducing 1,000 rupees, reducing 100 rupees per acre.
Okay, sir. I believe you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if we can take one more question. He's been waiting for quite some time. Just allow one question, please.
We are running short of time, sir, and.
Moisture in the dry soil. Yes. It's a problem. Usually, naturally, these lands look like a desert terrain with a desert climate. These lands. So, their density of borders are very much high. Density of borders. So, moisture, which was during 60s and 70s, it was at the depth of 3, 4, 5 feet in summer. But now it has gone to 300 feet below ground, 300 feet. So all the life is gone. No life in the soil. No worms, no worms, nothing of that.
Any question, please? Any question, please? Okay. Maybe.
So that way, if there is a life form, if I am given some time, 10 to 5 minutes. Today or tomorrow, I will make a presentation on water building farm systems in dry lands. Water building farm systems. Ancestral medicinal agriculture. Now we are practicing water killing farm systems.
Sir, we are breaking for tea now. We can have a discussion 5 minutes later, sir.
No, what we can do is please give us a representation. Sir, please give a representation. It will be nice if. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
25 kg, 25 bags. Per bags is contain 75 kilo. Now, in chemical farming, they get the same yield. Which Co 51, and in the olden varieties are Sangarpatti Sirmani, Kudarwal Sirmani, traditional varieties in our area, indigenous seeds.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this was the second session, Biodynamic Farming in India, Challenges and Achievements, Perspectives of Pioneers. I heartfully thank all the speakers, Ms. Binita Shah, Mr. Navaneetha Krishnan, Mr. Jaspal Singh, Mr. Ariyanoor Jayachandran, and our session moderator, Dr. Jayaraman Pakirsamy. Thank you so much. We are now breaking for tea and we will resume sharp at 4:45 to continue our third session. Thank you. The tea is being served in the last floor, that is in the terrace. Is there any coupon? I repeat, the tea has been served in the last floor, the terrace, wherever we had our lunch. We just have the break of 5 minutes. I request everybody to be back within 5 minutes. Thank you. Madam has earned several prestigious awards, including the Padma Shri Award in the year 2020 and Nari Shakti Puraskar Award.
Thank you so much.
Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and some part of Karnataka. So I just want to say a few things. What was a very, I've not prepared anything, but 6 minutes I just shortened whatever I thought about, in my speech. I started after having a small, course in 1997, 98. About biodynamic agriculture. The first thing after learning biodynamic agriculture, we just started, just want to tell everybody, we learned something new. That time I was just after the college, I was very young, about 21 or 22. So during that time, just every day, I woke up and myself and my friend, we used to go to next farm, and wherever we meet the farmers, we start our journey early morning in the day. So about 6 o'clock, we went and met one farmer. He was just brushing and he was just applying some chemicals. We said, we don't know how to start about biodynamics, how to start about organic, but we wanted to say something to them, whatever we learned. So we went and approached him. We said, this is all bad, sir. We don't know how to start. So these chemicals are bad. These fertilizers, whatever you are using, is bad to soil. He said, is that? We're just brushing. Is that? Okay. Abdiya. Okay, Thambi. Panirla. He was just insulting us like anything. So we don't know how to approach the farmers. Then we started, ourselves, we went and approached another farmer. The same result. Few more farmers, same result. We didn't know how to speak to the farmer. So then we found a farmer who was sitting next to us in the hall. He was the only person listening to us what we were saying, because we touched the point of biodynamic calendar. So that is the thing. Impressed him, and he just started listening to us. Before that, we got a lot of insults from him also, and like that, he started. He was just literally throwing me away. Throwing both of us away from his farm. So we just talking about the calendar. So this is the traditional practices. We've been doing this this type of following the calendar for quite some time, for 2000 years. Our agriculture practices are merged with this kind of calendar. He said he got some idea about the calendar. So he literally started talking to us. Then we introduced one by one horn menu, CPP, silica. So everything result oriented, because he got a small nursery and he was literally seeing the result. So what I'm trying to say, some people were asking how can we do this? How can we do that? And how can we, because we have to start little by little, start from the scratch. So we're just jumping into conclusions. So start practicing. If you want to do something, first thing is you have to use your horn manure. Just collect some horn manure from somewhere and use your horn manure in the farm. Then see the result. Then compare. You just visit some farms. So coming to the seminar like this and jumping into conclusions will not help. So we have to learn a lot of things from the farmers. Those who are doing already organic farming. Some people said without, it's very difficult because we have to wait for 3 years to convert the farm. It is not like that. Actually, you need only 6 months to convert the farm. That is more than enough. So like that we started our journey. We spread all over Tamil Nadu. The only thing is we are not following things up with the farmer, which was very difficult because we had our own work and our own business. So we didn't have enough time to spend with the farmer. So now the farmer, they themselves starting a forum in different areas and the groups, and they started working among themselves. I think I'm really proud of Binita ji. She's been literally 100% putting her effort in promoting the farmers and dealing with the government and all the panchayat and everything. She's a big movement. Actually, we have to copy certain things from her to develop in South India. We've been talking about this. So we need to work a lot, work with the farmer, and it is very difficult for us in Tamil Nadu to approach the government people. We cannot convince them. I don't know about Uttaranchal and Uttar Pradesh and other places, but there we are finding it very difficult. A lot of challenges converting the people, converting the farmers into organic or biodynamics. Now things are changing. A lot of awareness about organic farming. You just imagine 25 years before, nobody was talking about organic farming. So during the time, introducing biodynamic itself is a big task. So this is how we started our journey, and now being a secretary of the association, we just finding different places for training centers. One is we tied up with the Super Biotech. That is one is happening already. She's also doing now. Biodynamic Association is joining with the Super Biotech. Like that, we are just finding different locations. And in Assam with the Neelam, there is another center. In Gujarat, of course, we had a center. We instance Sarvadamaji, now it is some problem and I don't know what is going to happen. So like that, we need different area. Each state, we should have a center. If anybody is interested in Andhra Pradesh, you can find. Please contact our extension officer or training officer, Mr. Jason. If you want to start an association, something like that. In Kerala, also you can approach. Andhra, Karnataka. Because we have an office here in Karnataka, but we don't have a regional chapter. So we have to start our regional chapter here in Karnataka, and because we are huge, largest, across the country we cannot travel. So our associations, manpower and economical things all very limited. So you people have to take up and take it forward, and if you approach BDAI, definitely we ready to work with you and create a local centers in each state. So that's what I wanted to say, because no, I don't have much to say about what we've been doing, and of course the farmers, those who have been working with them, maybe they may say something about what is happening in Tamil Nadu. So I'm requesting everyone, those who are interested to start your associations or local groups, kindly approach BDAI. Be frank enough to approach us. We are ready to help. Kindly just write to us, or you can leave some messages, and we'll do the follow up with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You made my job easy. I'm very obedient person to finish it in time. Thank you so much. I think he's the youngest person who experienced the journey of biodynamics.
30 years.
Yeah.
Binita.
Yeah, but as a very young person you started. Yeah. That's what I'm telling. Yeah. Yeah, because we all started much later, so that's why I'm telling you. It's a very nice to hear that. Now I invite Durairas from Karnataka to share your experience.
Good evening to everybody. Today the organizers, when she introduced me, she changed my identity. Because always this happens whenever I come with my friend Dureraj, another Dureraj. She has introduced me as a kind of a consultant for a certification body and all. My name is R. Dureraj. I am CEO and founder of Mother India Farms, an integrated organic and biodynamic farm in Tamil Nadu, to which farm you are all planning to visit day after tomorrow. So that's about me. Regarding my journey into biodynamic farm, I want to make it very short and sweet so that I can make Madam very happy. See, I was running an engineering industry in Hosur. In the year 1996, when I had some surplus funds, I bought a piece of about 200 acres of land. That time the land was very cheap, that area. So I bought it just casually with another friend of mine who said, some lands are there, you buy it. It's a very, very barren land. Barren land means no electricity, no water, nothing. So when I look around, there are only mangoes. So I planted about 12,000 mango trees. That time in 1997-98, I do not know anything about organic or biodynamic, nothing. That time when I was traveling once with one of my German friends from Bordeaux in France to Germany by car, he has introduced me, we stayed on an inn near Austrian border. The house lady, they gave me a homemade wine and they gave me a grilled fish. Then she said, gentlemen, I will give you some dessert to you. It's a very good, you know about that in India. She said she gave me a fruit of mango. When I tasted it, it was very sour. After tasting Alfonso and other things, it was something from South America. So I didn't want to disappoint her. I told, okay. Then what is special about this fruit? She says the organic. Then only I came to know about the organic. Okay. So let us not go. It's a long story. So when I came back, I thought, she charged me very heftily, about 12 euros those days she charged. So when I came back, I was thinking, we have so much mango trees, 12,000 plants we have, that too all Alfonso. Then I tried to start export fresh fruits. I was not aware we should have the certification. I got the order that buyer asked, where is your certification? I said, I don't have certification. Then I went to IMO in Indranagar. They came, and lady came. Then next day she called me to her office, fill up all the forms, I pay some money. Then I thought after 1 week they will give the certification. Then I went with the expectation. She said, Madam, can I collect the certification tomorrow? What tomorrow? After 3 years. Okay. So that was the beginning. Okay, let us come to the biodynamic. That is what we are going to talk about it. See, when I was doing the organic farming about mango, I came to know about biodynamic farming through Mr. Jayachandran, who is a very good friend of mine. I know her daughters also very well. They came to my farm. Then they were talking about the biodynamic. Then they went. Then even for organic farming itself, I was going through a lot of difficulties. I am losing a lot of money. I am not able to export. A lot of logistic issue. I was losing money and all. Oh, he was talking about biodynamic farming. Let it be there. Like that, I left it. Then I was going through some kind of a spiritual journey that time. That time, something when I was talking about the universe, about different planets in the universe. The universe is so wide, so many planets were there. We are a very small, teeny planet in the universe. So when I was all talking about it, then somehow Mr. Jayachandran talked about Mr. Strainer and his philosophy. Then I got interest. Then I just got into a net, is a Pandora box, you know that, no? So I started reading about Strainer. Okay. Then it was quite interesting for me. See, for a human being, whatever you absorb energy, that's called Jiva Gantam, we said. Apart from Jiva Gantam, we absorb energy from other force. That's a magnetic force. That's what we call is one Gantam. Okay. So the same thing is applicable to our plants also, for our earth also. When I connect this, it strikes me, so I just try to connect that. Then I started practicing biodynamic farming in that way. Then we have to take the certification. Many people have come, and even Mr. Jason also, one of our consultants. Then Mr. Navaneetha Krishna here, he started coming to my farm. So today he was talking in English. I was quite surprised. The first time I'm hearing he was talk so beautifully. If his August platform would have allowed him to talk in Tamil, that would have been different. Okay, it will be a mind-boggling. But even then, he is a person who has not studied much. But even then, I can say he talked. He is the one of the person known to me. I don't say that he is the only person who has given so much information about the biodynamic farming to me and to my farm, to my staff. Okay. So, in this way we are going. So, now I want to come to certain things which comes to my mind. See, Strainer in 1924, he brought out 8 to 9 lectures. Okay. That time he has not published any books. The books have come later, if I am not mistaken, to my knowledge. Okay. There are very few people, spiritual masters in the world, but 4 or 5, we can say Osho also. Osho also has not published any books. He only talked, he only lectured. The flow came just spontaneously. Like that for Strainer also, he talked like that. I don't know where he got this information, okay, how he got these preparations, how much time he took for research. Maybe he might have taken from some old scripts somewhere, but even then, something is astonishing. What he gave, nobody has given us, about the connection between the planet and the soil. So like that, I started practicing. Then The question of after, okay, my soil started enriching. Anyway, you are going to come tomorrow. It was a barren soil. Now you can see a lot of flora and a lot of biodiversity. And it struck my mind. See, one is we have to sell the product. It should be feasible. Whatever you do biodynamic, it should be feasible. Second, we are talking about biodiversity. So biodiversity, what I done, I created a forest. About 60 acres of natural forest I started creating from the year 2022. What a creation of forest is not a commercial forest. I have not planted teak wood or rosewood or that kind of stuff. I brought a lot of the trees that are going to extinct. The species, all I collected the seeds from the forest. I built a beautiful nursery in my farm. I started planting in my forest. Now I got more than about 150 species of different varieties. That way, I'm just contributing to the biodiversity and also to nature. Apart from my farming, biodynamic farming, this is also kind of biodynamic farming. It's a natural, okay. It absorbs the energy from the planet, from the cosmos. So that was also growing. Maybe people who can come, if you are interested, I can take to my forest. It's near, just to my farm only. Like that, when I started marketing about biodynamic, this Demeter certificate product, I spent a lot of money for certification and all. Then I have a friend to whom I was supplying organic mango puree. He's a Volkel. He's a very famous name in Europe. They are also one of the promoters of this biodynamic movement in the world. They are contributing a lot of money for that. So he asked me buy Demeter certified mango puree. Then it started growing. Now every year now we are selling almost about 5 crores worth of Demeter certified product from our farm, and also we have added more farmers into our group of cluster of farmers. And one thing what I observed, okay, I have the passion, I developed the interest, I am interested in biodynamic farming. What about the individual farmers? Very difficult to convince them, okay. They come, but after about 1 year or 2 years, they leave. Then I came across people like Navaneetha and his Sishyas like Sadish and other people. They have created a cluster of farmers, about nearly more than 100-150 farmers are there in Tamil Nadu, or maybe more than that, in different areas. Now in Tamil Nadu, people are developing biodynamic farming in a very, very active, more involved way. See, we have to unite all of them. What I request Biodynamic Association of India is now, see, you have to spread out. My friend Melvin was talking about that some time back here. How to spread out? You have to decentralize your activities, right? You can't hold it. Create a chapter in every state, or even 2 chapters or 3 chapters also if it's a big state. So give them training, create a center. Maybe I heard Mr. Navaneetha also is registering a Biodynamic Association of Tamil Nadu. I don't know the legal entities. So the Biodynamic Association should be a part of Biodynamic Association of India. Like that, every state you create a kind of a chapter so that biodynamic movement can grow. Morning, our Honorable Minister, H.K. Patil, who is also a good friend of mine, today I could not speak to him much, he asked, 100 years, what you have achieved? How far you have gone? You are very slow. You have to go fast. So that message I want to give it to you all. We have to little bit activate ourselves. 100 years we are here. Madam Rachel, I have not met her. I was seeing the kind of passion in her body language, the way she spoke. I was very much impressed because I have come little later. I have not met Mr. Proctor, I have not met them. I met Binita, that madam at Malaysia. Am I correct? If I remember, last year along with Jason. So, let us all join together Now a lot of people are coming for this biodynamic farming. It's a wonderful activity, wonderful practice, biodynamic practice. Nobody can challenge it. Organic is there. What's the difference between organic farming and biodynamic farming? We can go. This is kind of in-house. Whatever you do, we do it from within our farm. Organic is a different. So on this occasion, this is what I want to talk a little bit more, but I cannot disappoint her, so I am closing my talk by wishing everybody all the best. Please join for the farm visit. It will be my pleasure to host you. Whoever has not decided, I invite everyone to join the team day after tomorrow and come and stay in our farm for a day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for not disappointing. Now it was nice to listen to his journey in Tamil Nadu state, and he also made a call to all of us to start something in all the states. So that's very interesting. Thank you so much. And your experience regarding the certification is also very nice. And many people think so. When they talk about certification in organic farming, also I experienced the same in our state. Yeah, thank you. Now I invite Murali ji from Tamil Nadu to share your experience, very unique experiences.
அனைவருக்கும் என் வணக்கம். நான் ஒரு என்னுடைய பிரதர், அப்புறம் என்னோட நண்பர், அவருடைய சேர்ந்து ஒரு ஆர்கானிக் ஃபார்மை ஒரு 28 வருஷமாக நடத்திட்டு வரோம். நான் தமிழில் பேசினா பரவாயில்லையா, இல்லை ஆங்கிலத்தில் பேசணுமா? You want me to speak in English? Fine. I am basically a third generation farmer. My grandfather was a lawyer come agriculturist, so I am the third generation farmer. I have never lived without lands. Lands were always beside me. We have grown, played, hurt ourselves, everything is in the farm, and of course the house. So the farming is in my blood. It fascinates me. Though I studied in colleges, then went to some corporate work and other things, I came back for this. Then we wanted to start a farm. I was into capital market also. I was into stock market, made a lot of money. Then we thought we should invest somewhere. Then we went back to farming. We bought absolutely barren land for about 60 acres near Maduranthagam, which is about 90 kilometers south of Chennai. And it was an absolute barren land. Nothing was there except few palm trees. We developed, fortunately, only the blessed thing was there was one well. Fortunately, it had a good potential and we survived on that. Then we added on. That is how the journey started. To talk about biodynamic agriculture. See, the main thing is, everybody has talked about BD 500, 501, CPP and everything. Beyond that there is a little one called flow farm. I am really fascinated by this since I have practically used it. From what little I have studied, I think it came into sort of practice way back in 1970. I say something like a recent addition. See, when you are liquid manure or your horn silica is sent through your thing, whole equation and the configuration totally changes. I have visually experienced, and the after effects also I have really experienced. There is a mountain of a difference between hand stirring and stirring with the flow farm. Every organic farmer, every biodynamic farmer, whatever is the size of the farm, 2 acre, 1 acre, 5 acres, 20 acres, they must have one flow farm in their farm. It is also helpful. He wants to use this. Even if it is a chemical farming, it will be very, very useful. See, whatever you send through that, it almost becomes a nanoparticle. The Panchakavayam hand stirring and spray, the Panchakavayam I send through this makes a lot of difference. Visibly and practically also, the effects, they are also different. It has to be observed. It cannot be documented. It's a farmer's experience. That is the reason I insist on every farmer having a flow farm. It is very, very, yes, this is my experience. Regarding marketing, we do run an outfit in Chennai. We'll be very happy, especially small farmers who produce in varieties, biodynamic farm. We will be interested in interact with them, but we are very strict about quality. If the quality parameters are good, we will be interested in taking it. This is, I think, given time is quite short. This is a big subject. We'll have to go on for 2-3 hours. Not possible now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Murali Anna, very much for talking about the flow form. That's a new aspect he talked about. I mean, all of you are practicing, but he talked about it. And thank you so much for finishing in time. And now I invite Marudam Kumar from Satyamangalam. Okay. Can you do that? Bhaskar, what's his name? Okay, can you please help us in translating? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, not just summing up.
Sure. You will speak in Tamil and we will have a friend who can translate it.
நண்பர்களே, என்னோட மொழியும் சகிச்சு தான் ஆகணும், வேறு வழி இல்லை உங்களுக்கு. எனக்கு தமிழ் தவிர வேறு எதுவும் தெரியாது, விவசாயம் தெரியும். நான் சத்தியமங்கலம் பகுதியை சேர்ந்த ஒரு விவசாயி. ஒரு 10ஆம் கிளாஸ் வரைக்கும் படிக்கிறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இருந்துச்சு. எங்கள் அப்பா விவசாயி, ஆனால் எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு விவசாயத்து மேலே பெரிய நம்பிக்கையே இல்லை. ஏதாவது தொழில் செஞ்சால் வாழ்ந்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இந்த பாறையெல்லாம் உடைக்கிற ஒரு எந்திரத்தை வாங்கி கொடுத்து அதை வச்சு நீ வாழ்ந்துக்கோன்னு சொல்லி என்னை அனுப்பினார். அதுவும் பெருசாக எனக்கு எங்கள் பக்கத்தில் கிணறு வெட்டுறது ரொம்ப பிரபலம். ஆழமாக கிணறு வெட்டி அதுலேருந்து மோட்டர் போட்டு தண்ணி எடுத்து விவசாயம் பண்ணுறது. அது விவசாயம் பண்ணால் உருப்படாதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சே கிணறு வெட்டுவாங்க, லட்சக்கணக்கில் கடன் வாங்கி. அதில் நான் வாழ்ந்துடணுங்கிற ஒரு நடுவில் ஒரு தந்திரமான வேலை தான் அது. அப்போ கிணறு வெட்டுறது நின்று போன பின்னால் என்ன செய்கிறதுன்னு தெரியல. அப்போ ஒரு நண்பர் மூலமாக கேரளாவில் ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குன்னாங்க. என்னென்னா, கேரளாவில் இருக்கிற மலையெல்லாம் உடைச்சி புதுசாக ரயில் ரோடு போடுறது, கடல் தண்ணி நாட்டுக்குள்ளே வந்துடாமல் தடுக்கிறதுக்காக பெரிய பெரிய பாறைகளை உடைச்சி போய் கடற்கரை ஓரத்தில் போடுறது. இதற்கான வாய்ப்பு கிடச்சி அப்போ அங்கே போனதும் கொஞ்சம் வாய்ப்பு நல்லா இருந்ததுனால 2-3 வண்டியை வாங்கிட்டு பல ஏக்கர் கணக்கான பாறைகளை உடைச்சி கடற்கரையில் கொட்டணும் வேணாம். அப்போல்லாம் எனக்கு அது தெரியாது. கேரளாவில் ஒரு 7-8 வருஷத்தில் லட்சக்கணக்கான கியூபிக் மீட்டர் பாறைகளை உடைச்சி ரயில் ரோட்டுக்கும் கடற்கரை ஓரத்துலையும் கொட்டியிருக்கேன். நிறையா அந்த ஃபிஷ்ஷிங் போட் ஜெட்டி கட்டுறதுல என்னோடய பங்கு நிறையா இருந்திருக்கு. அதெல்லாம் ஏன் உடைக்கிறேன்னா, எனக்கு பணம் வேணும். பணம் இருந்தால் வாழ்க்கையில் எல்லாம் கிடச்சிருங்கிற அந்த ஒரு புரிதல் ஊட்டப்பட்டிருந்தது எனக்கு. பாஸ்கர் அப்பப்போ பேசுகிறேன், மொத்தமாக நான் பேசிட்டுமா. சரி, பாஸ்கர் நானும் ஒரு இணை பிரியாத ஆட்கள். நீண்ட காலமாக பார்க்கும்போதெல்லாம் என் தம்பியான்னு கேட்குறது வழக்கம். அதனால் என்னை புரிவார், அதனால் அவரே பேசிடுவார். ஒரு கட்டத்துக்கு மேலே நான் இல்லைனாலும் அவரே பேசுவார். அப்போ அப்படி பணம் மட்டுமே பிரதானமாக நினைஞ்சு அலைஞ்சிட்டு இருந்தவன். எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு ஒரு 7 ஏக்கர் விவசாய நிலம் இருந்தது சத்தியமங்கலத்தில். அப்புறம் ஒரு கட்டத்துக்கு மேலே எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு உடம்புக்கு முடியல. அப்புறம் அந்த வண்டி இண்டியெல்லாம் கொடுத்துட்டு வந்துடுறா, நீ என்னோடய சாம்ராஜ்யத்தை தொடர்னு சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. கொடுத்தப்போ 1 ரூபா கூட பணம் கொடுக்கல. ஒரு 5000 ரூபா பணம் கொடுத்துட்டு 7 ஏக்கர் நீ தான் விவசாயம் பண்ணிக்கணும், என்னமோ செய், நீயே விழுந்து நீயே எழுந்திருக்கோன்ட்டார். நான் என் மனசில் ஏற்கனவே எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கும் எனக்கும் நிறைய வயசு வித்தியாசங்க. அவங்களுக்கு திருமணமாகி 16 வருஷம் கழிச்சு பிறந்தவன். அதனால் கிட்டத்தட்ட அப்பா தாத்தா மாதிரி. அவருக்கு என்ன தெரிஞ்சிடும் விவசாயத்தில், நான் பல மாநிலங்கள் சுற்றி இருக்கிறேன், எனக்கு நிறைய அறிவு இருக்குன்னு வச்சுட்டு அந்த வேளாண் துறையோடு கொஞ்சம் நெருக்கமாக பழக்கம் வச்சுக்கிட்டு அவங்க பரிந்துரையெல்லாம் வச்சு பயிர் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தோம். எங்கள் வட்டாரத்தில் ஒரு கவர்ச்சிகரமான பயிர் இருக்குது, மஞ்சள். மஞ்சள் தொடர்ச்சியாக விளைஞ்சி ஒரு 2-3 வருஷம் விளைஞ்சதுன்னா பொண்ணுக்கு திருமணம் பண்ணிவிடுவாங்க. அப்படி ஒரு பயிர் அது. மஞ்சளில் நிறையா சம்பாரிச்சோன்னுங்கிறதுக்காக ஒரு 4-5 வருஷம் ஸ்டாக் பண்ணி வச்சோம்னா ஒரு பெரிய தொகை கிடைக்கும். அதை வச்சு வீடு வீடு கட்டில எனக்கு நானே கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படிங்கிற திட்டம் எனக்கு. இப்போ மஞ்சளில் ஒரு 2-3 வருஷம் மஞ்சள், வாழை, கரும்பு இதுதான் என்னோடய பயிராக இருந்தது. ஒரு 3 வருஷம் அந்த நவீன வேளாண்மையை கையில் எடுத்து செஞ்ச காலத்தில் ஒரு 1.5 லட்ச ரூபா எனக்கு நான் கடன் ஆயிடுச்சு. எங்கள் அப்பா ஓரமாக உட்காந்து சிரிச்சுக்கிட்டு இருப்பார். அவர்கிட்ட பணம் இருக்குது, நான் வண்டி விற்ற பணத்தெல்லாம் கொடுத்துட்டு அவருக்கு வேறு பிரச்சனை ஒன்றும் இல்லை. இவன் எப்படி பண்ணுறான்னு பார்த்துட்டு அவர் ஓரமாக உட்காந்து ஜாலியாக வச்சுருக்கு. என்னை எப்போவுமே நம்பினதில்லை, அவன் உருப்படுவாங்கிற நம்பிக்கை எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு இருந்ததே இல்லை. அப்புறம் என்ன செய்கிறதுன்னு புரியல, கடன் ஆயிடுச்சு. அந்த உப்பு கடைக்காரன், உரம் வித்த கடைக்காரன் ரோட்லலாம் போக முடியாது, பின்னால் வழியே சுற்றிட்டு போகிறது. அவன் ஏதாவது 4 பேர் வந்து உட்காந்து பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கும்போது சீட்டெல்லாம் கொடுத்து விட்ருவான். அவமானமாக இருக்கும் அந்த கடனை தீர்க்க முடியலையேங்கிறது. இப்படி இருந்த கட்டத்தில் கடன் அடைக்கிறதுக்கு வேறு வழி இல்லை. என்ன செய்யறதுன்னு யோசிச்சப்போ, அப்போ என் நிலத்தில் 1 ஏக்கர் விற்றுருவோம், ஒரு 3 லட்ச ரூபாய்க்கு விற்கும் இப்போ ஏக்கர். விற்றுட்டு இந்த கடனை கட்டி போடுவோம், 1.5 லட்ச ரூபாய்க்கு கட்டி போட்டோம்னா அடுத்த விவசாயம் பண்ணலான்னப்போ எங்கள் மனைவி ஒரு யோசனை சொன்னாங்க. 3 வருஷம் விவசாயம் பண்ணதுக்கு 1 ஏக்கரை விற்க போகிறீங்க, இன்னொரு 3 வருஷம் செஞ்சீங்கன்னா இன்னொரு ஏக்கரை விற்பீங்க, அப்புறம் என்ன இருக்குது, இப்படியே விவசாயம் பண்ணால் ஒன்றும் இல்லாத போயிடும் அப்படிங்கிறதுல எனக்கு அப்போ தான் பொட்டில் அடித்த மாதிரி இருந்தது. தமிழ்நாட்டில் பல 1000 வருடங்களாக விவசாயம் செஞ்சு பலதையும் சந்தித்து மேம்பட்ட ஒரு சமூகம். என் அப்பா, என் தாத்தா, தாத்தாவோட தாத்தா எல்லாரும் விவசாயிகள். அதுக்கு முன்னாலும் விவசாயிகள் தான் இருந்திருக்க முடியும். இப்போ என்னோட விவசாயம் நின்று போயிடும் போல் இருக்கு. அப்போ இவ்வளவு காலம் விவசாயத்தை கொண்டு வந்த இந்த பாரம்பரியம் என்னோட நிற்கிது அப்படின்னா ஏன் விவசாயம் தப்பான்னு யோசிச்சப்போ, விவசாயம் தப்பு இல்லை, விவசாயம் செஞ்ச முறையில் தப்புன்னு புரிஞ்சுட்டு தான் அப்போ தான் தேடினோம். அந்த இடத்துல அந்த கடனை அடைக்கிறதுக்கு அப்போல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் ஆம்பளை முறுக்கு, எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஆம்பளை திமிரெல்லாம் அதிகம். எங்கள் வீட்டம்மா கல்யாணம் பண்ணிட்டு வந்த அந்த நகையெல்லாம் கொடுத்து அது கடன்லாம் அடைச்சப்போ அப்புறம் அந்த மீசையெல்லாம் இப்படி நார்மலாக கீழே வந்துடுச்சுன்னு வைங்களேன். அப்புறம் கொஞ்சம் நார்மல் ஆகிட்டேன். அப்போ நான் என்ன தரைக்கு வந்துட்டேன்னு வைங்க. அப்போ தான் தேடல் தொடங்குது. என்னோடய நண்பர்கள் மூலமாக ஒரு ஏதாவது வரம் கிடைச்ச மாதிரி மேட்டுப்பாளையத்தில் நவநீத கிருஷ்ணன் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கார். அவர் நர்சரி வச்சுருப்பார். நர்சரியில் அவர் பிரபலம். ஒரு 2000 வகையான இப்போ செடிகளோட பொட்டானிக்கல் நேமை ஒப்பிப்பார். எனக்கு அதை பார்த்தே ஒரு பிரமிப்பாக இருக்கும். அப்படி இருந்த நபர்கிட்ட கொண்டு போய் விட்டாங்க. அவர் தான் இந்த இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் எனக்கு முன்னோடி. ஆனால் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன செஞ்சார் என்னோடய நண்பர் ஒருத்தர், இவருக்கு இந்த உயிர் சக்தி வேளாண்மை ஏதாவது பயோடைனமிக்கை கற்றுக் கொடுத்த ஒரு நபர் இருக்கார், அவரை சந்திப்போம் அப்படின்ட்டு என்னை கூப்பிட்டு போகிறாரு. மோட்டர் சைக்கிள் எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறோம். சத்தியமங்கலத்துலேருந்து ஒரு 45 கிலோமீட்ரு. தோல் ஷாப்புன்னு ஒரு இடம். அந்த இடம் அந்த பேரெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு மறக்கவே முடியாத பேர். அது ஒரு மையம். இந்த வானியலில் சொல்கிறாங்க இல்லைங்களா, பிளாக் ஹோல்ங்கிறாங்களா, அந்த மாதிரியான இடம் அது. அவங்களோட பூந்தோட்டங்கிறது. அவர் நவநீதனோட தோட்டத்துக்கு பேர் பூந்தோட்டம். அது ஆக்சுவலி ஒரு பிளாக் ஹோல். அங்கே போய் திரும்பி வந்தவங்க ஒருத்தருமே இல்லை. அப்படி இருந்தப்போ அந்த வழியில் போகும்போது மேட்டுப்பாளையத்தோட நகர கழிவுகளை எல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்து ஒரு இடத்துல கொட்டி வச்சுருக்காங்க. மலைமலையாக குவிச்சு வச்சுருக்காங்க ரோட்டோட 2 பக்கம். இவர் அந்த கழிவுகள் இருக்கிற இடத்துல போய் மோட்டர் சைக்கிள் நிறுத்துறாரு. ஏன் நான் கேட்டேன், ஏதாவது மூத்திரங்கத்தில் அடிக்க போகிறான்னு. இல்லை நம்ம பார்க்க வந்தவர் இங்கே தான் இருக்காருன்ற ஒரு மரத்தடியில் நிறுத்திக்கிட்டு அந்த மலை மாதிரி குவிச்சு வச்சுருக்காங்க அந்த மேட்டுப்பாளைய நகரத்தோட கழிவுகள். ரோட்டில் போகிறவங்கெல்லாம் துணி எடுத்து மூஞ்சை மூடிக்கிட்டு போவாங்க. இவர் அதுக்குள்ளே என்னை கூட்டிகிட்டு போகிறார். அப்படி கூட்டிகிட்டு போனால் ஒரு 100 மீட்டர் தாண்டினா ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு ஓலை ஒன்றை மட்டும் மறைப்புக்கு வச்சுட்டு ஒரு பையன் இவ்வளோ நீளத்துக்கு முடி வளர்த்துட்டு அதுக்கு ஒரு ரப்பர் பேண்டை போட்டுட்டு காலில் ஒரு ஸ்லீப்பரு, ஒரு டவுசரு, ஒரு டிஷர்ட்டை போட்டுட்டு ஒரு பையன் அங்கே இருக்கிற அந்த நகர கழிவுகளெல்லாம் கையெல்லாம் களைச்சி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கான். நான் கேட்டேன், எங்கேங்க நம்ம அவரை தான் பார்க்க வந்தோம்னார். எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஒரு மாதிரி சங்கடமாயிடுச்சு. இன்னும் இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் பெரிய ஆளுகளை கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்துட்டு இதை இந்த மாதிரி ஆளை காப்புறேன்னு போகும்போது ஒரு கிட்டத்தட்ட மத்தியான வேலை. அந்த வெயிலில் ஒரு தம்பி வேலை செஞ்சிட்ருக்கிறான். அது யாருன்னா அந்த மெல்வின் மகேஷ். படித்து முடிச்சுட்டு போபாலில் என்வரன்மெண்டல் இன்ஜினியரிங் அதை படிச்சுட்டு வந்தவருக்கு அந்த மண்டைக்குள்ளே அதை வச்சு அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. அங்கே இந்த புவிக்கோளம் காக்கப்படணும்னா என்ன செய்யணுங்கிற அந்த அறிவோடு வெளியே வந்த பையன். அப்போ இந்த சமூகத்தில் ஏதாவது உருப்படியாக செய்யணுமா இருந்ததுன்னா முதல்ல நம்ம போட்டிருக்கிற குப்பையிலிருந்து நல்லது செய்யணுங்கிறது தொடக்கத்துலேருந்து தான் வருது. அதுக்குள்ளே அந்த இயற்கை பயோடைனமிக்கான அந்த அறிவும் அவரோட நண்பர் மூலமாக ஃப்ரான்சிஸ் மூலமாக கிடச்சிருக்கு. நான் போயிட்டு கேட்குறேன், அவர் வாங்கினாரு. கட்டி பிடிக்கிறதுக்கெல்லாம் வழி இல்லை. நான் போய் முதல்ல சாதாரண புலம்பை எல்லாரும் கட்டி பிடிக்கணும். அப்போ அவர் கையோடு இருக்கிறார், அந்த அழுக்கு கையோடு. அதில் 8 நின்று கும்பிடெல்லாம் போட்டுட்டு வாங்கன்னு வரவேற்றார். அப்புறம் நான் கேட்டேன், என்ன செய்கிறீங்கன்னா, இந்த கம்போஸ்ட்டு பண்ணிகிட்ருக்காங்க. இங்கே இருக்கிற கழிவுகள் எல்லாம் மக்கும் கழிவு மக்கா கழிவுலாம் பிரிச்சுட்டு அதில் கொஞ்சம் பயோடைனிக் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன்ஸ் உள்ள போட்டு கம்போஸ்ட் பண்ணி வச்சுருக்கேன் பாருங்கள். சாக்கில் அடுக்கி வச்சுருக்காரு. இந்த மகேஷ் இங்கே இருக்கார், நான் இங்கேன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன். அப்போ என் புத்தி இது வரைக்கும் பணம் பண்ண புத்தி தான் எனக்கு. அப்போது எனக்கு என்ன ஓடிச்சுன்னா மைண்டில், கம்போஸ்ட் விற்கிற ஆளுகிட்ட என்னை கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்திருக்காங்கன்னு தான் ஓடிச்சு. நான் கேட்டேன், அப்போ இது என்ன விலைங்கன்னு கேட்டேன். இல்லைங்க, இது விற்கிறது இல்லை அப்படின்னு. அப்புறம் அப்படின்னு இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்கிறவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துருவோம், அவங்க பண்ணுறது கொடுத்துருவோம், அவங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் யோசனையும் சொல்லுவோன்னு. அப்போ தான் என் முதல்ல என் மண்டையில் ஒரு சம்மட்டியில் அடி அன்னைக்கு தான் விழுகுது. இப்படி ஒரு மனிதன் இருக்க முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறத இந்த சமூகத்தின் பால் அக்கறை கொண்ட, குறிப்பாக அந்த உழவர் சமூகத்தின் பால் அக்கறை கொண்ட ஒரு மனிதன் என்னை விட 8 வயசு சின்னவன். என்னோட முதல் இயற்கை விவசாய குரு மகேஷ். அதுக்கப்புறம் அண்ணன். அங்கிருந்து எனக்கு வருது இது முதல் அடி. அப்போ தான் விழுகுது. நான் யாருக்கு கொடுப்பீங்கன்னா, யாரே இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்கிறவங்க கொடுத்துருவாங்கிறாங்க. அப்படி யாராவது இங்கே செஞ்சுருக்காங்களான்னா வாங்க, நவநீத கிருஷ்ணன் ஒருத்தர் இருக்காங்க பக்கத்தில், அங்கேருந்து ஒரு 1/2 கிலோமீட்டர் கூட்டிகிட்டு போகிறாரு. அதுதான் அந்த நான் சொன்னேங்களே பிளாக் ஹோலுங்கிற அந்த மையம். அது அங்கே போய் பார்த்தேன்னா, அதுக்கு முதல்ல போனதில்லைங்க. அங்கே போய் பார்த்தோன்னா இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்கிறாங்கிறார். அது ஒரு நர்சரி. அது போக கொஞ்சம் இடத்துல மற்ற பயிர்கள்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. செழித்து நிற்குது. அங்கே இருக்க செடிகளெல்லாம் பார்க்குறக்கு ஆனந்தமாக இருக்குது. ஒரு கோடு போட்ட மாதிரி உங்கள் அண்ணாரோட பண்ணை அந்த பக்கம் இருக்கும், ஒரு வரப்புக்கு இந்த பக்கம் அந்த பக்கம். அது ஒரு மாதிரி டல்லாக இருக்கும். இது அவ்வளோ செழிப்பாக இருக்குது. நான் எப்படிங்கன்னு கேட்டேன். ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, இயற்கை விவசாயம் தான், இதை தான் பண்ணுறோம். மகேஷ் சொல்லி கொடுக்குறாரு. அப்புறம் வந்து 30 கிராம் 20 கிராம் அளந்தளந்து கொடுப்பாங்க, தங்க எண்ணெய் போடுற மாதிரி. இவங்க இந்த பயோடைனிக் ப்ரிப்பரேஷன்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தங்கம் எண்ணெய் போடுற மாதிரி தான் கொடுக்குறாங்க. அப்படி கொடுக்குறவங்க எனக்கு ஒரு மாதிரி குழப்பமாகி போச்சு. இது எப்படி சாத்தியம்? மூட்டையாக உப்பு போட்டிருக்கோம், டன்னாக போட்டிருக்கிறோம். பெரிய பெரிய விஞ்ஞானிகள் சொல்லப்படுறவங்க கூட பரிந்துரைலாம் செஞ்சுருக்கணும், ஒன்றும் நடக்கலையேன்னு நினச்சிட்டு நான் கேட்டேன். அப்படின்னா இப்போ நம்ம நிலைமைவே ரொம்ப மோசமாச்சேன். நான் கேட்ட முதல் கேள்வி, எவ்வளோ செலவாகும் ஒரு ஏக்கருக்கு? ஒரு 1500 ரூபா செலவாகுங்கன்னு. அப்போ தான் கண்ணே ஒரு நல்ல தெளிவு மூச்சு வருது. அப்போது ஆயிரக்கணக்கான ரூபா கடனாகி உட்காந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற பேசுகிறேன் ஆகிட்டுருக்க அந்த சூழலில் இப்படி ஒரு நபரை கண்டுபிடிச்சதும் எனக்கு கூட சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுவீங்களான்னு வர்றாங்கிற. அடுத்த நாளே கிளம்பி வர்றாரு. எங்களோட காதல் பயிரான மஞ்சளில் முதல் பண்ணுறோம். கொஞ்சம் நாள் தள்ளி போயிடுது. நாள் தள்ளி போனப்போ எங்கள் அப்பா என்னை திட்டிகிட்டு இருக்காரு. இப்படி ஒரு சூழல் போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அந்த பயிரை அந்த பயோடைனமிக்ங்கிற அந்த உயிர் சக்தி வேளாண் முறையில் செஞ்சு அந்த பயிர் வர எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு கொஞ்சம் நம்பிக்கை வருது. ஏதோ உருப்பிட்டு காம்போல் இருக்கு, ஒன்றும் போடாதே நல்லா வருதுன்னு. அந்த அறுவடை முடியும் போது தான் எங்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு இது மேலே நம்பிக்கை வருது, என் மேலே நம்பிக்கை வருது. ஏன்னா அந்த அறுவடை முடிஞ்சு சாதாரணமாக அங்கே மஞ்சள்லாம் அறுவடை முடிஞ்சு வேக வச்சு காய வச்சு பாலிஷ் பண்ண பின்னால் ஒரு மூட்டை பிடிச்சோம்னா 90 கிலோ 95 கிலோ வரும். முதல் தடவையாக 110 கிலோ வருது சாதாரணமாக அப்படி பிடிச்சா. அந்த மஞ்சள்லாம் கல் மாதிரி இருக்குது. 2 ஆண்டுகள் கூட அதெல்லாம் கெட்டு போகாது இருந்தது. அப்போ தான் எனக்கும் என் மேல் நம்பிக்கை வருது. இப்படியான அந்த முறை எனக்கு தொடருது. மகேஷ் என்கிட்ட சொன்னது என்னென்னா, நான் எவ்வளோ நாளைக்கு இது பயன்படுத்தணும், நீங்கள் நல்லா பண்ணினீங்கன்னா 3 வருஷம் பயன்படுத்துங்க, அதுக்கு மேலே ப்ரிப்பரேஷன்லாம் வாங்கணுங்கிறது ஒரு சிலதை நீங்களே பண்ணிக்கலாம், அப்புறம் நீங்கள் ரசாயனம் போடலிங்கன்னா தொடர்ந்து நடக்குங்கிற. அந்த மஞ்சள் அறுவடையும் போது தான் வாழ்நாளில் முதல் தடவையாக நம்மாழ்வாரை ஒரு பயிற்சியில் சந்திக்கிறேன். ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேரம் அவரோட பேச்சை கேட்க முடிஞ்சுது. அதுக்கப்புறம் தொடர்ந்து நம்மாழ்வாரோட அந்த பயணங்கள் தொடர ஆரம்பிச்சு 98 தொடங்கின அந்த பயணம் இன்று வரை அப்படியே போயிட்டுருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் பலரையும் இந்த இயற்கை வேளாண்மை பயோடைனமிக்கில் கொண்டு வர ஆரம்பித்தோம். நிறைய அனுபவங்கள், நிறைய விவசாயிகளோட வெற்றி கதைகளோடு ட்ராவல் பண்ணோம். 2010 தமிழ்நாட்டில் எல்லாருக்குமான ஒரு பயிற்சி மையம் ஒன்று வேணும்னு நினச்சேன். எல்லா தோட்டங்களாக இருக்குது, தோட்டங்களுக்கு போய் பார்க்குறோம், எல்லாரும் வந்து போகக்கூடிய ஒரு முழுமையான பயிற்சி மையம் வேணும்னு நம்மாழ்வாரோட சேர்ந்து யோசிக்கும்போது கரூர் மாவட்டத்தில் ஒரு இடத்துல யாருக்குமே வேண்டான்னு சொல்லி விட்டுட்டு போன புறக்கணிக்கப்பட்ட நிலம். அந்த நிலம் ஒரு 55 ஏக்கர் நண்பர்கள்லாம் சேர்ந்து வாங்கி கொடுத்தாங்க. அதை வச்சுட்டு அங்கே அந்த இயற்கை வேளாண்மைக்கான பயிற்சி மையத்தை தொடங்கி 2009 தொடங்கினது. 2010 தொடர்ச்சியாக பயிற்சி நடக்க ஆரம்பித்தோம். இன்று வரைக்கும் சராசரியாக வருடத்துக்கு ஒரு 1500 பேருக்கு முழுமையான 3 நாள் பயிற்சி, இயற்கை வேளாண்மை, பயோடைனமிக் உள்ளிட்ட எல்லா பயிற்சிகளும் அங்கே கொடுக்குறோம். இது வரைக்கும் ஒரு 20,000 பேர் அங்கேருந்து பயிற்சி பெற்று போயிருப்பார்கள். அதில் பலரும் இங்கே வந்திருக்கிறாங்க, நிறைய பேர் அவங்களில் அறிமுகமானவங்க. என்ன இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்களை தொடர்ச்சியாக உந்தி தள்ளின முன்னோடிகள் அண்ணன் நவநீத கிருஷ்ணன் ஆகட்டும், ஜெயச்சந்திரன் அண்ணன் அரியனூர் ஆகட்டும். பல்வேறு நெருக்கடிகள் எங்கள் அமைப்புகளிலையும் நிறுவனங்கள்லையும் வந்தப்போ எங்களோட தொய்வுகளை தொய்ந்து போகாமல் எங்களை எல்லாம் வழிநடத்துகிற எங்கள் ஆசான் சுல்தான் ஐயாவாகட்டும். அவங்களாம் இருக்கிறதுனால இந்த பயணம் வெற்றிகரமாக தொடர்ச்சியாக போயிட்டுருக்கு. இது நேரமின்மை காரணமாக என்னால் இவ்வளோ தான் பேச முடியும். ஒரு விவசாயி தன்னோட அனுபவத்தை பேசுகிறதா நிறைய பேசி விடலாம், அதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இந்த இடத்துல இல்லை. இன்னொரு நாள் நம்மெல்லாம் கூடலாம், மணிக்கணக்காக நாள் கணக்காக பேசுறதுக்கு இருக்குது. நவநீத கிருஷ்ணன் ஐயா என்கிட்ட 40 வருஷத்து அனுபவம் இருக்குது, என்கிட்ட ஒரு 25 வருஷம் அனுபவம் இருக்குது. அதனால் இந்த பயிர்கள்லாம் இந்த விஷயத்தை உங்களுக்கு யாராவது இயற்கை வேளாண்மையிலையோ உயிர் சக்தி வேளாண் பயோடைனமிக்லேயோ ஏதாவது உங்களுக்கு சிறு தடங்கள் இருந்தால் அதை தூண்டி விடுறதுக்கானதாக இருக்குங்கிற என்ற அளவோடு என்னோட பயணிக்கும் சக பயிரில் நான் உங்களுக்கு அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி.
உங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி, நல்லா பேசுறீங்க. Now I invite Bhaskarji for the translation of this wonderful experience. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I don't want to translate line by line. I just summarize what he has said. As a failed academic student in childhood, his father taught him to become a crusher, stone crusher. He bought a machine and give it to him. In Tamil Nadu, he goes around, broke millions of square cube stones for roadway paving, harbor, so many things in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. After that, after a few years, he back to his native Satyamangalam and started farming. Within 2 to 3 years, he is in a stage where he has to be pledged or sell a piece of land for practicing chemical agriculture. Once his wife asked a question, if you doing farming like this, every 3 years once you want to sell a land of acre. So he just got stuck in that feeling. His father don't have a faith anymore, he can continue farming. So he roam around Tamil Nadu and somewhere met Navaneetha, Krishnan and Mahesh, Melvin in a heap of dung and the garbages collected from Metropolitan town. So where he started traveling biodynamic later on. Now he is do nothing farming, I think. He always mentioned himself as in Tamil Somberi, a lethargic person. A lethargic person finds a way, 1,000 ways, than a man who is roaming in and around. So he is do nothing farming. So he says in western part of Tamil Nadu, they used to inculcate or pull the technology wherever introduced. The western part of Tamil Nadu people rapidly or radically uses it. So manjal, turmeric is one of the plant where Congo belt used to cultivate. So he started cultivating turmeric. On the turmeric he used compost and all the BD solutions and whatever they suggested, Navaneetha and Mahesh suggested to him. So for a sack, usually organic farmer will get 90 kgs of turmeric in a sack. We call it a mutai or but he got 110 kgs. Later on he cultivated paddy, he cultivated he has coconut farm, he has rice plantation, all these things. So in that way he traveled a lot. At a point of time his father got a faith that he can do farming very well. So he gave his land to him. Before that he has a very androcentric mood, like a man can do anything, all these things. But after losing the land by using chemical farming, suggested by TNAU and all other institutions, they are occupied with the idea of chemical farming, he gradually losing his money. At that point, he grounded and thought, how could a culture or a clan of people traveling thousands of years with the knowledge of with the agroclimatic knowledge and local knowledge, they survived, but within 3 years, I am losing all this land. This is the point where he turned from chemical to organic. Now 25 years, past 15 years, he trained 15 to 20,000 of youngsters in Tamil Nadu, in Vanagam, Nammalvar Ecological Foundation. This is what he said. Thank you.
நான் சொல்ல வந்ததில் ஒரு விஷயம் விட்டு போயிடுச்சு. அது என்ன முக்கியமான விஷயம். என்னோட இந்த 26 ஆண்டுகள் தொடர்ச்சியான இந்த இயற்கை வேளாண்மை, இது இயற்கை வாழ்வியல், இந்த பயணத்தை தொடர்ச்சியே இடையறாது, சோர்வில்லாது, பிறழ்ந்து விடாது நான் பயணிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு புள்ளி எனக்கு காரணமாக இருந்தது. அது என்னை விட சின்ன வயதுள்ள என்னோடய இளைய குருன்னு சொல்ல முடியும், இந்த மகேஷ். அவர் ஒரு நாள் ஒரு உரையாடலும் போது ஒரு விஷயம் சொன்னார். குமாரண்ணா, ஒரு நிலத்தை இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்காக மாற்றுறது பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை. அதில் விளைவிக்கிற பொருளை இயற்கையான பொருளாக விளைவிக்கிறதும் பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை. ஆனால் என்னோடய அனுபவத்தில் ஒன்று சொல்கிறேன், ஒன்று தான் ரொம்ப சிக்கலானது. ஒரு மனிதனோட மைண்டு ஆர்கானிக்காக மாறுறதான் ரொம்ப சிக்கல்னாரு. அப்போ மைண்டு ஆர்கானிக்காக மாறினா நிலமோ பொருளோ ஆர்கானிக்காக விளையிறதுல இல்லை பயோடைனமிக்கில் விளையிறது ஒரு மேட்ரே இல்லை. அப்போது அந்த ஒரு விஷயம் எனக்கு இன்று வரைக்கும் அது தொடர்ச்சியாக என்னை வழிபெறலாத பார்த்துக்குது. அதனால் அந்த நன்றியை நான் மகேஷுக்கு தெரிவிக்கணும். நல்லது.
Small translation. He said, converting a farm is very easy, but, changing your mind to organic is very difficult. Once your mind is changed to organic, that is a kind of a spiritual. Somebody was talking about spirituality and something like that. So when you change your mind to organic, then you go and do your farming. That itself of organic farming, kind of organic farming. So you have to change your mind before going to the field. That's what he said. Yeah. And I want to add only one point. This is my time, not my time. I used to tell our farmers, if you're not able to do compost, just forget your biodynamic or organic. Do something else. If you're not able to continue with your compost, just give up. Do something else. Thank you.
எல்லாருக்குமே ரொம்ப நன்றி. Thank you so much. And it is very heart-touching story from a stone crosser to a BT farmer. He crossed the ideas, not only stone, ideas of chemical farming, and found out something very interesting that is dear to his heart. Now I invite Rajesh Tiwari ji from MP, from Central India, to share your experiences.
Namaskar, very good evening to all, and Sat Sri Akal to my dear friend Jaspal. As we are running short of time, I'll start where Binita ji has left. So, before starting, I just want to show you 2-3 slides about Mr. Sanjay Roman, who has initiated the Biodynamic program in Maharashtra in 2004. Next. His hard work and devotion and passion towards biodynamic composting that gave him a nickname in the villages of Maharashtra. All villagers called him Compost Baba. And during his leadership, up to 2021, we have made nearly, our farmers are made nearly 10 lakhs of compost on their farms. And by seeing this compost movement, the government of Maharashtra, Department of Agriculture, has incorporated the biodynamic composting component, and they are providing subsidy on the biodynamic composting also. Next, please. And Sarg became the member of Organic Policy Draft Committee in the Maharashtra. Next. After his demise, we have started, as Binita just told you, the compost competition among the FPOs doing organic farming in Maharashtra, and it is going on. Every year we are right now, at present, we are we are service provider in Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh Jaivik Sheti Mission program, which is implemented in 6 districts of Maharashtra, in the Vidarbha region. We bring together 5,900 farmers. We form 25 FPOs, and all our farmers are under 3rd year of certification. They all follow biodynamic practices. Next, please. These are the activities and initiatives we have taken. We simplified things by providing package of practices for all the crops, organic package of practices in their local language. Next, please. These are the activities. Next. This is an end-to-end project. We have to support them for marketing also. One slide. So, at every FPC level, there is a cluster aggregation center. They are supported by market on wheels and retail outlets for marketing of organic produce. Next, please. We are also participating in the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, in every district, if you go, you will see the biodynamic compost. Next, please. We are also working in Madhya Pradesh with 2,000 tribal farmers. Next. This is our compost campaign. As Binita just told you, nearly 13 lakhs of compost are made till date. Next. We involve universities, and this trial report supported us in convincing the Department of Agriculture that this biodynamic composting technique is the best. You just see the difference in organic carbon content of biodynamic compost, vermicompost, and FIM. Next, please. We also approached to Vasantdada Sugar Institute, where a 3-year trial on sugarcane was conducted. The biodynamic plots are T1 and T2, T3, T4 is chemical, and T3 is controlled. Here you just see, in chemical, they got the first year production is 102 tons. But in biodynamic plots, it is around 94 and 96 tons in the first year. But in the second year, the T4 plot, the production of T4 plot comes down to 89, and in the third year, it is around 80 tons. But the biodynamic plot consistently sustained the production of above 90, and so that is why we are able to convince farmers that if you want to get sustainable production, then you have to follow a proper package of practice and biodynamic practices. Next. This is another trial report at Rahuri Agriculture University in Maharashtra on wheat, on chickpea. Next. Results in field on every crop. We are using biodynamic package of practices and getting good results. Next. we are also working with the farmers, those are chemical farmers, but they have some specific diseases they cannot control with the chemicals. So like in citrus, the phytophthora is the biggest problem. The drenching of CPP, use of 500, 501, it control the disease and results are visible within 40-45 days. And due to this trial, the National Horticulture Mission has incorporated a special component, phytophthora management through biodynamic practices. It is in the guideline of state government of Maharashtra. Next. In papaya, we are successfully controlling the leaf curl or yellow papaya mosaic disease by using 500, 501 only. And these results are visible within 4 or 5 days. And the quality of food, you can see, this is the cost-benefit ratio. If a farmer follows proper biodynamic package of practices, we have such type, here I am showing only 4, but we have more than 1,000 success stories with us. The per acre profit of farmer per hectare, is around 1,70,000. Next. This is a banana farmer from our cluster. His per acre profit is nearly 2,20,000. Next. And one slide, please. And the weight of these banana, in Marathi we call it ghal. It is around 35 kg. Next. In sugarcane, nearly 96,000 rupees per acre is the net profit of the farmer. Next. You just see the first photograph, the root of the soybean plant. This farmer's video is uploaded on YouTube, is available on YouTube. You just, I will share what more. Results in soybean. With his village name, I am forgetting. Next. In BT cotton also, the reddening of leaf is controlled by the drenching of CPP. So, although the BT is not covered under organic, but majority of farmers in Maharashtra, they are planting this BT. And the major problem in BT, after the rain stopped, in the month of September or November, the reddening of leaves has started. So we suggest them to drench 3 kg CPP per acre during the month of August, and the reddening will not appear in the fields. Next. These are the reports from the government lab of the mission farmers for the last 3 years. The first year organic carbon levels are 0.38%, second year it goes up to 0.76%, and third year it is around 0.87. Next. So, this is very difficult to rely. But the farmers are getting results. And next. This is another comparison of organic carbon. Our main focus area since beginning is the message we are giving in the training, during trainings, is simply that if you burn your crop residues, you are burning your future. And so, thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you so much. You did a wonderful presentation. I think many people have the question that how it can be taken to the mass, but he has shown us the results from the field, from the mass, and also the results from the laboratory test. So I think this is more than convincing. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Now I invite Amolji from Maharashtra. Yeah. No problem. I think Hindi people. Okay. Yeah.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। क्या मैं आपके साथ में हिंदी में बात कर सकता हूँ? मैं आपके साथ में हिंदी में बात करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि इंग्लिश बोलने में मुझे थोड़ी थोड़ी दिक्कत आती है, तो आप समझने का प्रयास करेंगे ऐसे आप सभी से आशा करता हूँ। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। आप सभी को नमस्ते। मंच पर बैठे हुए सभी मान्यवरों और सभी अतिथिगणों, मैं महाराष्ट्र से हूँ, महाराष्ट्र अकोला डिस्ट्रिक्ट, और मैं एक आपको मेरा परिचय देते हुए गर्व के साथ में कहना चाहता हूँ कि मैं बायोडायनामिक फार्मर हूँ, मैं केमिकल फ्री फार्मर हूँ। मैं मेरे जमीन को, मेरे परिवार को और मेरे समाज को विष से, जहर से बचाने के लिए बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक से खेती करता हूँ और खेती करने का प्रयास करता हूँ। बायोडायनेमिक में क्या पावर है और मुझे जो भी अनुभव आया मैं आपके साथ में शेयर करना चाहता हूँ। मैं आपके मेरा जो भी अनुभव है मैं आपको वो बताना चाहता हूँ बायोडायनेमिक से क्या हो सकता है। जब 2011 में हमने बायोडायनेमिक की शुरुआत की, सर्ग विकास समिति के माध्यम से हमारे क्लस्टर में एक प्रोजेक्ट आया। वो प्रोजेक्ट के थ्रू मैं खुद प्रोजेक्ट के साथ में विलेज वैलेंट के रूप में जुड़ा और हमने वहाँ से बायोडायनेमिक खेती की शुरुआत की। और मेरे साथ में मेरे गांव के जो भी किसान थे वो सभी का हमने एक ग्रुप बनाया और ग्रुप के माध्यम से हमें बायोडायनेमिक खेती करना चालू की। हमारा जो खेती पर होने वाला जो खर्चा है, सबसे ज़्यादा खर्चा होता है फर्टिलाइज़र, खाद और केमिकल स्प्रेइंग पे। वो दोनों ही बचाने का काम बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक ने सर्ग विकास समिति के माध्यम से हमें सिखाया और हम कंटिन्यू 10 साल से वही करते आ रहे हैं। और मेरा तो खर्चा बच गया, मेरे साथ साथ जो भी किसान हमारे साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं उनका भी खर्चा बचा है। और जो भी हम बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक में हम बनाते हैं, सीपीपी है, कंपोस्ट है, और इसके लिए जो भी हमें मटेरियल लगता है वो सभी हम खुद बनाते हैं जो हमें सिखाया गया है। और ये जो मेरा पूरा ग्रुप है, ये पूरा ग्रुप भी वो यूज करता है। ये जो आप पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, जिस प्लॉट में सीड ट्रीटमेंट किया हुआ है, हमें हमारे यहाँ पे चना और सोयाबीन और तुअर, अरहर, इन ये फसलों में ज़्यादातर मर रोग की बीमारी लगती है। अगर हम सीपीपी से अगर सीड ट्रीटमेंट करके अगर उसकी बुआई करते हैं तो उसमें एक भी झाड़ खराब नहीं होता है। और ये मेरा खुद का भी अनुभव है और मेरे क्लस्टर में जितने भी मेरे साथ में किसान जुड़े हुए हैं वो सभी लोग सीड ट्रीटमेंट करके ही सोइंग करते हैं और काफ़ी अच्छे रिजल्ट आते हैं उसके। इन सभी टेक्निक से, जो बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक से बनाया हुआ माल है, माल तो हमने बना लिया, मगर सिर्फ अपन किसान अगर माल बनाते सीमित रहेंगे तो आगे अपन नहीं बढ़ सकते। इसलिए हमने उसको थोड़ा सा मार्केट में लाने के लिए भी प्रयास किया। जैसा कि अपन किसान माल बनाने के लिए 3 से 4 महीने तक मेहनत करते हैं और उसके बाद उसको मंडी में जाके 1 दिन में बेच देते हैं। जितना पैसा अपन 3 महीने में नहीं कमा सकते उतना सामने वाला 1 दिन में उसका लेबल लगा के, उसका ब्रांड लगा के वो कमा लेता है। यही बात हमें जो गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट है, हमारे गांव में जो प्रोजेक्ट आया था, वो प्रोजेक्ट के थ्रू जो हमारे गढ़ बने उसमें हमें सिखाया गया। तो हमने हमारे क्लस्टर में एक छोटा सा प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट लगाया गढ़ के माध्यम से। तो उसमें जो भी हमारे खेत में बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक से विष मुक्त जो भी अनाज निकलता है उस पर हम प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग करके उसका ब्रांडिंग करते हैं और उसे लोकल मार्केट में लोकल कस्टमर को बेचते हैं। इसकी शुरुआत हमने जब हमारे यहाँ पे कृषि महोत्सव रहता है, कृषि के कार्यक्रम रहते हैं, वहाँ में मार्केटिंग के लिए वो स्टॉल लगाते हैं और वहाँ से हमें लोकल कस्टमर और बिग बायर भी वहाँ पे आसानी से मिल जाते हैं। यानी हमारे माल की अच्छे ढंग से मार्केटिंग होती है और मार्केट के बदले हमें 5-10% आराम से ज़्यादा पैसा मिल सकता है। जैसा कि अभी आप ये देख रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ पे जो कृषि विद्यापीठ है, डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुख कृषि विद्यापीठ, उसमें हर साल एक प्रदर्शन लगाया जाता है जिसमें हम हर साल स्टॉल लगाते हैं। ये जो आप देख रहे हैं हमारे कुलगुरु दानी सर और एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट के गोयल सर, इन्होंने भी हमारे स्टॉल को हमारे स्टॉल में आके भेंट दिया है। और इसका हमारे महाराष्ट्र में एक इंटरनेशनल फार्मर डायलॉग करके कार्यक्रम हुआ था, जिस कार्यक्रम में मुझे सहभागी होने का अवसर मिला, तो उसमें भी मैंने बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक से क्या क्या होता है और कैसा होता है, क्यों करना चाहिए, इसके बारे में चर्चा में भाग लिया था। नेक्स्ट। और ये काम जो मैं करता हूँ मेरे क्लस्टर में, उसके लिए मुझे सम्मानित भी किया गया है। और जो हमारा जो वहाँ का अखबार है, लोकल अखबार है, उसमें भी सक्सेस स्टोरी हमारी आई थी। नेक्स्ट। और आज भी 2020 में जो हमारा यहाँ पे जो प्रोजेक्ट आया, डॉक्टर पंजाबराव देशमुख जैविक खेती मिशन, जिसके चीफ ऑफ डायरेक्टर हमारे शाह सर जी है, इनके मार्गदर्शन में हमें और भी हमारा जो ग्रुप है हमने आगे बढ़ाया है। हमारे ग्रुप के पूर्ण क्लस्टर से एक फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी बनाई है, जिसमें हमें सभी एक्टिविटीज करते हैं, ग्रुप मीटिंग लेते हैं, बायोडायनेमिक कंपोस्ट बनाते हैं। कंपोस्ट जो स्पर्धा हुई है उसमें भी हमने पार्टिसिपेट किया था। और बाकी जो बाहर के भी जो कस्टमर आते हैं, यानी बड़े बायर जो आते हैं, उनको भी हम फील्ड विजिट कराते हैं। और हम सभी फार्मर बायोडायनेमिक टेक्निक से पूरा ऑर्गेनिक खेती करते हैं। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि सिर्फ माल तैयार करना ही हमारा मिशन विजन नहीं है। माल तैयार करने के बाद भी आज भी अपन रोते हैं कि हमारे माल को डिमांड नहीं है, कीमत नहीं है, और कीमत देना जो अपने हाथ में नहीं है। अगर अपन अपने माल के जब तक ब्रांडिंग करते नहीं, अपना माल खुद के नाम से जब तक बेचते नहीं, तब तक अपने माल को कीमत कोई देगा नहीं। क्योंकि जब तक अपने खेती के माल की कीमत दूसरा ठहराएगा, तब तक अपने को कीमत मिलने वाली नहीं है। इसीलिए हमने जो हमारा खेत में जो अनाज निकलता है, उसमें प्राइमरी प्रोसेस करके उसको बेचने के लिए प्रयास किया। जैसा कि ये जो वाहन दिख रहा है, फिरते वाहन सेंटर लगाया हमने, जिसमें हम डोर टू डोर जाके माल की मार्केटिंग करते हैं। उसके बाद से जो भी हमें बड़े बायर मिलते हैं, उनको हम बड़े पैमाने पे भी माल सप्लाई करते हैं। और हमारा ये जो 3 साल से सर्टिफिकेशन में है, पूरा ये साल तीसरा, और अभी तो ये हमारी शुरुआत है। अभी आगे चल के सर के मार्गदर्शन में हम और भी आगे हमारी कंपनी ले जाने का प्रयास करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमोल भाऊ, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपका जर्नी सुन के। आई थिंक इट वॉज ए वेरी वेरी rich experience sharing session. I personally learned a lot from all of them. Everything was so rich, so unique in nature. And now I don't think that anybody can challenge that biodynamic doesn't work in farmers' fields. It's only at the niche level, like what we heard in the previous sessions and this session. It's very, very enriching. And I must thank each one of you, all the speakers here, for helping me and not to be rude to you. Because sometimes it sounds very cruel, to stop. I myself even did not bring my mobile phone, not to look at the watch also, like how much time they are taking. So it is, I hope all of you have enjoyed, isn't it? Yes? No, I don't think that the voice is very high enough. Yes? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, before ending, I want to share I'll come to the question. I'll share some interesting experiences. I just want to make you smile for a while. Sometime, a few decades back, Peter and Rachel, they were conducting the biodynamic training workshop in our farm. So the participants found it very difficult to understand their pronunciation and also the theme of the very biodynamic agriculture. So I had to translate whole day, and that was not enough. I had to sit after the dinner till 12 o'clock, 12:30 to translate again, to make them understand again. So on the second or third day, somebody told that, can you please predict my future? Thought that it's all about astrology. So it was really, really funny. Like they thought that, because you are talking about stars, constellations, sun, moon, so I also can predict future using the biodynamic agriculture. This is one interesting thing. And the other thing is, I told one of my colleagues to look for the cow horn. So she was it was C. So she went and found one. She kept it near to the kitchen. I was standing somewhat 200 meters away. I heard a loud sound, two women quarreling with each other. So I was wondering what was happening. So I just went running to stop that. Heard the when I inquired what was happening, that see, idiot brought this cow on from somewhere. It's an untouchable thing. How could she bring it to this place? She should go and take bath. I said, where is the time to go and take bath? The session will start soon. So, but she was made to take bath because she touched the horn of a dead cow. So people have this kind of beliefs, and it's the social aspect. Now people have started appreciating, and you are doing a wonderful job, all of you. Isn't it interesting? Like we always talk about technical things, but we forget the social aspects also. So it's always socio-technical. Now the floor is open for few questions. Not too many. Sultan ji raised his hand first.
Just one comment I would like to give.
Want to take the mic?
Ladies and gentlemen, because about composting, the basic quality of a compost is not just organic carbon. Sorry, I just wanted to correct it. It is a carbon-nitrogen ratio which should be less than 15. Yeah, it should be around 12 to 14, maximum 16. But the data which is shown by Tiwari ji, the data is almost 27, which means it is not composted properly. So let us also take care of it, because tomorrow when you send this sort of data along with your product, the material you are using has not properly composted. I will discuss about it tomorrow in my session when I am trying to talk to you. But just curiosity, please see to it the data again and check the data again. Thank you. I saw the organic carbon, I saw the nitrogen, I divided on my calculator, it is almost 27, so I just brought it to your notice. Thank you very much, please.
My friends, I was former Government of India employee, and we are looking for people like you, because we have created market. I am doing B2C business. In Chennai alone, we have created 1,000 customers directly, because I have enough experiences in marketing. People across India, we want to coordinate for consulting your products. Please, you can contact us. We are there to support only the farmers of organic and biodynamic farmers. And almost I've been working with Sir Chandrasekaran the last 20, I think when I studied in Agri College also, I know him from the Sterling Research Group. So this is information I want to pass. Tomorrow I talk about only on the water side, how it is going to be useful for the biodynamic farming and the efficiency management in resources of inputs in agriculture and sustain your yield. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? If you have a valid question, or else we can conclude this session. You have a question? Yeah, please to us.
My question is to Mahesh. He said 6 months time is enough to convert the farm into organic farm. So how long it takes to convert the soil into organic soil? Unless we make it organic, we cannot value the product.
Yeah, according to the standards, it takes 3 years. But for your use, 6 months is enough. I can convert my farm or any soil into 6 months. But according to the standards, of course, you can take 3 years or 4 years or whatever. Okay. But the residues will be there.
Yeah.
The residues will be there.
Yes.
Yeah, just to take a good result out of whatever you're going to sow, that will be all right within 6 months' time in organic. But for standard purpose, it will take 3 years. As well as, for the residues, to eradicate the residues take some time, say about 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying you cannot, not under the standards, yeah.
Mr. Mahesh, this is Sensei Raj from Vision India 2032. It was quite interesting to hear from all of the practitioners here. And one person spoke about changing the mindset in order to change the way we farm. Could we also hear about the economics of it, and also addressing the food security of it? If it hasn't been done, I'll be happy to. At the same time, how it helps in the nation building and addressing the planetary well-being. Thank you.
Economics.
I think I have to cut it short. The last two speakers actually, focused a bit on economics of it. They gave some details from different crops. Want to respond?
Yeah. See, the economics of the farm is all depending upon how you value add your product. If you want to sell the product as a fresh, you may have a limited realization on your product. If you want to brand your product, if you want to value add, you want to sell it all over the world, it takes time. So you have to create a market, you have to create a visibility in all the international forums. So participating in a show, it takes time. But definitely, we can do that. But here we are talking about a lot of small farmers. For them, it's not, economics will not work out. So that they can join together. Say, I had been to Israel many times. There's a forum called Kubutsu. Most of them heard about it. They join together. They will value the product. When I went to Kubutsu, they were making only about tomato. They have a small factory. They have a small farm, about 150 acres from a village. They have been selling their product to all the famous brands like Heinz, Del Monte. They're selling it. And also all the farmers, their quality of life is something very amazing. So that we can join together and work. Without that, we can't achieve that. Thank you.
It is actually beneficial and economical to your small farm. I personally have done economical when people come together like cohesive community. That is what is lacking. That's exactly what you're suggesting. But thank you. Just one small piece of correction. When you say it is economical to a small farmer.
I don't understand you.
It's not a question. It's about economical. Even a small farmer as well. It's not a question.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, can we give a standing ovation to all these wonderful speakers? They really did a great job. I hope all of you give a standing ovation. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Romba nandri again. Yeah. Thank you so much.
That was our third session on biodynamic farming in India. The farmer speaks institutional and organizational experience. Thank you so much to all the speakers here. Special thanks to Mr. Mahesh Melvin, Mr. Durai Raj, Mr. Murali, Mr. Marudam Kumar, Mr. Rajesh Tiwari, and Mr. Amol, and also Ms. Padmashri Sabarmati for successfully moderating the session. Thank you. We are now in the final session for today, the climate emergency and overview. I would like to invite Professor Neeti, APU Bangalore. Professor Neeti teaches sustainability at Azim Premji University with experience of more than 20 years in the field of data analytics and geospatial technology. Her research focuses on using various statistical techniques to address questions in the fields of forestry, agriculture, and disaster management. Before joining Azim Premji University, she worked at the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Clark University, Goddard Space Flight Center, Boston University, etc. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you onto the stage, ma'am. As our session moderator, we have Dr. Christilla. I would like to welcome Dr. Christilla onto the stage. Dr. Christille Ledriot has been living in India since the year 2011. She has done her biodynamic training with Peter Proctor and Rachel Proctor at Dr. Sarvadaman Patel's farm in Gujarat. She has obtained her PhD in agroecology from Coventry University in collaboration with FIBL in the year 2023 April. I welcome you, ma'am. Stage is all yours, and Dr. Christille will be the moderator for this session, post which we are having a cultural program. I request all the audience to stay excited, buckle up your seats and stay excited. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello everyone. So first we are going to have a presentation of around 15 minutes by Professor Neeti, and after that we'll have a round of questions. Good evening everyone. So today the starting point of climate emergency is like, it took me 3 hours to get to Bangalore International Center from Sarjapur. So today, when Mr. Babu spoke to me that, okay, can you give a talk on climate emergency? So I was like, okay, that's very interesting, because we are at this point of time when climate change has become climate crisis. So next slide, please. Okay, so this is going to be the outline of my presentation. What is the climate emergency? A look at the science. Why every additional 0.5 degrees Celsius or 1 degree Celsius change matter to us. Understanding climate change as systemic problem, as is its connection with other planetary challenges. India is ground zero for climate emergency. We have long way to go. And what lies ahead? Urgency of adaptation and mitigation. Next slide, please. So if you look at the Earth is like a terrarium. It's a closed system with finite resources and everything is interconnected. Sun plays major role for giving the energy and sustaining the life. So sun pays the bills. There is no way. That means that the systems are very interconnected and it's inseparable, and So the environmental damage or whatever the waste we are generating, it cannot be discarded. And here sustainability means maintaining that intricate balance between all the systems so that we can have a proper environmental health in the closed system. Next slide, please. But our Earth is on fire. If you look at this is a satellite data from where it is showing from 1880 until now, and what we can see is initially there was major warming due to El Nino event like in 1880s, around that. Then partially due to volcanic eruption, there was drop in temperature up to a certain extent. Then when the volcanic eruption, whatever the its effect got separated, then there was little bit more warming, and that warming was due to that, as well as some natural variability like climate, weather patterns and all, as well as the final one was due to also some solar output. And then there was some time until 1940 to 1980 when there was temperature was much more stable, and after that there has been warming at much higher rate. So if you see here, when it goes, it shows like a cylinder. You can see the white ones are mostly the cooling effect, and then as we come towards this era, we see that there is huge warming, and definitely El Nino plays a lot of role with a lot of events like 1998 and 2070, where you can see that the increase in temperature is much higher. So you can see there. But when we talk about, when we have different intergovernmental climate change body, when there are discussions, we always talk about, we give projection for 2050 and 2100. That leads to question that why should we care right now? It is long time ahead, right? But the problem is with respect to tipping points. That means there are certain changes which is happening, which is becoming irreversible, and it has cascading effect. So one thing is leading to other. For example, permafrost thawing, that is leading to more methane and carbon dioxide emission, which is warming our atmosphere much more. And then climate change is considered to be a wicked problem because there are a number of stakeholders involved. There is no one solution. For example, if we talk about, okay, we need to have renewable energy as the main source of energy. But then what will happen to all the countries whose economy is dependent on fossil fuel based energy system? So it's very difficult. It's not like, okay, we can find a simple solution and we can go ahead. So at the end, what we are doing is we are focusing a lot more on the short-term gains at the cost of our long-term future. Next slide, please. Here, if you see, this is another temperature data. What it is showing is from the pre-industrial era, how much increase has been there. So if you see towards the left, in July 2023, the increase was almost 1.5 degrees Celsius. It has gone beyond that, but it has never fallen below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So even in June 2024, it is the increases up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. What does it mean? Next slide, please. So we are already at 1.5 degrees Celsius. So if there is incremental increase another 0.5 degrees Celsius, what will happen? Do we really need to worry about that? Next slide, please. Here is the nice report which has come out, which shows basically, so there are different parameters like extreme heat. At 1.5 degrees Celsius, 14% of global population faces once in 5 years extreme heat condition. If the temperature increases by this 0.5 degrees Celsius, then it is going to be 37% of global population will face extreme heat condition once in 5 years. Sea ice free, can you please? Sea ice free Arctic. That means number of summers when we can expect no ice. if the temperature is from pre-industrial area, if we keep it at 1.5 degrees Celsius, it is once in 100 years. But when we, it goes to 2 degrees Celsius, and then we get that once in 10 years. That means, and it will have significant impact, whether it related to ocean circulation, the warming of the ocean, and that will have impact on the extreme events, especially harsh winters in European countries and all. Sea level rise, what we are expecting that if it keeps on at 1.5 degrees Celsius, we are going to expect like, okay, almost 0.40 meter is going to be the sea level rise. What does that mean? We are expecting that almost 69 million people will be facing the flooding situation. But if the increase is just another 0.5 degrees Celsius, then 79 million global population will be under the threat of flooding. Then, in terms of biodiversity, we are expecting that almost 50% of the species, whether mammals, plants, or insects, are going to lose their living space. How it would impact us? It would impact us because we will see more human-wildlife conflict. Now, in Ladakh, we are seeing dengue cases. That is also because of the climate change and the warming which is happening, and the temperature has become much more suitable for breeding of the mosquitoes. There is substantial changes going on in ecosystem. In fact, there is biome shift from tundra. The ecosystem is shifting towards the forest, and naturally that will have impact on entire biodiversity. There is expected loss of crop yield due to climate change. Perhaps that matters most here. And in fact, in a study I will show later, in the increased greenhouse gas emission, it is expected that in tropics, the maize growth is going to be very limited. In fact, the model suggests that there will be loss of 24% of the maize crop. And then definitely coral reefs and therefore fish population all will be hugely impacted by this climate change, just by change in 0.5 degrees Celsius, when we are finding that 90% of the coral reef will be lost, whereas it will become 99% by just 0.5%, and that will lead to loss of fish population, and definitely it will impact the community a lot. Next slide, please. These are some global warming vulnerable tipping points. Tipping points are those threshold. Once it gets tipped, it cannot get back to the original condition. So already we are facing that Arctic sea ice, West Antarctic ice sheets, all those are tipped. That means that we have crossed that threshold, and gradually we are crossing threshold for many other systems. So in the right side, if you see that graph, it shows that ideal condition, it is 1.1 degrees Celsius, but we are already around 1.5. And so many of those parameters already we have shifted towards, towards that threshold, which makes it irreversible. Next slide, please. So not only climate change is what we see all around, but there is something called safe operating space. So there are 9 processes which are considered to be responsible for the human survival on the earth. And can you go to the next slide, please? So these are those 9 processes: climate change, atmospheric aerosol loading, which is basically amount of air pollutants, stratospheric ozone depletion, so ozone concentration, ocean acidification, then freshwater change, so amount of water that will be available for human and plants, land use change, So basically how much forest area has changed. So in fact, the limit is the safe operating space for forest is around 75%. Right now globally we have 67% only land area which is under forest. Biosphere integrity, which is considered to be another global threat, because previously it used to be the safe is one species extinction in 1 million species year, but right now we are looking at 100 species extinction in species million year. Then biogeochemical flows, that is basically the outflow of nitrogen and phosphorus from fresh water to the ocean. And novel entities, basically for rest of all the other parameters, we have something like, okay, what is the baseline? But novel entities are those microplastics and all these things, which we don't have a baseline. It is pollutant from the day it starts coming into our life. It is a pollutant and we need to control that. Next slide, please. And so out of 9, we have already out, it has translated to us the emergency situation for 6 planetary boundaries, which is biogeochemical flows, that is the nitrogen and phosphorus in the water, climate change, biosphere integrity, novel entities, forest system, that is land system change, and the fresh water. So all these 6 we have already transgressed. Next slide, please. Can you, there is a video. Can you just click there? Yeah. So here it shows from pre-industrial era how it has, so blue line what you're seeing is the zone of safe operating space. So species extinction is the first one where we see biosphere integrity, which has already gone into the beyond the safe operating zone. More towards the red, that means more it has transitioned outside. Ozone depletion, that was a big issue, but after Montreal Protocol, we can see that it has gone back to the safe operating zone. Gradually, you will see the reduction. Definitely biogeochemical flows, nitrogen and phosphorus has been a big issue. Then land system change, that is forest area, which has from 75%, now we are at 60%. So by 2010, we have already gone out in 3 planetary boundaries, which we have moved out from the safe operating space. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So that was until 2010. So it was only 3 boundaries we have transgressed. In another 6 years, that was 4 boundaries. And by 2023, we have crossed 6 boundaries. So definitely more and more we are going away from what is considered to be the Earth's safe operating space. Next slide, please. Now, all these things, how does it matter to us? In last 1970 to 2019, WMO, World Meteorological Organization, did this, put together this atlas and regarding mortality and economic losses. And we can see that the left side graph is for deaths and for right side graph is economic loss. So in the recent year, the deaths are mostly due to extreme temperature. Definitely because of early warning, we have much more improved system. So the fatality is much lower compared to the earlier years like 1970 to 79. That decade, there were much higher fatalities. But most of these fatalities is in developing countries. 90% of these fatalities are in developing countries. If we look at the economic losses, mostly it is due to storm and flood, and most of these economic, in terms of the dollar, what is given here, it is mostly in the developed countries. So, where is India in terms of climate crisis? This is something called Klima Risiko Index 2021. This was formulated in 2021. And what it says, this index was generated to figure out how much climate disasters are impacting different countries and regions. And what we can see here is India is very red, at lower level. That means it is quite vulnerable to climate disasters. And in fact, entire South Asia seems to be very, very vulnerable. Now here it shows how is the temperature in India. We talked about 1.5 degrees Celsius. Annual temperature in India has transgressed to almost, we have crossed 1.3 degrees Celsius. It won't be too long when we cross 1.5 degrees Celsius. We already know what kind of issues we will face in different aspects. If you look at the seasonal temperature, in most of the seasons, except the monsoon months, that is June to September, the increase is much higher. In fact, in winter season, in several years, we have crossed 3 degrees Celsius increase. Next slide, please. And definitely we have been facing heat waves, lot of heat waves, 3 years of successive heat waves. 2024 was in fact very brutal for all of us. And 50% of India's GDP depends on the heat exposed work, whether it is agriculture, industry, mining, whatever. 75% of workers in India experience heat related stress. Most importantly, by 2030, as per World Bank, 34 million jobs will be lost because of heat stress. So that's something, a very, some situation that we need to really think about. And 4.5% of India's economy is at stake, and we will have the loss of $150 to $250 billion by 2030. So these are some of the reports by McKinsey, which is really worrying when we think about it, that what will be the situation if we don't act fast. Next slide, please. This is an interesting, this research was done by some of the academicians, and what it is showing us is Indian districts vulnerable to climate change. So they consider 54 indicators. And those 54 indicators, so this, what it is shown is, it is vulnerability of agriculture to climate change. And they consider some related to climate data, something related to some of the other indicators were related to demography and socioeconomic condition, and then how much area is under different crops, and all those net shown area, all those indicators were considered. What we can see here is like a lot of western states like Rajasthan and Gujarat are going to be much higher vulnerability or number of districts. So what you're seeing here as the numbers are the percentage of districts of each of the state. So for example, 79% districts are vulnerable, or 100% districts are vulnerable for certain. Rajasthan, Haryana, 79% districts are vulnerable. Gujarat, 84% districts are vulnerable. Whereas in Northeast, if you see, many districts are seeing much better situation. Next slide, please. But whatever we do, whatever we predict, it is always going to be the under prediction. The situation is much more worse than what we can predict. Next slide, please. And that has to do with how complex is climate system. This is an example of Mumbai. In the initial projection, when it was done, this pattern came up, but Greater Mumbai, most of the Greater Mumbai will be completely underwater. When the new projection, much better approach was used, then this shows that most of the Greater Mumbai will be underwater by 2050. Next slide, please. When you look at climate change in India, in different parts of India, so coast and island, there is going to be frequent cyclones, sea ingression due to sea level rise. In fact, Kutch and entire eastern coast are projected to face highest incidences of cyclones in next few years. Next slide, please. The desert region, they're supposed to have pretty high temperature increase. So between 2021 to 50, like next 30 years, we are expected to have in Gujarat and Rajasthan almost 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius temperature increase from pre-industrial area. Or by another 30 years, the Rajasthan will become even worse and it will have 4 to 4.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase. Definitely that is going to impact a lot in terms of heat stress and all. Next slide, please. If you look at central and peninsular India, which is responsible in fact for 40% of the crop production in India. And what we can see here is that there are a number of drought events are expected in next few years, especially in part of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, and dry spells of more than 14 days are expected to happen in some of these states, southern states and central states. Next slide, please. And this is the Indian Himalayan region. There, the increase in temperature is supposed to be between 0.9 to 2.6 degrees Celsius, much higher than the annual for the entire India. And we are expecting that there will be more rainfall instead of snow. And in fact, rainfall is supposed to increase much more by 5 to 13%. And definitely when there is more rainfall, it will have the impact on the snowpack, and there is going to be much more flooding, in fact, not only in the Himalayan area, but also in Indo-Gangetic Plain and so on. Next slide, please. One slide back. Here, this is if you, can you try to see, these two are videos. Can you see if you can? Yeah, and the other one also, can you start? So, this is a future projection. This is a NASA-based result. And what they have shown is that when we have the greenhouse gas, which will keep on increasing, then what will happen to maize yield and the wheat yield. So you can see the India for maize yield, it shows all red. That means there is going to be decline in maize yield. Whereas for wheat, it shows yellow or towards the green. That means there is going to be increase in wheat yield. It has to do with the temperature increase, more greenhouse gases due to anthropogenic activities, which is going to make it unsuitable for maize to grow, and it will give more range to wheat. World Economic Forum did this survey to figure out how people consider that what are the primary risks we are facing in short term and long term. So in first 2 years, which are the important risks which we need to consider, and in long term, that is 10 years, which are the important risks one need to consider. So definitely the risk categories were related to economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological. So in first 2 years, though the 4 environmental related risks came, but only 2 made extreme weather events and pollution. Rest everything was about the technology or geopolitical and societal. Whereas for next 10 years, everybody said that the top 4 are going to be environmental related threats. Even when we are considering, when there is awareness, but what we have done, can you go to next slide, please? We have emitted as much carbon dioxide since the first IPCC that happened in 1990 as before. That means between 1750 to 1990, whatever carbon dioxide was emitted, the same amount we have emitted from 1990 until now. So that's kind of very sad situation. Next slide, please. So we need to act. If we don't act, then some rules will be enforced upon us. There are a number of international and national agreements that will happen. In fact, Europe is coming up with carbon tax. That means anything which energy intensive import, or even India will export to Europe, we have to pay certain tax. That's going to have huge impact on Indian economy. So we need to move faster towards more renewable energy and green technologies. Definitely India has planned our country has planned to move towards renewable energy and cut off by 45% in traditional energy resources. Next slide, please. So we have slipped 1.5 degrees Celsius. We may hit 2 degrees Celsius by 2050, or even more, 6 degrees Celsius. That will make Earth almost uninhabitable. How can we get the world to act? Next slide, please. So what lies ahead? Key challenges. There are many key challenges. We need to think about adaptation and mitigation. Definitely, there are already a lot of changes because of the climate changes happening. There are more extreme events. We are seeing more frequent droughts and floods and all those different disasters. But adaptation is required. What science tells us is like future projection. What is the trend? What it will look like. But what it doesn't give us, that where any disaster will happen, at what point, when exactly, those locations, we don't have that kind of information. So our adaptation strategies need to be robust enough so that we can face, even when those disasters comes, we are able to manage that. Greenhouse gases, when emitted, it stays in the atmosphere for a long time. So even if we stop the emission, like tomorrow we say that, okay, we are not going to have any greenhouse gas emission. But already what has been there, it will impact us for next several years. So again, we need to work with it, we need to live with it, we need to figure out what we can do so that we can still sustain the life. As we saw that already several systems have tipped, for example, Arctic ice, West Antarctic ice, already it has gone past tipping. That means that we cannot get back that system. How does it going to impact us? How is it going to impact us, and what is going to be, what is the repercussion of these? We need to have that understanding, and we need to work around that. And then adaptation is important, mitigation is important for future, because just 0.1 degree Celsius increase also makes a difference. Definitely many economies are carbon intensive economy. And so when we want to plan for future, we need to move towards more green technology or renewable energies. So that means there is huge shift in fundamental approach for economy, which we need to consider. And since it's a global problem, it is not just one country or another country or just South Asia, it is the problem for everyone. So it transgressed in the boundary. So we all need to come together to analyze the situation and look into the problem. Can you go to the next slide, please? And with this, I would like to end something like our earth is finitude. Resources are limited. Already it is fragile. The climate change and many other anthropogenic activities have led to very fragile condition of the earth. We need to bring everyone together. That means resources need to be available to everyone, not that richer get more or some other people do not get enough of. So fairness, that means fair resources need to be available for everyone. So how do we bring all these together for our sustainable future? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Please, you can see it. So thank you so much for this presentation. And it is true that we all think and we all know about climate change, but after seeing your presentation, we don't like to hear about this thing, but it is a very good reminder that we have to act and that it is happening and we have to act to do something about it. And I think the people in this room, by promoting organic farming and biodynamic farming, we are already part of the solution. So now we are going to stay open for question. I didn't cut you. Normally it's 15 minutes, but I think it was very important for us to hear this presentation. So we'll have a round of questions. So the floor is open. Yes.
I just need one clarification, ma'am, from you. The data you showed about maize and wheat, what is the source of that data?
So that is the model based model. Yeah. So it is basically a modeled output.
No, ma'am. You see, there are two types of plants, C3 plants and C4 plants. To my knowledge as a biologist, C4 plants are resistant to this much of climate change. Wheat is a C3 plant. C3 will decrease. C4 will survive. And maize is C4. Please check the data and correct it. Please, thank you.
Sure. It was NASA has done this study. I will check it.
That is
I will
NASA's
check it.
mistake then.
Yeah.
Can someone give some
Hello. Madam.
Yes.
Some researchers and scientists say that it is due to desertification-driven climate change. Because desertification is happening at the faster rate. Before Green Revolution, the severity of climate change was not this much. Before Green Revolution. After Green Revolution, we devastated Hydel greenhouse. Hydel greenhouse. So there was enough greenery on the top of the earth. Below that there was subsoil moisture. Below that topsoil moisture. And groundwater was in touch with all two moistures. So earth was saturated. So those days we could not experience so much of severity of climate change. There was a rhythm in the pattern of rainfall. Not much of dry spells. So Hydel greenhouse was in place. So that's why people say that it is due to devastation of Hydel greenhouse. We devastated. That's why we are experiencing it. First time in the history of land, the dry layer is created.
Your question? Can you come to the question?
Yes, I am coming to question. First time in the history of land, the dry layer in the earth, about 300 feet, there is no moisture left during dry season, summer. Due to density of rainfall, density of borewells, and there is no much of green cover. Is it true?
Yeah, I mean groundwater decline, and one reason is also like there is more surface runoff because with urbanization and all this built up, we are not leaving enough space for water to percolate. So whatever is coming, it is going away many times just because it is not recharging the groundwater. So definitely land degradation is one of the factor for that is contributing towards climate change, as well as it is kind of positive feedback effect. When there is more climate change, then it will lead to more degradation also.
Is there any more question? Maybe one more question?
Your presentation is good. You have analyzed something. It's assumptions. All are assumptions. But because the scientists, they assume that this has happened, that is happened. Now, what is the solution you have practically have done as a scientist, as a professor? Can you give some insight on how you can mitigate this practically? Otherwise, what we are doing, I will share.
Okay, so
How
also-
you do with what method you can do. It's everybody's responsibility, but how you can give one practical experience to mitigate this issue. This is what I request all the scientists and professors, which we have been doing in India, and that project is going. India is going to clear all these issues. You can, ever experience, you can say anything which is possible.
Excuse me, if you want to discuss and you want to fight, you can go outside. So we can hear her answer.
So definitely it is not assumption, it is completely based on all the data which people have, different researchers have analyzed. I mean, in my, what I do, I am a geospatial technology expert, and we use a lot of satellite data and products to analyze the Earth's surface. So in one of the project which I had, I was principal investigator, it was a ISRO funded project, where we were trying to develop methodologies for how do we how do we estimate how much crop area is there for different crops during the season, rather than having like after the crop is harvested, and how do we estimate the crop yield? Can we come up with methodology, and so that we can figure out what is going to be the situation at the end. We are also working on different forest related project where we are looking into how the biodiversity is changing and what we can do to first we need India doesn't have even a good inventory system for entire all different ecosystem. We are still in the, while in many developed countries we have all those things available, we don't have right now. So we are still trying to figure out all those inventory and how we can have for all the ecosystems. My work focuses mostly on agriculture and forest. That's where I'm working on. But definitely there is a lot of research going on in what is the current situation, how, because most of the field work when people do, the data is with them. Can we have a integrated way so that we don't keep on inventing the wheel again and again? So there is a lot of analysis going on there. One of my studies is related to how cities are approaching more and more towards protected areas, and that is in fact the species range shift, how it is happening. So unless we have the proper understanding, we can't just go and do something. And means definitely with all these knowledge only we can do much more, to work towards more the resilience part.
But I want to know one interesting thing. Sir, there are I heard that most developed countries are causing this pollution. Which are those countries most causing pollution to this crisis? And is there any concrete steps taken by the group of countries for controlling this crisis?
Sure. So it is mostly developed countries, means it is mostly related to, I guess, North America and Europe. You will find a lot more emissions are from there. Definitely this is more of a geopolitical issue, so I won't speak much about that how different countries can control that. Definitely everybody is trying, like for example, Indian government has come up with some 5 things which can be done for more sustainable development, which includes climate change and air pollution and all these activities. So each government is doing in their own way, but it is going to take time.
Madam, I have one small last.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to stop. Maybe you can ask your question after, and we have to close the session right now. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for your presentation.
So this was our last session for the day, Climate Emergency and Overview. I would like to thank Professor Neeti and Dr. Crystal for giving such an informative session. So with this, we are concluding with all the sessions, but a cultural program is awaiting us. I request everybody to wait patiently for some time. Thank you.
ಟೋಟಲ್ ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಕೆಳಗಿಂದ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಈ ಮ್ಯಾಟೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬೇಂಚ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಸಾಕು ಸಾಕು ನೋಡೋಣ ಬೇಂಚ್ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಒಂದು ಬೇಂಚ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಡಿ डांस रहता है डांस इसको भी निकालना पड़ता है स्पीकर इसको निकालना छोटा वाला बेंच का बेंच देखिए ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಒಂದು ಬೇಸ್ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಬೇಸ್ ಮೃದಂಗ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಡೆ ಫುಟ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಮೃದಂಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸೊ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಕಪ್ಪ ಡಾಲ್ ठीक है ಸೊ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ರೈಟ್ करुण भी ಓವರ್ ಆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ನಮ್ದು ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಈ ಕಲರ್ ಬೇಡ ಬೆಂಚ್ ತರಿಸಿ ಅದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಈಗ ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ರೀತಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ಹೈಟ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಇದು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೇ ಹೈಟಿನ್ ಬೇಕಾ ನಮಗೆ ಇದು ಹೈಟಿನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು रूम्स की रिसेप्शन में तीन रूम का भी दे हाँ हाँ हो गया लीव रूम है ना सब स्लीप रूम बाहर ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಹ್ಯಾಲೋಜಿನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ ಹಾಕುವ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗಳು ಬೇಕು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ
ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ
ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ
ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಾಗಲ್ಲ
ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೈಟ್ಗೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್
ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ
ಮೇಲೆ
ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ
ಓಕೆ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ
ಓಕೆ
आने के टाइम में भी कुछ क्या स्टार्ट कमरा अच्छे स्टार्ट छोटा स्टार्ट चाहिए कृष्ण का इधर ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬೆಂಚ್ ಒಂದು ಬರಲಿ
Sir. Thank you. ಕಲೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ಹಳೆಯ ಶೈಲಿಯ ಕಲೆ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ. ಇದು ನೃತ್ಯ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥನಾಕವನವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ is a traditional dance drama theatre which is practiced in coastal and western Ghats of Karnataka. This rural art form has history of more than 100 years, and sister art forms of Yakshagana has been practiced in all the southern parts of India. The word Yaksha means demigod or wild spirit, and Gana is song. Henceforth, it is popularly known as the song of demigods or the song of wild spirits. Today, Sri Idagunji Mahaganapati Yakshagana Mandali, Keremane, from Honnavar is presenting the story Govardhanagiri. They are a group of 15 rural artists, and this troupe has history of over past 90 years, started in British India in the year 1934. Keremane Shivananda, who heads the troupe, is a fifth generation artist of the family, along with his son Sridhar Hegde Keremane. Recently, they have been recognized by UNESCO for nurturing this intangible cultural heritage of Yakshagana. They also have a Gurukula training center. Today's Govardhanagiri is a story taken from Mahabharata and Bhagavata and rewritten in a Yakshagana format with its native original thoughts. The story is set in the kingdom of Nanda Gokula, led by the king Nanda, along with his children Krishna and Balarama. They are a community practicing cow herding, animal husbandry, along with the traditional agricultural practices. It is a time of annual Indra Puja, and Krishna, for the first time, suggests the puja for Govardhanagiri instead of Indra Puja, and thus salute nature. Indra, on the other hand, uses all his power and creates havoc in Nanda Gokula, and Krishna protects all the folks and animals and thus uplift the Govardhanagiri. In the resulting war, Indra loses in the battle and surrenders to nature through Krishna. This story does highlight the importance of decentralization of agriculture and highlights the importance of nature as against to centralized political power. I now request Mr. Sridhar Hegde and the team on the stage, and let us immerse ourselves into the world of Yakshagana. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay.
रेडी हो गए? फ्रंट माइक.
विघ्नेशाय सरस्वती पार्वत्यै गुरवे नमः. दक्षिणामूर्तये चैव सर्वकार्यार्थसिद्धये. ಗಜಮುಖನಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದವನೆನೆವೆ. ಗಜಮುಖನಾ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದವನೆನೆವೆ. ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ಕರುಣಿಸು ವರಗಳನ್ನು. ಮೂಷಿಕ ವಾಹನ ಮೋದಕ ಹಸ್ತ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶಧರ ಪರಮ ಪವಿತ್ರ. ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ. ಓ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ. ಓ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವನಲ್ಲವೋ. ತೈ ಮಾರನೆಂಬ ನಿರಪರಾಧಿಯ ಬೇರುಗೊಲೆಯನು ಗೈದ ಲಜ್ಜೆಗೆ ನಾರಿ ಗಂಗೆಯ ಶಿರದಿ ತೊಡೆಯಲಿ ತಾಣದ ಗೌರಿಯನು ಕಾರಣದಿ ಸಹ್ಯಾದ್ರಿ ಬೀಡನು ಸೇರಿ ತಾನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಸಲಹಿದ ಭೈರವೇಶ್ವರನಾಗಿರ್ಬೈಂದಿ ಜಗತ್ರಯವ ಉಡುಪದಿನ ಕೂತಿರೆ ಕಡು ಮುಳಿದ ತಗೆ ಬಿಡದೆ ಶಾಪವನಿತ ಮೃಡಸುತ ಬಳಿರೆ ಒಡವಿಗುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಇಡಗುಂಜ ಪುರಗಳು ದೃಢವಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿಗ ಒಡೆಯ ವಿಘ್ನೇಶಗೆ ಜಯ 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 ತೂ ತೈ ತೈ ತತ್ತಿನ ಧೇಮ್ ಕಡದಿನ ತಾತೈ ತತ್ತಿನ ಧೇಮ್ ತೈ ತೈ ತತ್ತಿನ ಧೇಮ್ ತಾ ರಿತ್ತ ಕಡಕ ತರ್ಕಣ ಕಡಕ ದಿತ್ತ ತೈಯತ್ತ ತಾದೆಂ ತತ್ತಿನ ತಾತೈ ತತ್ತಿನ ತಾದೆಂ ತತ್ತಿನ ತಾ
ಪರಿವಾರ ಸಮೂಹ ಇನ್ನು ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿದೆ. ಯಮುನಾ ನದಿಯ ತೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಗೋಪಾಲನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಜೀವಯಾಪನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಥುರಾ ನಗರ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಎರಡು ಸಂಬಂಧಗಳು ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿಯೇ ಇದೆ.
ಸರಿ,
ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು.
ಹೌದಪ್ಪ.
ಎತ್ತರವಾದ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಊರನ್ನ, ಈ ನಾಡನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯೋ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥ ಭಾವನೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸದಾ ಜಾಗೃತವಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥ ಪರ್ವತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗಣಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂಪತ್ತು. ಯಾವ ಸಂಪತ್ತು? ಗೋವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಸಂಪತ್ತು, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಸಂಪತ್ತು, ಗಿಡ ಮರಗಳು, ಲತೆಗಳು, ನಾನಾ ಔಷಧಗಳು. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಾಡಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ವತ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ದೊರಕಿದ ಹಾಗೆ.
ಹೌದು ಜನಕ.
ಅಂಥ ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಓಹೋ ವಾರ್ಷಿಕವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಮ್ಮದು ಉಂಟು ಈಗ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶೋದೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವಸರವಾಗಿ ಕರೆಯುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಇದೆ.
ಏನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ?
ಬಂತಲ್ಲ ವಿಶೇಷ.
ಏನದು?
ಬಾಂಧವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ಬಾಂಧವರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ಪೂರ್ವಾಚಾರ ಹೊಂದಿ ವರ್ತಿಸುವ ಹೇಳಿ ಪೂರ್ವಾಚಾರ ಹೊಂದಿ ವರ್ತಿಸುವ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೊಂದಿ ಬಂದಿಹುದು ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ ಪಾಡ್ಯ ಶುಭ ದಿನ ಹೊಂದಿ ಬಂದಿಹುದು ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ ಶುಭ ದಿನ ಇಂದ್ರನಾರಾಧನೆಗೆ ಸಡಗರದಿಂದ ನಾವಣಿಯ ಪೂದಿಗಲು ಇಂದ್ರನಾರಾಧನೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಡಗರದಿ ಅಣಿಯ ಪೂದು ಈಗಲೋ ಬಾಂಧವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ಪೂರ್ವಾಚಾರ ಹೊಂದಿ ವರ್ತಿಸುವ ಡೇಳಿ ಪೂರ್ವಾಚಾರ ಹೊಂದಿ ವರ್ತಿಸುವ ಹೇಳಿ
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಕಾರಣ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಕಾರ್ತಿಕ ಪಾಡ್ಯ. ಈ ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾವ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಂತೆ ಇಂದ್ರ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು,
ವಾರ್ಷಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ.
ಹೌದು. ಸಮಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ವಿಸ್ಮೃತಿಗೆ ಸರಿದು ಹೋದಂತದ್ದು ಇದು.
ಹೌದು.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂದ್ರ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಿದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಆದರೆ ಅಪ್ಪ, ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು.
ನಿರತನ ಮನೆಲೆಗೆ ಚೇತನ ನಿರತನ ಮನೆಲೆಗೆ ಚೇತನ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಮಹಿಗೆ ಭೂಷಣ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಮಹಿಗೆ ಭೂಷಣ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಯ ಹಿರಿಮೆ ಮಹಿಗೆ ಅರಿತು ಭಕ್ತಿ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ತರಳಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಚಿರನೂತನ ಯಜ್ಞಬಹುದು. ತರಳಿ ನಾವು ಪೂಜಿಸಿದರೆ ಚಿರನೂತನ ಯಜ್ಞಬಹುದು. ನಿರತ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಲೆಗೆ ಚೇತನ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿಯ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಭೂಷಣ.
ಓಹೋ, ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಆಲಿಸಬೇಕು. ಏನದು ಮಗು? ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಿಲುವು ಈ ಶುಭ ಗಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಂಪರಾಗತವಾಗಿ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಇಂದ್ರ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲ್ವೋ? ಹೌದು ಹೌದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ವಿರೋಧವೇನಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರತಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಜನಕ ನಿರತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಗೋಸಂಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನಂದ ಗೋಕುಲವನ್ನ ಸಲಹುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಇದೋ ಈ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಯಮುನಾ ನದಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಮಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬೆಳೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು, ಮಾರುತವನ್ನ ತಡೆದು ಮಳೆಯನ್ನ ಬರಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಈ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಸುಡುವಂತ ಬಿಸಿಲಿನಿಂದ ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿ ಗೋವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಶ್ರಯವಾದದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಈ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ. ಗೋವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಮೇವನ್ನ, ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಉಳಿದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಡುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಇದೇ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ ಅಲ್ಲವೇನಪ್ಪ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ನಂದ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನ ಸಲಹುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ, ತಪಸ್ಸಿಗಾಗಿ ಕುಳಿತಿರುವಂತಹ ಋಷಿಯಂತೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಈ ಗಿರಿ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಹೌದು. ಹೌದು ಮಗನೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ದೇವತೆ ಅಂತ ಆದರೆ ಈ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅನುಮಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸುಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಳಿತು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣದಂತಿರುವಂತಹ ಇಂದ್ರನ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಈ ಗಿರೀಂದ್ರನ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ, ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಪ್ಪ. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ?
ಮುಳಿಯುವ ನಾಮಕವ ಮುಳಿಯುವ ನಾಮಕವ ಮುಳಿಯುವ ನಾಮಕವ ಕತಿಯೊಳು ಮುಳುಗಿಪ್ಪ ಮೂಜಗವ ಕತಿಯೊಳು ಮುಳುಗಿಪ್ಪ ಮೂಜಗವ ಮುಳುಗಿಪ್ಪ ಮೂಜಗವ ಕಳವಳಗಾರಕ ಪ್ರತಿಮತ ವ್ಯಾತಗೆ ಕಳವಳಗಾರಕ ಪ್ರತಿಮತ ವ್ಯಾತಗೆ ಇಳಿಯೊಳರಿದಿರು ದೈವ ಪ್ರಕೋಪಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಳಿಯುವ ನಾಮಕವ ಗತಿಯೊಳು ಮುಳುಗಿಪ ಮೂಜಗವ.
ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ನೀನು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀಯ, ಅನುಮಾನವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಗಿರಿ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ದೇವತೆ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ದೇವತೆ. ಹೌದಯ್ಯ, ಅನುಮಾನವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹೊರಟಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಇಂದ್ರ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಸ್ವರೂಪವೇ ಆದಂತಹ ಇಂದ್ರ, ಮಳೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂತಹ ಇಂದ್ರ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆಯಿಂದ ಆಚರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹೌದು ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ? ಹೌದು. ಈಗ ಆ ಪರಂಪರೆ ನೀನು ಹೇಳುವುದು ಸರಿಯಾದದ್ದೇ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡುವಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆ ತಪ್ಪಿತು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ? ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ನಮಗಾದ್ರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಹನೆ ಉಂಟು. ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡುವುದೇನು? ಏನು? ಹಿಂದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅತಿವೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವುದು. ಈ ಮಳೆ ಸಾಕಪ್ಪ ಸಾಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಳುಗಿ ಅಂತ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕತೆ ಏನು ನೋಡು. ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಹೆದರಿಕೆ, ಕಾರಣ ಮತ್ತೇನಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನೇ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಇಂದ್ರನ ಕೋಪಕ್ಕೆ ಗುರಿಯಾದಂತಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕತೆ ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂತ.
ಅಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ. ಹೌದು, ಪರಂಪರಾಗತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಪೂಜೆ ಹೌದಾದರೂ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಆ ಇಂದ್ರನಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಸಲ್ಲುತ್ತದಲ್ವೇನ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪೂಜೆ ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ ಆತನಿಗೆ ಏನು ನಷ್ಟವಾಗಲಾಗದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು, ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸತ್ಯವನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವಲಂಬನೆ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಸಾಲದು. ಒಮ್ಮೆಲೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಣ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಮರೆತೇವೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮುಳಿದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹಾಗೇ ಮುಳುಗಿಸಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ
ನನಗೆ ಗೊಂದಲ ಉಂಟು ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಲೀಲಾವತಾರಿ ಹರಿ
ಈ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯೋಚಿಸಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಂದಗೋಕುಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಜನ್ಮ ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಅಂತಾಗಿದ್ದು. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯಮುನಾ ನದಿಯ ಆ ಕಲುಷಿತವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ನೀರನ್ನ ಸೇವಿಸಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟು ಜೀವಿಗಳು ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಕಾಳಿಂಗ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಘಟಸರ್ಪ. ಅಂತಹ ಸರ್ಪವನ್ನು ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಧಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹೌದು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
ಆ ಕಾಳಿಂಗನ ಮರ್ದನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಯಮುನಾ ನದಿಯ ನೀರಿನ ಕಲುಷಿತವನ್ನ ಹೋಗಲಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಆ ಶುಚಿಯಾದ ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲವರಿಗೂ ಸಿಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ನೀರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ನೀರು ಬಂದದ್ದು ಇವನಿಂದಲೇ.
ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಕಲುಷಿತಗೊಂಡು ಆ ನೀರು. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಪೂತನಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಶಿಶುಗಳ ಪ್ರಾಣವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯಿತು.
ಪೂತನ ಹರಣ.
ಶಿಶುವಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಆ ಪೂತನಿಯನ್ನು ಸಂಹಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ತೃಣಾವರ್ತ ಬಿರುಗಾಳಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದ, ಚಂಡಮಾರುತವಾಗಿ ಬಂದ, ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅಪಾಯವನ್ನು ಉಂಟು ಮಾಡಿದ ಅಂತಹ ತೃಣಾವರ್ತನ ಕುತ್ತಿಗೆಯನ್ನ ಒತ್ತಿಯವರನ್ನ ಸಾಯಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೌದು. ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೇದೆ. ಈ ಪೂಜೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಸುವುದು ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೇಳುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅನುಮೋದಿಸಲೇಬೇಕು.
ಕಾರಣ ಕೇಳುವ ಹಾಗಿಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ,
ಅವನು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೋ ಅದು ಸರಿ,
ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು.
ಅಪ್ಪ,
ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೇಳುವವನಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಪೂಜೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಭಯದಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಭಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ದು. ನಾವಿಂದು ಭಯಭೀತರಾಗಿ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರತಿಕೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಎದುರಿಸದೇ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಊರನ್ನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಮಗನೇ,
ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ತಿಂದ ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಎಂತ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತು.
ಈಗ
ಇದು ಸರಿ ಉಂಟು,
ಇದು ಸರಿ. ನೀವಿಬ್ರು ಹಾಗೆ, ಅವನು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅವನು ಸರಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸರಿ.
ನೀವು ಒಡೆಯ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳುದು ಸರಿ ಉಂಟು.
ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಸರಿಸಿ ಬಂದವರಲ್ವಾ. ನಾವು ಪರಂಪರೆ ಮುರಿದಿಲ್ಲ,
ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಮುರಿದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಮುರಿದು ನಾವು
ಪರಂಪರೆ ಅಂತ ಆಲ್ದ ಮರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನೇಣಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದ?
ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಬದುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನೇ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮಾತಿನ
ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇ ಸರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ
ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕರೆದು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಡ್ಡೋಲ್ಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಯ್ತು.
ಅವಲೋಕಿಸುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದಲೇ ಒಟ್ಟೋಲಗವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ಅಷ್ಟದಿಕ್ಪಾಲಕರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಸಪ್ತ ಋಷಿಗಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನವಗ್ರಹರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಲೋಕದ ವಾರ್ತೆ ಏನು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ. ದಿಗದಿಶರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ದಿಗದೀಶರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾ ಮುಳಿವಿನ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಉಪಾಯ ಬೇಡಿ, ನಾ ಮುಳಿವಿನ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಉಪಾಯ ಬೇಡಿ. ಹಗಲು ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ, ಹಗಲು ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗಿ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ದಿಗಿಲಾದುದಿದ್ರೆ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ವಿಘ್ನ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ. ದಿಗದೀಶರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿ ನಮುಳಿವಿನ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಉಪಾಯ ಬೇಡಿ, ನಮುಳಿವಿನ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಉಪಾಯ ಬೇಡಿ.
ದೇವೇಶ, ನಾವೀಗ ಅನುಭವ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಲಾಲಿಸಿ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು.
ಏನು?
ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಯಂತೆ ಭೂಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾದವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಇಂದ್ರ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಗಿರಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮವಾಗಿರಬಹುದಾದಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಗೋವರ್ಧನಗಿರಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆ.
ಹೌದು,
ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸತೊಂದನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವುದು, ಅಭ್ಯಸಿಸುವುದು ತಪ್ಪಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಹಳೆಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದ ಕಾರಣ ಬೇಕೋ ಬೇಡ ವಿಚಾರಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ವಿಚಾರ ಹೌದಿದು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ?
ಗಿರಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷದಂತೆ ನಮಗೆ ದೊರಕುವಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಸತತವಾಗಿ ಗೋಕುಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆಯನ್ನು ಸುರಿದು ಮುಳುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ
ಚಂದಿರ
ನಾವು ಪೂಜೆಯಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಂತಹ ವಿಚಿತ್ರ ಘಟನೆ,
ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂತಹ ವಿಚಿತ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂಗತಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಘಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ವಿಕೋಪ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಿಂದ ಉಂಟಾದಂತಹ ಈ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು.
ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅದು?
ತಪ್ಪಾಗಿ ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಆ ಇಂದ್ರನ ಕೋಪ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಇದು ಇದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ.
ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
ಕರುಣದಿ ಕಾಯೋ ಗೋವಿಂದ, ಕರುಣದಿ ಕಾಯೋ ಗೋವಿಂದ, ಏನಿ ಪ್ರಸಂಗ ಕರುಣದಿ ಕಾಯೋ ಗೋವಿಂದ.
ಬಂದ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗೋವರ್ಧನ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಂತವರು. ನೋಡಿದೆಯಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಿಕೋಪವನ್ನ? ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗುಡುಗು ಮಿಂಚು. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮುಸಲಧಾರೆಯ ಮಳೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೋವುಗಳು ಗೋಪಾಲಕರೆಲ್ಲ ಕಂಗಾಲಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ನೀನೇ ರಕ್ಷಿಸು.
ಕೊಡುವವರಿದ್ರು ಅದರ ವಿಘ್ನವನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಿಸುವ
ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿತ್ತೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ.
ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಿ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲ.
ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುವವರಲ್ಲ.
ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡು.
ಏನು
ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನಿನ್ನಂತವನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿಯೇ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾಪಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದು ಅತ್ತಟ್ಟಿಗಿರಲಿ. ಈಗ ವರ್ತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿಯೇ ನಮಗೆ ಇರಬಹುದಾದಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉದ್ಯುಕ್ತನಾಗಿದ್ದಿ. ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡು. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಹೇಳು. ಭೂಮಂಡಲ ದೀಪ ಜೀವ ವಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂಮಂಡಲದಿ ಬದುಕುವ ಜೀವ ವಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂಮಂಡಲದಿ ಬದುಕುವ ಜೀವ ವಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಬೆ ಮಹಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಸೀಬೆ ಮಹಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯದಿ ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಗೈಬುದು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ನಿಜ ಯುಕ್ತಿ. ನಾವು ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯದಿ ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಗೈಬುದು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಪ್ರೇಮದ ನಿಜ ಯುಕ್ತಿ. ಭೂಮಂಡಲದಿ ಬದುಕುವ ಜೀವ ವಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮೆ ಮಹಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ವಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮೆ ಮಹಾ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ.
ಓ ಇಂದ್ರೇಶ, ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ವದ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವುದುಂಟು. ದೇವಾದಿ ದೇವತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ರಾಜ ತಾನೆಂಬ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದಾಗಿ ಸರ್ವ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಜೀವ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರಗಳು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇರುವುದೇ ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸ್ಥಾನ
ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಅಂದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ಸಹನೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಕೇಳು. ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದೆಯಲ್ವಾ? ನೋಡು, ನಮಗೆ ಮೂಲ ಆಶ್ರಯವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು? ಸಕಲ ಜೀವಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮೂಲಭೂತವಾಗಿ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳಿಂದ ಆಶ್ರಯವನ್ನಿತ್ತು ಸಲಹಿ ಪೋಷಿಸುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಈ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷ ದೇವತೆಯಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ದೇವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ದೇವಿಯ ಪೂಜೆ ಹಿಂದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಇತ್ತೋ ಏನು ಮರೆತು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮಂತವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತವರ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ವಂದಿಸಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ಶುಚಿಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು. ಮೊದಲಾಗಿ ಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನು ಶುಚಿಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕೈಯಿಂದ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಹೊರತು ನಿನ್ನೊಂದಿಗೆ ವೈರವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ಭೂಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ದೇವತೆಗಳು ಬಂದು ನೀರನ್ನ ಕಲುಷಿತಗೊಳಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಹವಾಗುಣವನ್ನ ದೇವತೆಗಳು ಬಂದು ಕಲುಷಿತಗೊಳಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೂ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಪೂಜೆಯ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಅಂತ ನೀನು ಭಾವಿಸಬೇಡ. ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆಯು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಇನ್ನು ಅವಗಾಹನೆಗೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲವೋ ಏನೋ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅಲ್ಲ,
ಆದರೆ ನಿನ್ನದ್ದಾದಂತಹ ಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅನ್ನುವುದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ನೀನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತಲೇ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೇಳುವುದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿ ಮೀರಿ ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸುವರೆ ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವನು ದ್ರಷ್ಟಾರ ಅಂತ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಆ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೋಪ ಬಾಲಕನಾದ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾನು ಈ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಎನ್ನುವುದು,
ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾದ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ನೀವು ಹೇಳುವ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನ ವಿರೋಧಿಸಿ, ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ನೀವು, ಏನು ದೇವತೆಗಳು ಕಲುಷಿತಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೌದು, ಸರಿಯಾದ ಮಾತು. ಆದರೆ ಕಲುಷಿತಗೊಳಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಅದು ಒಂದಾಗಿದೆ ಆಕ್ಷೇಪ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನುವುದು.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಿನ್ನ ಅಹಂಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಕೋಪವನ್ನು
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿತವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯವು ನಿನ್ನಿಂದ ನಡೆದಿರಬಹುದು. ಆಕ್ಷೇಪ ಅದಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಲೋಕವೇ ತಾನಾಡಿದಾಗ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವ ನಿನ್ನ ಉದ್ದಟತನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಧ್ಯರಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಏನ್ ಈ ಕಥನ?
ನನಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆಯೇನು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಆಲೋಚನೆ.
ನೀನು ಲೋಕಪಾಲಕ.
ಹೌದು.
3 ಲೋಕವನ್ನ ಪಾಲಿಸುವ.
ಹೌದು.
ಅವನು ಲೋಕದ ಕರ್ತಾರ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಿಬ್ಬರಲ್ಲೇ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಏರ್ಪಟ್ಟದ್ರಿಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ನಾನೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು.
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ,
ಏನು ಉದ್ದೇಶ?
ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ, ಲೋಕ ಕರ್ತಾರಂತ ನೀವು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಪ್ಪಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಗಲಾಟೆಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಲೋಕದ ಸಹಜ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಾಲು ಅನೇಕ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಹೊಸತನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಆಕ್ಷೇಪ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ತರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟ್ರೆ ಇವ ಇಂದು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಕೇಳುವ ನನ್ನನ್ನಲ್ವ ನಾಳೆಗೆ ಇವ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಒದಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆಯ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿದದ್ದೇ ಕೈಗೆ ಕೈ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಂತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಾತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನದು. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ
ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ, ಹೀಗಾಯ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಅವಸ್ಥೆ.
ಸುರಭ ಕೇಳೈ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ತತ್ವವನು ಸುರಭ ಕೇಳೈ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ತತ್ವವನು ಘನ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಪುರುಷರ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯನೆ ನಾನಿರತ ಕಾಣಿಪೆನು. ಘನ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಪುರುಷರ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯನೆ ನಾ ನಿರತ ಕಾಣಿಪೆನು. ಸರ್ವ ಜೀವಾಂಕುರ ವಿಕಾಸದ ಧರೆಯ ಸತ್ಯಾನ್ವಿತೆಯು ತಾನು. ಸರ್ವ ಜೀವಾಂಕುರ ವಿಕಾಸದ ಧರೆಯ ಸತ್ಯಾನ್ವಿತೆಯು ತಾನಿದ ನರಿತು ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಮನುಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಸರವ ಪೂಜಿಸ ಬೇರ್ದನೀಗಲು. ಇದನರಿತು ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಮನುಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಸರವ ಪೂಜಿಸ ಬೇರ್ದನೀಗೆ ಸುರಭ ಕೇಳೈ ತತ್ವವನು ಘನ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ ಪುರುಷರ ಹಿರಿಮೆಯನ್ನೇ ನಾನಿರತ ಜಾನಿಪೆನು.
ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನೀನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಯ್ತು.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ
ಪರಂಪರೆಯಿಂದ ನಿನಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆ ಈ ಹೊತ್ತು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆಗೆ ಮುಂದಾಯಿತು ಎಂಬುದೇ ಅಲ್ವ ನಿನ್ನ ಆಕ್ಷೇಪ?
ಹೌದೌದು
ದೇವೇಂದ್ರ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಪ್ಪೇನು ಉಂಟು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಿನಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ರಹಸ್ಯ ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ಅದು. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆದಂತಹ ಮರ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೀರಿಕೊಂಡು ಬೃಹದಾಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತದೆ. ಹೂವು ಹಣ್ಣುಗಳನ್ನು ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತನ್ನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಪುನಃ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಕೆಡಹಿ ಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ ಉಂಟಾಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ರಹಸ್ಯ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಜೀವಜಾಲಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸತ್ವವನ್ನು ಹೀರಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತವೆ, ಗಾಳಿಯನ್ನು ಸೇವಿಸುತ್ತದೆ, ನೀರನ್ನು ಕುಡಿಯುತ್ತದೆ, ಬಿಸಿಲಿನಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತವೆ. ಇದು ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ಜೀವಿಗೂ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೂ ನಿಕಟವಾದ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಉಂಟು.
ಹೌದು.
ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ಕೇವಲ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಸ್ವಾದಿಸುವುದಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮರಳಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ. ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ತತ್ವ. ಮರ ಹೇಗೆ ಹಣ್ಣನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೋ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೋ ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೀಜದಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ಸಂತಾನೋತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದರ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಇಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಪೂಜೆ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಗಿರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನದಿ ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತದೆ, ಮರ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತವೆ, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛವಾದಂತಹ ಗಾಳಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ದೊರಕುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದು ಗಿರಿ ಪೂಜೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಸಾಂಕೇತಿಕ. ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬದುಕುವಂತಹ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಅದನ್ನ ಆರಾಧಿಸಬೇಕು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಎನ್ನುವುದೇ ತತ್ವ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಕರಾದಂತಹ ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಪೂಜೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ವೇ? ಪರ್ಯಾಯವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಸೇರುವುದಿಲ್ವೇ?
ಹೌದು.
ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೋಪ
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ? ಈಗ ಲೋಕದ ಸಹಜ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳಿಗೆ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯನ್ನ ತಂದವರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಒಬ್ಬ ಗೋಪಬಾಲ ಅಂತ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ರಹಸ್ಯ ಏನು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಆಡಿದರೆ ಲೋಕ ಒಪ್ಪುತ್ತದ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ನೈಜವಾದ ಸತ್ಯ ಏನು, ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣನದ್ದು ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮಂತವರಿಂದ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು.
ಈಗಲಾದ್ರೂ ನನಗೆ ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆ ಆಯ್ತು,
ಖಂಡಿತ ಅನುಮಾನವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಂದೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ತೀಕ ಪ್ರತಿಪದೆಯ ದಿನ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಧರಿತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ
ಸಾಗಲಿ ಸಾಗಲಿ.
ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಮುತ್ಪನ್ನೆ, ವಿಷ್ಣು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸಮುತ್ಪನ್ನೆ, ಶಂಖವರ್ಣೆ ಮಹೀತಲೆ, ಅನೇಕ ರತ್ನ ಸಂಪನ್ನೆ, ಭೂಮಿ ದೇವಿಯೇ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ, ಭೂಮಿ ದೇವಿ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ, ಭೂಮಿ ದೇವಿ ನಮೋಸ್ತುತೆ. ಕಾಲೇ ವರ್ಷತು ಪರ್ಜನ್ಯಃ, ಕಾಲೇ ವರ್ಷತು ಪರ್ಜನ್ಯಃ, ಪೃಥಿವೀ ಸಸ್ಯಶಾಲಿನಿ, ದೇಶೋಯಂ ಕ್ಷೋಭರಹಿತ, ಸಜ್ಜನಾಂ ಸಂತು ನಿರ್ಭಯ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತು ಸುಖಿನಃ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಂತು ನಿರಾಮಯಃ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಭದ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು, ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್, ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್, ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್. ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್. ಗಜವರವದನ ಸುಶೋಭಿತಗೆ, ಭುಜಗಭೂಷಣ ಲಂಬೋದರಗೆ, ಸುಜನೋದ್ಧಾರಗೆ, ತುಜಗದು ಪೂಜೆಗೆ, ಭಜಕ ಮನೋರಥ ಪೂರಕಗೆ, ಜಯ ಮಂಗಲಂ ನಿತ್ಯ, ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ ಶುಭ ಮಂಗಲಂ.
ಬಯೋಡೈನಮಿಕ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವಂತಾಯಿತು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬಹಳ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಂಪೋಸಿಯಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಇದು ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಕಲೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನ ಸೇರುವುದು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನಲ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಹಾಕುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಕಲೆಯ ಮೂಲಕವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಗೆ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ, ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಸಂವೇದನೆಯನ್ನು ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ಆಯಿತು. ಈ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೇ ಕಾರಣ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದು ಯಕ್ಷಗಾನದ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಆರಾಧಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯಿತು, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆರಾಧಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಈ ಕಲೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೊಡುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಬಂದರೆ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮದಿಂದ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮೋ ನಮಃ.
ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೆರೆಮನೆ ಶ್ರೀಧರ್ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವ್ರ ಟೀಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಶಿವಾನಂದ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವರಿಗೂ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. Meanwhile, there's a small announcement. All those who had come by bus in the morning, there is still bus availability immediately after you finish the dinner. Please contact Vishnu Priyan sir. Thank you. Tamil also. தமிழில் சொல்லணும்னா பஸ்ஸில் யார் யார் வந்திருக்காங்களோ மார்னிங் பஸ் அவைலபிலிட்டி இன்னும் இருக்கும். டின்னருக்கு அப்புறமா நீங்கள் போகலாம். சாரி, இட்ஸ் அ broken Tamil. ப்ளீஸ் எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் மீ.